Hello guys, I am Ethan from Team IHC.
Hello, I am Jigsaw from Team IHC.
Hello guys, I'm Saksa from KBG.
Hello guys, I'm Tracy from KBG.
Okay, so like I said just now, we'll play a game which is called the Impossible Icon Challenge, and you guys will have to compete against each other. So basically, I'll show you like over here. I'll go 3, 2, 1, and then I'll go over to the icon, and then you just don't have to raise your hand. Just answer the question. Okay. So we have the first one here. Okay, so in 3, 2, and 1.
Freya.
No. Like Aula's first skill?
Sorry again?
Aula's first skill?
Aura's first skill? How about you?
Chow first skill.
Chow first skill. We'll see. It's actually
Roger's
Roger's second.
Okay.
So we'll go with the first one. 3, 2, 1.
Roger.
Roger second skill.
Okay. So you have to say Roger and then which skill. So his second skill, correct? But do you know the name of the skill? Then you can steal the point away.
No.
No. Okay, so 1 point for Tracy. It's called the Hunter's Staff. So for the second one, so just hero and skill.
Yes.
Okay. No one get point for this round, but we'll move to the second one.
Okay.
So 3, 2, and 1.
Masha.
Lolita's ultimate.
Do you know?
Masha ultimate.
Masha Ultimate and you?
For me, it looks like Lolita's ultimate.
Lolita Ultimate, Masha Ultimate. Let me check. Okay. Do you guys want to try again?
I have no idea.
No idea.
No idea.
How about you?
Masha second skill.
You want to second skill? It's actually Lolita's first skill.
first skill.
3, 2, 1.
Lolita.
Lolita first
First
skill.
skill.
Okay, I don't know who answered first, but I think it's you, Tracy. Yes, it's correct. It's Lolita first skill. It's called Power Charge. So if you know the name of the skill, you have like bonus point. Okay. So next one. For the third question. 3, 2, and 1.
Leslie ultimate.
Leslie out. What about you?
No, I don't know.
It's actually Kimi's passive.
You really
3, 2, 1.
Leslie ultimate.
Wait. I don't know. Katira.
Okay. So the answer is it's actually
Kimi
Kimi's
passive.
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 And it's called Chemist Instinct. So it's still 2-0. So we have 2 more questions. But you guys have no points right now.
Yeah.
So just try to get the next one correct.
Okay.
This one will be easier. So it's the fourth one. 3, 2, 1.
Katatkashi ultimate. Or maybe Minster ultimate.
How about you?
갑자기 Mr. ultimate.
Okay, you both guess, but he guessed first. It's actually Minister Ultimate. So he can get 1 point, Ethan. And then you still have 0. Fourth one. 3, 2, 1.
Mincitar ultimate.
Okay, it's actually Mincida Ultimate. Do you know the name of the skill?
No, I don't know.
No. Okay, so it's the King's Calling.
King's calling pa rin.
So we have 3 to 0 point, but don't worry. we
Only
have-
5. Only 5.
Yes, only 5 questions.
Wow.
Okay, but we have the last one. It's the 5th question in 3, 2, and 1.
Changi passive.
You want to try?
Maybe Changi's second skill.
Chang's second skill. Okay, it's actually Chang's passive. It's 1-1. We will try the last one. 3, 2, and 1.
Changi passive. Changi passive.
Okay, once again, Chang's got all correct. It's 4-0. Do you want to try the name of this skill?
I don't know. Passive. Only like that. I don't know. I don't know the name.
push it?
Rabbit.
You just want to try anything?
Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Okay, it's actually troublemaker. So it's 4-0. So you won the game, and then you can do a quick punish to Sasa. So you can ask him to do whatever. So and he'll have to follow.
5 jumps. 5 jumps.
5 jumps. Okay. You can set up, and then you can Tracy. You can go 3, 2, 1, and then he'll go jump.
3, 2, 1, go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So we'll move on to one more question.
Okay.
We'll do this one. Okay. So in 3, 2, 1.
One
Estimate. Oh. Yeah, it's one spacing.
Okay. If you know the name of this skill, you can steal the point away from here. You wanna try?
Dragon Dash.
It's actually Tiger Breeze.
Oh, okay.
So I think since I already won this game, so you can punish him by asking him to do whatever. So he'll have to follow. Okay, so what's the call here?
우디를 다 어떻게
You win.
윙크
Yeah, you won.
윙게
Yate.
윙게 드림
Okay, should I do this? To the camera?
Yeah, to the camera in 3, 2, 1. Maybe you can cue it 3, 2, 1, and then he'll do it.
I will do it.
No, you don't have to do it, but you have to do it. You just say 3, 2, 1, so he'll do it.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. 비슷해. 이슈. 맞죠? 이게 맞고.
Okay, sorry. I was the wrong.
맞죠?
Okay, one more.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Hello guys, nama saya Zon. Saya daripada tim Homeboys dan saya bermain role Roma. Selepas MPS 13 tu, kita orang mengalami kekalahan melawan Selangor Giant dan itu membuatkan kita orang rasa macam kita orang tak cukup lah, which is sebenarnya untuk last season kita orang expect kita orang boleh back to back champion, but then SRG main lebih bagus daripada kita orang. So dekat Wildcard ni kita orang akan make sure yang kita orang akan tebus balik kita orang punya kesilapan juga yang waktu M5. So apa benda yang kita orang buat selepas kita orang mengalami beberapa kekalahan iaitu di M5, kita orang ada banyak melakukan perubahan, which is kita orang ada masukkan satu kita orang punya coach yang terbaru daripada Filipina iaitu Jeff, dan dia pun salah satu kita orang punya tonggak untuk membantu kita orang dari segi sudut drafting, iaitu macam season lepas sebelum ni kita orang ada masalah into drafting. So dengan kedatangan Jeff, banyak penambahbaikan yang kita orang dapat buat, dan tak lupa juga yang kita orang bawa masuk Udil ya, untuk memperkuatkan lagi kita orang punya barisan pemain dan juga net. So rasanya untuk season kali ni sepatutnya kita orang lebih bersedia untuk MSC. So dalam Wildcard ni, kalau menurut saya nak jumpa dengan IHC Esports tu lah, which is sebelum ni diorang antara salah satu tim yang lepas untuk pergi ke M5 waktu tu, last season. So untuk kali ni diorang masih lagi berada di tempat yang sama iaitu Wildcard dan diorang sama dalam grup kita orang. So saya rasa saya nak jumpa diorang, which is sebab rasa macam diorang antara yang kita orang punya halangan untuk pergi ke MSC. Untuk grup kita orang rasanya ada dua tim iaitu Brute Force dengan IHC. So katanya dua-dua ni antara yang boleh bagi halangan untuk kita orang untuk maju ke next stage, which is kalau kita orang dapat kalahkan dua-dua ni, rasanya tim yang ketiga kita orang nak lawan tu mungkin tak sesusah yang ni, tapi kita orang still tak pandang rendah untuk semua grup sebab masing-masing dah lepas ke Wildcard, which is semua dah mewakili negara, maknanya diorang kuat. Kalau bab strategi ataupun kita orang punya macam mana cara nak menang, rasanya mau kepada coach lah yang akan tunjukkan sesuatu, which is saya rasa kalau untuk Wildcard ni mungkin kita orang akan all out juga sebab kita orang tak akan lepaskan peluang untuk pergi ke MSC. Kalau kita orang tak tunjukkan semua, takut kita orang terlepas pula nak masuk MSC. So saya rasa barisan coach akan cuba yang terbaik lah untuk keluarkan strategi yang baru. So untuk best of 1 ni memang agak bahaya untuk kita orang sebab kita orang dulu selalu kalah untuk first game. Setiap kali tournament kita orang akan kalah first game, tapi untuk masa sekarang rasanya coach dah jumpa dah macam mana nak tangani kita orang punya masalah ni lah, iaitu kalah di game pertama. So rasanya kali ni kita orang akan banyak keluarkan strategi-strategi yang kita orang akan rasa akan ada pesan yang tinggi untuk kalahkan tim pihak lawan. Kalau menurut saya, benda ni satu motivation lah untuk kita orang proof dekat dorang yang kita orang betul antara salah satu tim yang boleh bagikan ancaman untuk tim-tim Wildcard yang lain. Cuma kita kena tengok apa benda yang kita orang boleh lakukan untuk Wildcard ni dan make sure untuk kita orang kekal konsisten untuk lepas ke sampai MSC punya tournament.
Mi nombre es Erwin, soy de Entity 7 y mi rol es Roam. Bueno, una de las principales dificultades que tuvimos a la hora de armar el roster fue encontrar jugadores que puedan complementarse entre sí, que hayan jugado alguna vez juntos. Eso pudo pasar conmigo, con el mid y con el jungla. Con el resto de 2 roles que faltaban tuvimos que acoplarnos los 5 juntos con el tiempo y al principio fue muy difícil, pero logramos el objetivo. Bueno, jugar en la MSC la verdad que me hace sentirme bien, es una experiencia única al igual que fue la M4 cuando fui, así que nada, tratando de disfrutarlo a full. Bueno, habiendo sido jugadores con diferencias de experiencia, al fin y al cabo tanto Marquinhos como yo y como Chan hemos tenido experiencias en mundiales, entonces eso hace que con el tiempo todo sea más sencillo y nos acoplemos mejor. A pesar de que Fury y Hige no tienen experiencia internacional, tienen experiencia local, tanto para competir en Brasil o en Perú, así que esa experiencia, a pesar de que sea internacional, es similar y eso hace que ellos también se acoplen mejor y que no sea tan difícil. Bueno, la diferencia entre la TAM y a nivel global de los equipos, sobre todo está en la parte de Asia. Yo creo que en la parte europea no creo que sea tanto porque a nivel de años en experiencia el competitivo lleva años similares, pero LATAM a medida que pasan los años y Montun va agregando MPLs va creciendo, así que cada vez estamos mejor. A mí me gustaría jugar contra el equipo de Liquid Echo porque tengo conocidos amigos de ahí, de la M4, y me parece que son un equipo muy fuerte.
From shadows they emerge, unknown and unseen, forging their path from where they've been. From weakness to strength, they'll rise anew, transforming their fate, destined to pursue. See the world, their journey unfolds through trials and triumphs. Their story is told. As the dark night falls, they'll defy. For in the depths of darkness, heroes will. Rise of the heroes, rise of the heroes, rise of the heroes. For in the darkest of nights, heroes will rise. When the world they call your name with cheers and acclaim, through the land of dawn where chaos reigns. In the face of the storm, they'll answer the call. Through fire, they'll roar. They're never gonna fall. See the world, their journey unfolds through trials and triumphs. Their story is told. As the dark night falls, they'll defy. For in the depths of darkness, heroes will.
Assalamualaikum and welcome to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, where today we'll be having amazing Mobile Legends Bang Bang action, where you guys are at the Wildcard stage, where we'll be looking at Group B. We've done with Group A, so today we're going to see the other contenders going up to play for tomorrow in the Grand Finals. Welcome, because today is definitely going to be an epic day. 6 games in total. Only one team will be considered as the winner. And right now, you guys are watching, I would say, snippets of all the teams that we're playing for today. It's going to be intense. You guys are hearing the voice of LaFell as you guys are watching this. And soon afterwards, I'm going to introduce my partner in as well. It is going to be Mirko. So Mirko, they can't see you yet, but how are you, man?
Happy to be here as usual, man, especially after the results of Group A. What we thought was going to be, a stomp, an easy group for S2G. Turns out to be the hardest group for them, and it's actually Entity 7 was able to climb up on top, 3-0ing, beating everyone, even with a comeback victory against KBG. And now, technically, all of them are favorites. So, we can't really have the same situation, can we?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, Group B is, as many people would consider it, as the group of death, where a lot of teams here have definitely shown how strong they are. IHC, Brute Force, Homeboys, Train to Kill. It's definitely going to be an interesting group where, again, yesterday there was no tiebreakers. Today there could be a chance that there might be a tiebreaker.
This was the group initially, right, that we were all expecting to go for a tiebreaker. We expected this group to go 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Yeah, exactly.
But still, with that being said, then one team will still have to be 0-3, I believe.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like one team. Again, this is one of those situations where for all the teams here, because we saw the video before we got into the day here. But before we talk about that, let's actually look at the format for today, just to remind everyone about what's the stake here and how the teams are going to be playing. So let's check out the format.
Welcome, Warriors, to the grandest stage of them all, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Here, legends are made and champions rise from the ashes of battle. Last year, we witnessed the meteoric rise of Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia as they claimed the MSC 2023 championship. Their impeccable strategy and relentless drive crowned them champions, but the story didn't end there. At the M5 Championship, Fnatic Onyx faced their toughest challenge yet, clashing with the mighty Falcons AP Bren from the Philippines. In an epic showdown, Falcons AP Bren emerged victorious with a nail-biting 4-3 victory, etching their name in history once again. Now, the question on everyone's mind, can Fnatic Onyx defend their MSC champion title? Or will the M5 champions, Falcons AP Bren, continue their reign of dominance? This year, the stakes are higher than ever as teams from around the world converge in Riyadh for a chance at glory. 3 weeks, 3 stages, 1 ultimate champion. Let's dive into the battlegrounds. First stage, the Wildcard stage. 8 teams, 2 groups, 1 shot at glory. In this high-stakes round robin, every match is a best of 1, where victory and defeat hang by a thread. The top team from each group will face off in an epic best-of-5 decider match. The winner moves on, the loser goes home. Simple, brutal, legendary. Stage 2, the group stage. 16 teams, 4 groups, battle-hardened and ready for war. This is where champions are forged. Each team faces off in a series of 2 matches. It's a marathon, not a sprint, where every point counts. If a tie breaks out, a sudden death best of 1 will decide their fate. The top 2 teams of each group advance to the playoffs. Lastly, the knockout stage. 8 teams, single elimination, no second chances. The quarterfinals and semifinals are grueling best-of-5 matches, testing every ounce of skill and strategy. And the grand finale, a legendary best-of-7 showdown where only the strongest will claim the crown. As the dust settles and the final moments draw near, the stakes have never been higher. Teams from every corner of the globe will battle fiercely in Riyadh, each one driven by the dream of glory. Southeast Asia's dominance is challenged as teams from other regions rise, ready to upset the balance and seize glory for themselves. The stage is set. The Warriors are ready. Who will emerge victorious? Welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 of Esports World Cup in Riyadh, where legends are born and history is made.
Simple.
Brutal.
Legendary. This is not a scene that I thought would be in. But either ways, you guys saw the format where in the wildcards, it will be a best of one. And just like we've done interviews with the team, they have figured out that they have to go all out. Because even losing one match could cost you the entire series, the entire day. Like, the first match is going to set the tempo, Mirko.
For sure, and especially the momentum, right? Because yesterday, S2G KBG, that was the first game that we casted, first game that was played as well. And with S2G suffering a dominant loss up against KBG, it kind of set their tempo off, man. Their momentum was going backwards, and they were forced into a very tough spot very early on.
Exactly. This is one of those situations where a lot to be talked about, but let's reintroduce the teams coming in from Group B. Is going to be IHC Esports, T2K Esports Homeboys, as well as Brute Force, where again, most of the teams we've seen in grand finals before, where it has been very, very intense for everyone in their own region. So this is one of the cases where we have to see how strong they are. We've seen how strong they are before, but how strong are they are today? IHC going up against Homeboys as the first game. Afterwards, it's going to be Brute Force against T2K. And the third match is going to be Homeboys going up against T2K. But that's not all the matches that we have for you guys today, because after those three matches, it's going to be Brute Force going up against IHC. And then IHC will face again T2K. And the last but not least, Homeboys going up against Brute Force.
Even now, you know, we've had a few weeks to try to, you know, let it sit, let this group kind of be normalized, but even now, seeing it live again, seeing the schedule, it just seems so brutal. The fact that 4 of these teams were put in the same group, T2K, you know, a rising team in Nepal, the other 3 being the top favorites. I think before the group draw even started, everybody was already talking about it's going to be Homeboys, IHC, those 2, and then Brute Force is like the dark horse that was just looming in the back.
The thing is, we have to know, we have to expect the unexpected.
You know what? I have a question now that you say that. We were expecting the unexpected, so is it unexpected because we're in MSC Wildcard? Or is it because it's MSC Wildcard that it is unexpected?
What? What? You know what? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But we got a few things to talk about. One of the things that I have to talk about is Jusin is not playable in MSC 2024, and that's how it's pronounced, guys, okay?
How do you pronounce Zask?
It's Jusin. How do you pronounce this?
Zask.
That's the one. And we got to talk about the new effect on the Lord, where after it receives aggro, doesn't matter from who it receives aggro from, it will give physical penetration up to 10%, but after every single second, it will go up, and it stacks to 10 times, so it'd be a 100% physical penetration, making it true damage. And honestly, that's why we've been seeing shorter games this time, where not a lot of games we see go really to the late game where teams really want to contest for the Lord. I mean, it's worth it to grab the Lord, but it's such a big risk.
It's a massive risk, and that's why I feel like it's either it's a very short game or it's a very long game. We don't really see a lot of the middle ground usually now, because it's all about committing into these neutral objectives, and especially now with the change on the Sky Piercer, we are seeing that a lot of these team fights, maybe with the initial introduction of the Sky Piercer, was really fast because of the execute.
Yeah.
Now it's been nerfed quite a bit, right?
I would say now it's balanced.
It's... I wouldn't say it's balanced. I would say it's a step in the right direction. You know, like maybe 1,500 is a bit still too cheap.
Okay, you know what? With that, I agree.
Yeah, right?
But here's the thing. You get something cheap when it's on discount. So grab the MSC Pass until July 16 and enjoy a 20% discount to unlock the new Valentina Dark Nexus skin. And you guys can grab the MSC coins, where, just in case, if you guys are new to Mobile Legends and you guys missed the previous MSC skins, well, this is your opportunity to grab those skins for yourself. And we got to talk about the battle within as well, because mark your calendars, on the 7th of July, Soul Vessel Series skins, Amon, Vessel of the Seed, as well as Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are slated for running reveal. Don't miss out.
Definitely not. I'm definitely not going to miss out, because Hanabi, one of my picks. I love playing the Hanabi.
Oh yeah, you love the Hanabi.
Sky Piercer and the Blade of Heptases.
Yeah, you won't shut up about it.
Yeah, every single day.
You will tell me, dude, I like Hanabi.
And we're not even roommates.
We're not even roommates, but we got to talk about the first game of the day. It's going to be IHC Esports going up against Homeboys. And I don't know how you feel, Mirko. I feel nervous.
Oh, you feel nervous?
I feel nervous.
You know, I'm actually feeling pretty good here.
You're
you know?
feeling pretty good?
I don't feel nervous at all. I do feel nervous, a little bit of nervousness, you know, because Udil is in Homeboy, so technically, you know, just as an Indonesian, I want to. He's my idol too, man. But IHC, they've been so strong for a long time. I definitely understand why you're nervous, because even yesterday during the interview, I was talking to Udil, talking to Homeboys about, yo, who do you think is your toughest matchup? And they were asking me. They were like, no, you tell me as an analyst. And I'm like, probably IHC. And they're like, yeah.
Exactly. That one, right?
That one?
But
you have the same conversation?
Yeah, we're having the same conversation. Like, here's the thing. I have voices in my head telling me things, Mirko. And I got to tell you, I don't understand what they're saying. That's the mental state I'm in. Watching Group B for today, it's like voices in your head. And you're unsure about what they're saying. So you know what's going to happen? I'm going to drink myself some Rockstar. While we're talking about the Wildest Hunt.
The Mongolian powerhouse takes on the Malaysian hotshots. And looking at this matchup again, this has to be, you know, an interesting matchup, because for IHC and Homeboys, I would say for IHC, they had an easier road in the Mongolian qualifiers. They are still the most dominant team by far compared to any other team in the Mongolian qualifiers. But for Homeboys, they have a new threat in their region that has actually elevated their game, I would say.
Definitely.
Because even though Homeboys came in second, they'll have to battle it out in the wildcard. I would say this is a stronger Homeboys than what we saw in M5.
I feel like for this game, it's all about the early game, right? I mean, we haven't seen the draft just yet, but we have to see how IHC plays as well as Homeboys plays, because in the grand finals in Malaysia, Homeboys between Selangor Giants, it's very simple. Who wins the early game wins it all. And I feel like IHC, based on all the games that we've seen...
Also, sorry to cut you off. If you don't pick Leomord, you also win games. That's just, you know, I just want to put that in for the Homeboys SRG.
You know what? I agree. You know what? Homeboys, it's a best of one.
Or maybe pick it up because it's best of one. Expect the unexpected.
Sorry for all of you Leomort lovers.
Okay.
But no. All right. This is Wildcard. This is Wildcard. You gotta take this seriously, man.
Temporal Rain, man. It's built into it. Chibi.
I mean, to be fair, Leomort got buffed. After that series, Moonton Washington is like, you know what? We need to give some love to Leomort.
Yeah, I mean, especially, right? Chibi, the fact that he can play that Leomort is already a curveball in itself. Like, up against IEC, who have a lot of cheese picks as well, maybe it'll be good to fight cheese with cheese, bro.
You know what? That being said, I kind of feel like we have the draft pick that we have to go to. So with that, I think we're going for a short break before we go into the draft.
IHC. Back in M5, they were called Lil Gun, and they were also called the Mongolian Downloaders, because they would always lose game number 1 for some reason. But with that game number 1 loss, they will always be able to adapt and overcome the weaknesses that they were exploited on in game number 1 for game 2 and game 3. It usually goes from game 1 loss, game 2 better, game 3 absolute domination. And now with Coach Sparko fixing all of those issues when it comes to downloading by enhancing their macro gameplay, by enhancing some of their macro abilities to find creative ways to take over the game, they play the same way that they did, but just a little bit better. It's a refined version of the Mongolian Downloaders. And we don't even need to say the Downloaders anymore because they download real fast. Early game, mid game, that's their strategy usually, but sometimes they can go for that mid to late game as well. It's all about getting Bebex to a comfort spot, whether it be in the early game with those brawlers in the gold lane or a farmer.
And with that, let's introduce IHC Esports. It's going to be Aizen, Zesora, Forbit, Bebex, as well as Ethan. And even though our reporter just now, whoever he is, he said this team definitely can play for the mid to late. Make sure that they give enough to Bebex. And I do agree, they can definitely play mid to late. But again, this is one of those, because this is a best of one. I kind of feel like try to draft for balance, but maybe a little bit biased towards the early game. But we've seen IHC Esports.
Homeboys.
Now let's look at
start with
Homeboys.
them. Very aggressive, crazy all the way from the start. Wants to go for a snowball. The heavy prio has got to be getting Chibi an early to mid-game pick where he farms a lot in the early game to become a threat in the mid-game. And technically you can say the same thing about all 4 members that play around him as well. Zorn wants to go for all these aggressive trades, and it's so weird to see a team go for a front-to-back comp a lot of times, but play it in a dive way. They play these front-to-back compositions like they have assassins on all 5 members. And you know, though, in the previous meta with it being very, very discipline-based, Lord Dance-based, it's kind of bad. Now, in this new meta, they are going to shine. This bombastic early game, gambly type meta will make or break them still, but I think it'll favor them a lot more, especially if they can stay and tone down a little bit those crazy drafts from the coaches, going for some bombastic things. Homeboys.
And now let's introduce Homeboy. It's going to be Sapat, Chibi, Udil next, as well as Zorn. And I got to say, this lineup is solid, but as strong as Bebex is, there have been talk about Nets as well, where we got to see what kind of Nets is playing for today. Is he going to be aggressive in the lane, or he wants to scale up and play for the late game?
But honestly, for me, right, LaFell, it feels like for Homeboys and IHC, they kind of have that similar style if they want to go for the brawl in the early game.
I kind of feel like they want to go for the brawl.
But if it does go to the mid to late, if we do get some of these, especially gold lane heroes that want to brawl out, get banned out straight off the bat, it'll be an assassin battle, and if they do go 50-50, then they're going to have to rely on their gold laners. If that's the case, Bebex, Nets, who you got?
Honestly, looking at the current performance, I got to give it to Bebex. Personally, I feel like maybe Nets has improved in the time from the grand finals, but who knows. But speaking of which, Jushin, the new mage hero, arrives on June 29 with her exclusive pack at Hero and her ethereal Serenity skin. But with that being said, the game is about to start, but we're going for a short break. But after the break, we're going straight into draft. Never mind, we're going straight into the draft. In fact, right now, we're watching the teams getting ready, and we definitely see on the phones, looks like, yes, the draft is indeed ready. So Homeboy is going to be first pick, IHC is going to be the second pick. It looks like Homeboys, they're going to pick up the Faramis as the first ban.
Now a big question, right? Because for the most part, the blue side, the red side, we've had a lot of different, opinions on who has the upper edge. I think towards the later stage of the playoffs, when it comes down to most of the MPL regions, IDPH, MY, it starts off as blue side dominant, but then as we get to the grand finals, the lower bracket finals, it starts to actually favor the red side. Maybe because the red side gets more respect bans out of the way. Maybe you're more reactive in a way. But still, right now for Homeboys, it's all about taking away the hero for Bebex, which is going to be the Moskov, something that allows him to scale up to the late game, but also participate in the early fights with our Spear of Destruction. And obviously with IHC, you got to respect that team fighting prowess. Taking away this Faramis, I think, is a very, very good option. But as we see these two bans, we can also see that IHC have definitely done their homework. Homeboys were able to dominate their games in MPL Malaysia with the Loyi, with the chip.
And now we got a game fact here. Zorn is the only player to have competed in every season of MPL MY. Again, just MPL MY because I believe in the Philippines, they have their own version of Zorn where I believe it was few that competed in every single MPL seasons. But either way, we have finished up the ban here where Homeboys have a focus on the mid lane, banning out the Faramis as well as the Valentina. I see they ban out the Loyi as well. We've seen a favorite pick coming in from Udil, which is the Farsa. I wonder if that's going to be one of the picks that's going to be picked up. IHC, the final ban is going to be the Harif. Now we got to see Homeboys. Are they going to prioritize the Roger, where yesterday we saw a lot of Roger picks? Angela is open as well. But again, Angela is not really a Zorn hero. And this is a Claude. A Claude first pick. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, not a big fan, honestly, looking at, my previous data for Homeboys has got to be the grand finals. And in the grand finals, it's always Nets on a late game hero, a hero that scales, that actually loses them the game. Like you said, it's all about that early game. And for IHC, they're already banking on the early game from the start, especially seeing that Claude pick. They might go and pick up the Terizla, go maybe for a jungle early, and then they'll pick up the gold lane. It's probably going to be Roger, but even now, I would say picking up a Roger would be solid.
I would feel like because you already see the Claude, you can go for the Roger if you want to bully the lane, but now that you know it's a Claude, you can pick up something that scales, something like an Atan if you want, but now that they pick up the Terizla as well as the Ling scales up pretty well, it kind of gives pressure onto Homeboys. If Homeboys doesn't pick up the Angela, it gives IHC the option for themselves to pick up the Angela. So Homeboys, they got to consider this as a threat, right? Angela is still very, very strong in combination with the Ling, as well as if they pick up a Roger, the Roger is going to be pretty good with the Angela as well. So again, pick up the Angela now or risk giving it over to IHC.
that's a big gamble to play if you are actually going to leave the Angela open. We know how lethal the Ling in itself is in the current meta with the Sky Piercer, with him being able to farm up, and even without the purple buff, you know, some of those changes to the energy leaves you kind of open to go for farm still and scale up in the lane. But it's going to be the Vexana pick for Homeboys, and they'll leave open the Angela. They'll go for the Edith instead. IHC have a chance to go for the Angeling with the Terizla. Amazing setup already, but will they go for it is the question. Maybe Homeboys know something we don't.
Yeah, because here's the thing, the Edith can still be flexed into the EXP, so I'm really looking at Homeboys, and this is one of those drafts where they can pick up the Cho and Nolan as the last pick unless IHC bans it out. IHC, if they don't pick up the Angela here, it's going to get banned out, but it looks like they're going to pick up the Ruby. For now, looking at the drafts here, IHC, they got a lot of crowd control with having 2 fighters on their field. For Homeboys, a lot of crowd control as well, but it's coming from the Vexana as well as the Edith. We still don't know where this Edith is going, but if I was IHC, I might ban out the Nolan. Because Nolan is one of Chibi's favorite hero here, and again, I would respect it because he, on that Nolan, was able to get the highest gold per minute overall.
I was about to say that, right? I mean, the 1,100 GPM, and just like that, we do see the ban coming in on the second phase, which is already weird usually when you go to see a Homeboys game, especially when the Nolan's up for grabs. I think I saw a reaction video of Chibi when the Nolan was open. He was already celebrating as the Nolan was left open in the first phase, but it seems Homeboys have adjusted to that, right? They're not really going to go for these prio picks.
So
they'll
maybe
just
Julian?
go to what the team needs. That's the synergy that they want to play with. And yeah, the Julian becomes a good option, but at this point, do they need a bit more frontline is my question, LaFell, or do they want to stack up on the damage output? Because even yesterday, we did see a few patterns here and there where damage output compositions, teams that can all rely on 4 or more damage dealers tend to do a bit better in the skirmishing meta.
I feel like they kind of do need a little bit more damage because looking at the draft, it looks like they want to scale towards the mid game. This is one of the drafts where you can give the Claude double farm, giving him the gold lane as well as the mid, because the Vexana with her passive can clear the lane very, very fast. So it is an option to give double lane towards the Claude. But again, with that, it becomes the question of Chibi is very good for... Oh!
What do we talk about, man? You pick the Leomord, you lose in MPL Malaysia, but maybe that's because it's a best of 5, a best of 7. But in the case of a best of 1,
it has been buffed.
And the Temporal Rain technically could be used as well.
Let me just say, when we brought out the Leomord, I did not thought it would be a conversation inside the draft. Let me just be clear.
Yeah.
I didn't thought it would be banned.
I thought, you know, for MPL Malaysia reasons, I was like, all right, maybe don't go for the Leomord. But for the best of 1, I think that's something that they could use as a curveball. And for IHC, even if Homeboys don't want to go for it, I think it's a good ban right now. They need to get rid of these cheese picks that can kind of like stomp on their own compositions, because in a composition like this they really want to win that initial burst. And the Leomord in that skirmish, once he gets with the Steed, it'll be very, very difficult. That's an Avaria ban too, by the way, from the side of Homeboys, so eliminating some of the vision control that they can get, but they go straight for the Grok, and that means the Ruby will actually be going to
EXP. Hey, wait.
The gold lane.
The gold lane, yeah.
Or
mid?
Mid?
No, I've seen Terizla mid.
I've seen Terizla mid too. Okay, so it's a very flexible draft for IHC, and maybe the red side, that's why they've gone for it.
And that's... So Homeboys might need more damage here, right? Looking at all these tanky guys. So it looks like the plan for IHC is to slow the game down, because imagine if this is a Terizla mid, how are you gonna invade? And we gotta remember how Zorn likes to play. He will go inside your jungle, trying to slow down your jungler, but if you're going up against a Grok and a Terizla mid duo, you can't really do that. So maybe the draft coming in from IHC is that they understand how Homeboys plays, they understand how Zorn plays, so they want to slow it down. So now the Roger as well as the Minotaur gets picked up. The Roger, again, it has been nerfed, his passive damage onto max HP, but I feel like it's still good. The only thing is, I wonder if it's going to be enough to really destroy this heavy front line coming in from IUC.
Yeah, I think it's all about adapting to the odds that they have and the composition that they have against them at this point. Because for IHC, they have a lot of lockdown, a lot of re-engage and disengage too, and they can play around with the CC, deal more damage. My big question is, if the Terizla does go into the mid lane, they might need some sort of a hyper carry maybe, because
Natan?
initially, yeah, probably something like a Natan, but does seem like he is hovering over the Beatrix. That would make sense for Bebex especially. He loves playing that Beatrix pick, but they go for the Farsa instead. So it is going to be a Ruby Gold. They're going to play with the Farsa as that mage in the mid lane. They needed a little bit more magical damage, but as you can see from the pick rate and the win rate here, it's been picked up twice, and it has a 0% win rate. IHC with a very brawly composition that relies heavily on a snowball, but technically they can still and look to scale with the lane.
The only thing is, I'm looking at the lanes here. Gold lane, Claude going up against Ruby is kind of uninteractive, where the Claude is just going to farm out and he's not going to be in lane long enough. He's going to go somewhere else. But then when it comes to the team fight, it's probably going to be on the Claude to use his BMI to get onto the far side and use the Blazing Duet to disrupt her using the Feather S-Strike. So looking at the drafts here, a very interesting draft coming in from IHC as well as Homeboys, where it's kind of going away from their usual style. But either ways, we're jumping into the very first game of Group B in day number 2 of Wildcards.
Based on my experience though, LaFell, it does seem like, for Bebex onto the Ruby, I would say, on paper, it would make sense that it's going to be a non-lane, right? For the Claude, just utilize the range, go for the farm, use the Battle Mirror image whenever Bebex walks up. But the Ruby is very, it's so deceiving. You think she's a melee hero that can't really poke you down, but the range of that passive is quite massive, and you will be able to bully your opponent usually. So as long as IHC are able to funnel some resources into the bottom lane, not really, gold or XP, but mainly just some pressure relieved off of that lane would be really good. But Ethan, starting the top, forced to flicker early on, not even the first minute, and now he will pop that Power of Nature to escape.
I would say that's big. It's a good thing that he uses Flicker there because it's still under 2 minutes, so extra damage in the jungle. Forbit taking quite a lot of damage, and Zoran is in the middle of things.
The Terrify onto 2 members. Zoran still able to flicker out. Chibi looking for the kill now, maybe even looking for the invade as Forbit rotates back in towards the jungle to release some of the pressure away from Ling. But in the bottom lane, Nets is doing a very good job at just suppressing this force of the Ruby in the gold lane.
One small thing that's a little bit unfortunate, I think Chibi was absorbing one minion coming in from the mid, so perhaps Udil is going to take a little bit more time before he gets his level 4. But again, it's a small thing, probably wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Zorn finds Xora. Xora is already level 4. Zorn is already taking quite a bit of damage.
He doesn't have the flicker. That is a very important thing to note down, as the turtle will spawn in 13 seconds, but maybe the Warcry, by the way, for the Roger. And for Xora, it's the QC, not the Warcry we're used to. Zorn walking up, getting knocked up. Ethan doesn't have the flicker now. That's even Xora jumping in, but Chibi does a whole lot of damage. Already took the purple buff earlier. Xora will be able to walk back into the purple buff. Both teams not setting up for the turtle.
I feel like Chibi has the right idea here. You got to make sure that IHC Esports is always below 50% health. Oh, but Zoran taking a lot of damage. Looks like he's going to get taken down. No, he still survives.
And the Eternal Guard actually turns it around. That's the penalty zone, but it will not be able to save Forbid in the mid lane. First blood over to Homeboys.
I was going to say, Homeboys, their idea is to make sure that everyone coming in from IHC Esports have very low HP before contesting anything to make the threat of Chibi actually going in with the like compounds being very, very high. Sorry, he still wants his supply, gets him.
Mid-air, he catches him with 100, and Xora is going to be bursted down by Udil. Now the turtle taking Chibi, walking up into the enemy jungle, invading already, trying to take as much as he can to punish Xora.
Looks like with this draft, Homeboys is able to pick up the tempo. IHC Esports, having a jungler, a Ling as the jungle, you want to make sure that you're able to farm up as safely as you can. Looks like he's having a little bit of trouble, but even so, in terms of the gold, it's only 500 gold difference, and it does look like Xora is going for a Berserker Fury first item, so he's not going to be that far behind.
Walk up again, Forbid going to be knocked up. Ethan used the Power of Nature earlier. Bebex has rotated, but in the early game, I can't help but say, for Bebex at least, he's kind of failed to utilize that pressure. Udil, not a barrier, not able to really go for anything. Bebex with I'm offended onto 2 members right in the middle. Fury of the Wildcard with the Feather Airstrike gets comboed together. Xora would attempt to blaze, jumping into this fight, but Suppot will also rotate much quicker. And now see the Bebex caught all alone, running away. That's cutting him down slowly but surely with one last Battle Mirror image to the front to take him down.
I don't know whether that is worth it or not for IHC Esports. That was a good engagement. Make sure you're doing something and not nothing. But the fact that you gave Nats an assist as well as a kill makes it so that he gets his Trinity item faster. And this is why I was questioning the Ruby going up against the Claude, even though, yes, like you said, having more range is going to be good, but Nats on his Claude, he's very careful. When he's using this scaling kind of marksmen, he doesn't trade all that much, and it looks like it translates into this game. Replayception!
Replayception. This is the replay earlier in that skirmish. It was such a good layer of CC from IHC, but Homeboys just played it well. They knew only 2 of their members were caught there. Looks like Sapat's going to be taking some damage, but he does still have the Primal Wrath, and IHC will not decide to commit under that tier 1.
And again, one thing that you got to take note was that during that replay, we saw Nats actually controlling his range very, very well. He's making sure that his positioning is good. As I say that, he's standing face-to-face against Bebex.
You know, maybe,
talk about timing.
Yeah, maybe you don't try to predict things,
Yeah,
but you taught me this at M3, man.
True. Maybe I should stop talking.
Good barrier. You want to try to slow the pace of the game down because Homeboys at this point with, hey, actually, if we take a look at the gold lead, it's not that big. You can terrify with the Eternal Guard. Udil being able to chunk Ethan, but he has the power of nature, walks up now as Xora does some damage. Sapat not going for the onward just yet. Pops the Primal Wrath, Assassin moving a wild charge into the back line. That's a steal from Xora. As Sapat deals with the Terizla, Ethan in the back, and to be ran down by Chibi as Xora gets terrified mid-air again, knocked up and taken down by the hammer of Zord. Now walking up with a 2-man knockup, team 4, IHC. They'll still be able to get a trade off of that, but it's 3 for 1.
Yeah, but again, we talked about this, how both teams, they really like to brawl. Even if, for the first part, you see like, oh, this might not be a good trade, but still, the team will go for it because in terms of mechanics, they're amazing. Bebex was able to steal that one. Chibi getting a turret up top. Now we're starting to see a little bit of difference coming in from the gold. Now it's 1,000 gold lead for Homeboys, but considering it's 7-3, it's not that big of a gold lead when you compare it to the amount of kills as well as the amount of gold generated. Homeboys, they need to make sure that they start to take more turrets so that they can start, well, I would say choking Xora out of farm, and then you can really get your win condition. Because as of right now, looking at the EXP earned, the Ling is still earning quite a lot of EXP. He's not being stopped all that well.
Look at this. Just as you say that, right? Zorn tries to stop it alone as the Minotaur because nobody was seen on the map. Now Onward actually going to go in. Eternal Guard as well. Before he's able to escape, but gets caught in Earthshatter. As now Supply gets caught in the Udil. Dies in the back somehow. Blazing away from Nets. Now it's going to be Ministry to knock them up. Eisen with a desperate penalty zone. And Ethan will be able to walk away. They'll sacrifice Eisen and Forbid. And it will only give Homeboys a bigger lead here in the 6th minute of the game. Nets Battle Mirror Image to the front, trying to go for a bit more damage to pressure Ethan. But as you said, right now it's not that big of a lead despite the kills.
Yeah, it's really not. The good thing about Homeboys is that they're giving the kills over to the damage dealers. Chibi, Udil, Nance has been joining quite a lot of fights. Chibi is actually getting a lot of gold because he's getting the turrets as well.
Man. 1 level lead for the Roger already. Sapat goes for Onward. Now Earthshatter. Knocking Xora up. Goes for the Primal Wrath defensively here to escape from some of the damage. And Forbid has already used up the Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, but the thing is, right now for IHC, they stole the previous one. Looks like it's not going to be stolen this time. IHC, I feel like they understand they got to slow down a bit. They got to get Xora onto 2 items. And Homeboys, I feel like they got to pick up the pace a little bit because if you give room for the Ling to farm up, it might be one of those things that you regret in the long run.
This time, though, they've been able to pick up a turret on neutral objective. Ethan, he's taking that much damage as a frontliner. Just up against Udil, by the way. This is a Vixana, and he's doing so much burst damage early on. Xora is still, trying to look for that farm, but he is 1 level down. In the late game, even if they do get to the later stage, right? Let's say 10-minute, perhaps a 1v1 here, but Roger versus Ling. Who actually scales better in this kind of matchup?
I feel like whoever has the Sky Piercer has an unfair advantage. Chibi now having the Endless Battle so that he has a little bit more sustain. It looks like he already used a Retribution onto Ethan.
You can see that damage coming down with the Legend pouncing Xora! Almost gets one-shot Zorn, tries to break the dash, but he doesn't even need to. Chibi just guns him down. What was that damage?
I mean, okay, we asked the question, and the player's like, got you, fam, bet. I'm going to show you how much on-hit damage I deal. And again, I have no idea whether Chibi has the Sky Piercer or not, but 1 hit, and that was like, what, 40% of the HP? I believe that damage was coming from the Endless Battle, and it looks like he does have the Sky Piercer. And interestingly enough, he has the War Axe as well. So like War Axe is the first item. Interesting build here coming in from Chibi.
Wow, I'm still kind of stunned by that damage.
Was that maximum stacks on the War Axe and the Endless Battle proc? I don't think that's maximum stacks on War Axe.
No, I really don't, right? Because it was a fight that Zixora kind of forced with Ethan as well. So I don't think he had a lot of time to stack up the War Axe. Still, incredible damage now as Zixora goes to his own purple buff. And even here, it's a bit scary for him. Walking to the purple buff as Zorn just screens him, gets that information, and the team plays accordingly. Now they're just back up in their own jungle. They know that they need the Lord. They don't need to go for any crazy, unnecessary skirmishes at this point. But Nets is kind of unkillable, right? I mean, at this point, even if you dash towards him, this is why the quad is so good against Assassins. You blink out, you don't dash out.
And Nets already completed, I believe, his Trinity item because he just completed his Corrosion Scythe. Chibi is 4 kills. He's 4 kills away from getting the maximum amount of stacks. I believe he's 2 stacks away from getting 10%. 10% lethality, and at 10% is going to be a big game changer. Homeboys, they're going to be able to get this Lord uncontested. IHC Esports doesn't have a way to enter the Lord pit, but in the meantime, Zixora understands he needs the farm, so he goes to the side lanes.
Yeah, and he tries to go for a turret there. He does get a trade, but a Lord in the 10th minute of the game, for this kind of composition, usually you would say, you know, for the first Lord, it's not really deadly, but if you take a look at IHC, they're lacking the marksman. You know, they don't have that marksman. They have the feather airstrike. I'm not sure if that can actually save them here.
I believe it's deadly because we got to talk about the Lord having 30% more HP now, and you got lethality on this Roger. So any kind of engage, there's a chance for a wipeout.
And your wave clear is also questionable for IHC, right? Like I mentioned, only 4-bit can really go for it, but he has to choose whether he wants to use the feather airstrike to some of these members or to the Lord. And I think both are the wrong answer at this point.
Yeah, but personally for me, I would say try to go for the members because, again, 10-minute Lord you can still handle, but the amount of damage coming in from Homeboys is a little bit too much. You got to be very, very careful. Sapat not able to hit his onward.
A whole lot of damage. Zorn pushes forward, gets a knock on Bebex in the front of it all, trying to go for the GB, but it's going to be the frontliners completely melted down. And Sapat walks up with the flicker as well, like pounds from Chibi together with the electrifying damage. Now it's going to be a desperate Tempest ablaze. The Lord might as well just be called the Deadly Lord because in the 11th minute, they've been able to stomp through IHC.
And just like that, Homeboys was able to win the first match of the Group B stage with a lot of damage coming in from the Roger. And looks like the Ruby Goaling going up against the Claude was not able to stop this Claude. The Claude was still able to farm as fast as possible.
The Claude was just farming. They were just looking for skirmishes and they reacted to some of the plays from IHC, but they capitalized on some of these overextensions all the way from the start of the game.
I would say the idea coming in from IHC, again, we talked about how both teams, they should focus on the early game, and IHC having it a lane, you kind of want to go for that mid-late game. With the Ruby in the gold lane, sure, you don't have to have a lot of farm for your entire team, you just got to give it over to the lane, so perhaps you get your mid-game much, much faster, but it looks like Homeboys, even though as strong as the Ling is, with the Roger, they get their power spike much earlier, and this is one of those games where I kind of do want to talk about the items, but we're going for a short break before we move on to the next game. Should be big, right?
Don't choke brute force.
Yeah.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
And welcome back. As you guys saw, the winners of the previous match between Homeboys going up against IHC Esports. The winner is going to go over to Homeboys. And let's actually talk about that a little bit before going to the next match. Chibi, on the build of the Roger, War Axe, Sky Piercer, and an Endless Battle. What do you think about it?
Well, for me, actually, fun facts, that's actually the build I go for as well.
Really?
Usually with the Windtalker. That's the only thing that's different, right? I start with the Windtalker, and then I proceed with the Sky Piercer, and then the same build path as that.
Got it.
So, because I feel like in that particular match, it's all about waiting for the initial burst, coming in from IHC, and then taking the long fight, the War Axe has found incredible value. So, in that particular match as well, I feel for IHC, it was way too one-dimensional for the Ling. Because if the Ling fell in the early game, you know, didn't get the lead that they wanted, that they expected, it just doesn't feel like it could work.
Here's the thing. That was Mirko's opinion, and you guys, your opinion matters as well. Scan the QR code below for the broadcast feedback. If there's anything that you guys have opinions about broadcast, do let us know so that we all can improve together. Now we got to talk about the game coming up. It's going to be Brute Force going up against T2K, where again, I believe because of the format, because of the changes, you want to overwhelm your opponent. You gotta put them into a situation where they can't think. So maybe the draft, I feel like you gotta go for the less riskiest draft possible. Though I do have to say, Homeboy's picking the Clot first pick, maybe that was risky as well, but who knows? I guess the risk is that you don't show your hand to your opponents, because first pick Clot, what does that really show, right?
It shows you in your gold lane, at least you want to try to go for the bully, but at that point, it does.
What if it's the Clot mid lane?
That would be new. That would be a first in this meta, and
expect
the unexpected. I think that might be a bit too unexpected, honestly. I feel like that's a bit crazy. It's not unexpected anymore. Sometimes you step over to crazy, but hey, if there's a team to do it, I don't doubt that it'll probably be Homeboys. So actually,
why did we see it today?
Work. What?
Because here's the thing.
Mid?
What do you think about Terizla mid?
I think the Terizla mid is great, actually. I thought the Terizla was going to go mid. Ruby in
EXP.
as a roam.
No, roam.
Or XP, depending on how you see it there. And then they could actually just go for another XP lane that wants to go for the sets, try to force them in these skirmishes, and then a gold lane for Bebex. That's a marksman, because for Bebex especially, it has to come down to him getting the marksman picks. I think the Brody, even the Beatrix that we were, they were hovering over, I think a bit there, I think it would have been an okay choice, because for Bebex, putting him on a Ruby where he needs to get that early lead, where he needs to go for team fights instead of farming to become that mid-game, threat that he usually plays for, is kind of weird. It just felt like they were overthinking their drafts.
I feel like, honestly, picking the Beatrix might be too risky.
I agree.
Because you have two scaling heroes
that's
fighting for farm.
Over the Ruby, though?
No, again, I kind of feel like Natan needs to scale as well, but at least I feel like the Natan is like, if the Ling dies, Ling is hard to protect. The Natan is easier to protect, and having the magic damage, making it so that the likes of Zorn and Subbat are unsure whether they want to go for armor or magic resist. But either way, that's the previous game. We got to talk about Brute Force going up against T2K, where let's talk about this, because I feel like this is one of those things that even the audience will want to know about how we feel about this. How do we feel about Roger? Because I feel like he's becoming one of those heroes, either you pick or ban.
It's always first pick, I believe. It was first pick most of the times on blue side. If it wasn't first pick, it was always banned out. And it's because it's so lethal, simple, brutal, legendary on the gold lane, but especially the jungle. Because we had the conversation just yesterday, is it better than gold, is it better than jungle? And we both agreed that in the jungle, you're active so much earlier and you're active so much more. And I think for both these teams, There are actually teams that can utilize the Roger, both in the gold lane, T2K, even Yahiko, the man you see on your screen right now. He's played Assassins in the gold lane. When was the last time you saw that?
In M Series, Chico using the Hayabusa.
Exactly. He was a pioneer ahead of his time.
He was a pioneer. Dude, we haven't seen the Hellcurt.
No.
Right?
Are you going to expect the Hellcurt to be in gold? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Okay, you know what? Maybe not. I feel like Lu bukan Baloy.
Lu bukan Baloy.
Lu
You're not
bukan
Baloy.
Baloy. Don't use the Hellcurt anywhere, right? If your name is Baloy, he's used the Harley roam.
And he makes it work.
He makes it work.
You know,
no, because of him. Because of Baloy.
Because of Baloy.
I understand. Damage is king. That's why I really like people putting more damage onto the roam position.
It's funny you say that, right? Because of Baloy,
yes,
we understand damage is king. But then we go in our ranked games, and then we see our roamers, and we're like, all right, maybe damage isn't all that. Maybe you should stick to what you're good at, nerd.
I'm a roamer.
That's why I'm looking at you, nerd.
What if I say I make it work?
Wait, do you?
I have my moments.
Lu bukan Baloy.
Gualapel.
You are LaFell.
I am LaFell. But either ways, this game, I believe that Brute Force is definitely the favorites coming in. We got to look at the fearless debut. Uphill against pure Brute Force. Who will get the first W? And again, because we're talking about it's going to be an uphill battle here, Brute Force is definitely the favorites. But again, after the performances of Group A yesterday, expect the unexpected. Let that be the title of Wildcard.
That, especially after Group A, the results, you know, the favorites going down, yeah, that has to be.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Even our first game for today just now, between Homeboys and IHC, I believe even you didn't expect it to go that way. 11 minutes? Did you expect an 11-minute game?
I don't know. I feel like after the draft, I expected an 11-minute game. It's either, you know, a stomp for IHC or a stomp for Homeboys, because for both, technically, they were really fighting for the early to mid game. I definitely see, you know, if the Claude was able to scale up a bit more, if IHC kind of got the early lead but then failed to end in the mid game, then maybe we could see a late game. But back to Brute Force versus, you know, T2K. Are we expecting early or are we expecting late? Because I think early
Dude,
for me.
I'm just, give me any kind of question, I'll always say early.
Always early.
When do you want to eat? Early. When do you want to shower? Early. When do you want to end the game? Early.
When do you want to die?
In best of one series, should team take more risk or play it safe? Early.
We'll ignore my question. You know, maybe for some of the chat members, you can answer if you want.
Wait, what did you ask?
You know, you said you will answer every question with early.
Yeah.
You gave amazing examples. I gave a bad one. I said, when do you want to die? And, you know, that would not,
no,
that probably won't be early.
That turned really dark, but for Brute Force and T2K, the answer's probably late. They don't want to get eliminated after 2 games because that's what we saw as well from S2G. Getting it back-to-back. I'm sorry, LaFell. You gave a lot of good examples. I need to level it down, you know, with some reality because not everything can be answered the same way. And I think some of these teams, they have to adapt to that. I think for IHC, they took a look at, you know, that early game. They saw the answer. All right, you know, SRG were able to take the early game through the early game composition. Let's try to do that. Sometimes it's not as easy, you know? The dynamic of both these teams are different, and it's the same for Brute Force and T2K. Adapt accordingly.
Here's the thing. I feel like between T2K and Brute Force, because coming to the earlier question, play it safe or take it risky, right? I believe if you're the team that people don't put your bet on, you play a bit risky, right? Expect the unexpected. Like, for example, they expect you to use an assassin jungler. You're still going to use a damage jungler, but maybe just not assassins. Maybe a fighter, maybe a mage. But before we start the match, you want to talk to our reporter? I want to talk to our reporter. So let's see what our reporter has to say about the matches today.
Brute Force are a very one-dimensional team. They play front to back. They play for these team fights all across. It really is about the team fighting for this team. If they struggle to go for team fights, if they can't win out in the neutral objective department when it comes to these team fights, they kind of struggle, and that's where we see a lot of problems with them. But for one-dimensional teams, it's scary when they get to play their style, especially in this game with some of the new things being iterated into their roster as well. Expect some clean rotations coming in for the wild card for Brute Force, and especially watch out for that cheese pick, or maybe perhaps as a pocket pick, that new Ube, but with an EECA flavor. They played Estes 2 games in the grand finals against Team Spirit. Expect them to just be banking on those team fights.
And now let's check out Brute Force. Going to be Marvin, Mashiro, Kojik, Black March, and Fanger. as a roamer. And again, like our reporter said, honestly, this meta fits Brute Force very well because they want to play for the team fights. They want to fight all day long. And the thing is, we got all day.
We do got all day with Brute Force. I wonder if they're going to try to Brute Force their way or if they're going to try to utilize that cheese pick that the reporter said. He was talking about the S-Test pick that actually showed up.
But what does the reporter know?
I don't know. It seems he knows a bit of T2K as well because it seems we're going to hear from him again.
Are you sure? Okay, you know what? Let's test it out. Let's see if our reporter knows about T2K. Let's check it out.
T2K, they only want to go for team fights.
He does.
Early game, you expect them to farm. No, team fights. Mid game, you want to see a little bit more discipline around the neutral objective. No, team fights. Late game, especially, we get more team fights. Yahiko is such a bombastic gold laner as well, in a good way, because sometimes he can go marksman, but here's what's crazy. He can even play those assassins in the gold lane. Expect some crazy moments. I don't think, I would advise them to go for this in a best of one, but T2K will be trying to force and bring and bait out some of these teams that want to play it disciplinedly, want to play with that slow pace, to play their fast-paced gameplay, to go and get corralled over in their skirmishes, their team fights, and even in their composition. All the way from the start, they go for prio picks, but mainly prio picks that can actually fit their agenda. Trained to kill. Team fighting team, bro.
We got Monster Up, Yahiko, Bobe, Vivich, as well as Apex. And based on what our reporter said in the early game, what did they want to do? Team fight?
They want a team fight in the early game?
And then what happens in the mid game?
I believe he said team fight.
Wait. Those are early mid. What about the late game?
Usually late game is a bit more bombastic. It's a bit more scary, a lot of dimensions, so I think they need to just team fight.
Got it. So we got both teams that just want a team fight. This is one of the situations, you know what? I'll be okay if they're just all mid. Team fight all the way.
Then they will fit their name. Then they will be trained to kill. Just like the players, we shall also be posing the same way. We are pointing at you for you guys to get the point. The point is that this will be a team fight match.
Where's my ring?
I didn't know LaFell...
What? Sorry, ADHD. But anyways, team fighting, right?
Team fighting.
You know what's great in team fighting? Fighters. So I believe that for both teams, we should be seeing a lot more fighters. Either, EXP, sure, we see fighters there, but perhaps in the jungle as well. This is one of those games where, is the Charizla mid possible?
Let me think about this one, right? I think it really...
You're not a reporter, sorry for asking you that question, but
like, dude, next time, maybe we should bring in the reporter to cast or something. It seems like he knows a lot about the game. Maybe he should be able to answer your question, but I think I can hear him just a bit right now. And he says, yes, it's possible.
No, that's not what he said.
How do you know what he said?
I voices in my head. He said no.
The reporter is a voice in your head?
To be fair, the reporter's voice is in my head. He said no. But no is the only thing that I can see on broadcast. He said so many other things. But short, it's no. But now, I have another voice saying, let's go into the draft, where we'll be seeing both teams starting it off. And let me tell you, Mirko, when you're saying red side, blue side, let me remind you, I'm colorblind. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Welcome to the gray side. That's what we're going to be seeing here because we actually technically don't know as well before we get into the draft as to who's going to be picking blue side, who's going to be on the red side. So we'll figure it out together, LaFell. It's okay. Even if you can't see it, I'm here.
Just say first
I can
pick,
be a voice
pick.
in your head.
Dude, I have so many voices in my head.
That's what I was about to ask you, right? Like,
I feel like Randy Orton. See what I did there?
Yeah. His theme song.
Yeah, I do.
I went like a diamond.
What?
No? What?
I went to his dinner once. I was not invited, but I was there.
Did he RKO you? Are you okay?
Why do you assume he did it to me and not me did it to him?
Oh, because if you did, maybe you would be the superstar, Take over his job.
I'm the one drinking the Rockstar now.
We are Rockstars. With Rockstar Energy, you guys can go ahead and drink your Rockstar Energy back at home as well. And it seems like for the players, they've done that. They're looking energized coming into this matchup, and they really gotta be. We were talking about how momentum is a very, very important thing to have, and it's unfortunate for IHC with their first game result, but for both these teams, the possibility is still there, right? They can go and, man, take the dub. It's...
Mirko.
Okay, I'm thinking about ways that it can actually be a three-way tie still.
Dude, we got to talk about the ROG ping test, man, because the players now, they're doing their ping test with the Asus ROG powered by the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform. Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of MSC 2024. And Mirko, let me just say, I love our job. Even though people can't see us, I love it. When you were talking about the players being energetic, and then the players just did this. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, they were like raising their hands.
They were
in the
raising their
sky.
hands. They were like
Yelling.
intense stare. The intense stare. Like even though they're like, you know, quite a good distance apart, but they're
a
just
war
like,
cry.
it's temporal rain.
Temporal rain.
Because you say it was a war cry, and I disagree.
I really hope it's permanent rain, you know, not just temporal.
You know what? I feel like it's an impure rage.
You know what I think?
What
I
do
think
you-
it's a war cry.
That was the first one you say. You gotta move things around. Say like
Lafel,
it feels like a quantum charge.
There's one thing about me, and it's that I stick to one thing. I don't move on, brother. So I'm sticking with war cry.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, but I'm with the same girl. So it's
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
oh, okay, yeah,
So
great,
it's
great,
like
great, great,
technically
great.
I
Shout
don't
out
wanna
to
move
your
on.
girl
Yeah,
then.
shout outs to Louis.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. The hero or the person?
The hero?
Louis.
Louis.
Didn't you say
That
Louis?
was a good diversion, brother.
Ah.
Let's talk a little bit about Brute Force now as we get into the preparation stages. All right, what are you personally expecting from Brute Force, right? Discard what that reporter said, because what does he know? What do you think?
Well, for Brute Force,
Yeah, for Brute Force.
it's interesting because now we see Coach Pao on their team, and I don't know. Like there are coaches that goes into the team where they have to adapt to the coaching style, and there are coaches that comes in and then sees what the player already has for themselves and then adapt to their style. So I don't know if this is Coach Pao. He likes to play more methodical, right? Step by step, how do you win the game? And honestly, step by step kind of play style is more utility jungler, but I feel like they can go for that, and if they do go for that, I'm looking at the Fredrin as well as the Boxia. But I feel it's going to be the same thing that we've seen all throughout, man. I kind of feel like picking up the Roger as early as you can. The Faramis is going to be a key factor in both drafts as well.
I think so. You know, the team fighting has been amazing. I think we've seen Faramis banned out, and if the Faramis does want to get first pick, usually you see the Valentina on the blue side banned out as well.
Fun fact?
Fun fact?
Faramis has the highest win rate in rank, but not the highest pick rate. Not a lot of people are picking the Faramis, but those that do actually win a lot.
That shows you that the people who can play Faramis are absolute beasts at the game.
They are monsters at making sure their team don't die.
And also making the other team die. You know,
Yeah,
the Ghost
that's
Bursters
true,
does a lot of damage. You even it's called the Shadow Stampede, but you don't really stampede. Technically you do.
It calls
and then
Ghost
you-
Bursters, but you don't burst ghosts.
Yeah, they're bursting heroes, right? Sometimes it's fine. These are just names, but
Sometimes you're fine.
just sometimes, bro.
I mean, there are days where you're not as fine, you know? Like, there are days that you don't shower. I don't understand why you do that.
I actually showered, you know. Anyways, though, thanks for that, Lafal. I think you're fine as well, man. But sometimes, you know, there was a comment earlier in the live chat that just describes you perfectly.
Really?
Yeah.
Aha. There you go, folks. I am indeed acoustic. But now we got to go into the draft. It is going to be Brute Force going up against T2K. And it looks like Brute Force will be, say it with me, Mirko, first pick.
First blue side.
First pick. Oh, that's blue?
That's blue, yeah.
All
First
right,
pick
all
is
right.
blue.
So Brute Force is blue side, T2K is red side. And it looks like Edith is the first ban.
Mm-hmm.
What does Edith first ban tells you? For me, it means that you don't want chain CC. When you don't want chain CC, they might want a fighter jungler.
Yeah, I think so, right? Especially because for the Edith and the Angela, for both these heroes that they're banning out, these two heroes are actually able to prolong a team fight with the Primal Wrath, with the Hard Guard, obviously with the healing as well, and like you said, the Chain CC, that slows the pace of the team fight by quite a bit, and you technically get to dictate as well. We don't get a lot of heroes like Edith, a hero that can be proactive and reactive at the same time. Usually, you get to choose, you know, you want the Minotaur or you want something like the Atlas. You go for all in or try to react to these skirmishes, but that's going to be the Roger ban as well. So T2K, they definitely understand now with the Edith, with the Angela, going to try to take that sustainability away. They want to take away that burst as well with the Roger and Harith. Last ban, what did you say? Moskov?
I'm thinking Moskov because I don't think Brute Force should ban the Moskov. Maybe they can pick it up for themselves and force T2K to ban out the Moskov because right now I'm looking at a lot of private picks here. The other one is Louis. right? Louis is still up. Oh, okay, Louis has been banned. So this makes it easier for T2K to just ban out the Moskov and then leave Brute Force with, say, a Faramis pick. But I feel like the better pick might be a Valentina so that if T2K picks it up, they can pick it up for themselves. But we got a game fact here. Mashiro of Brute Force is only 15 years old. It's our age. Okay, maybe not. Maybe that was a little white lie.
Maybe you're 15, but just season 3, you know? Right? But anyways, I was about to say, what about the chip, right? The fact that all these heroes have been banned out, you were expecting a Moskov, it doesn't get banned out, they will prioritize the chip ban, but yeah, they will get their hands on a global presence hero, which is going to be the Moskov, and in the wildcard, day number 1 at least, we saw that the Moskov was absolutely lethal. Every team that picked it up just got an advantage instantly, with the activeness and with how dynamic this hero is, and all Moonsun had to do was give him a teleport.
Oh yeah, and again, we've seen changes where teams, they're willing to use the Inspire if it looks like the Moskov won't be having enough damage to make sure that you compensate, making it so that the Moskov 2 items is enough for you to really join the team fights, where before it is 2 items is enough, but now you need the Inspire to make sure that you can go through pretty well. I feel like the Claude is a little bit early to pick up here.
Agreed.
Right? I believe 3rd pick would be fine, so maybe grab your mid laner first. Yeah. They pick up the Terizla, which, to be fair, can be flexed into the mid. Not Brute Force. Having the Moskov here, I feel like if they pick up the Faramis, is going to be great because it's going to be much more difficult for the enemies to deal with the Moskov. Even though the Blazing Duet can deal with the Netherrealm pretty quickly, but I think it's still a worthwhile trade. But, you know, that's just me.
I think for Brute Force, they can definitely go for the Faramis. You know, like we said,
Faramis or Valentina.
Like Faramis or Valentina, just some flexibility, I would say, versatility in their composition if they go for the Valentina. But for the Faramis, yeah, they're just going to try to brute force their way in, similar to their name. Wow, it's almost like they named their team after their playstyle with the Fredrin.
Or the item.
Brute Force Breastplate, but they don't have Breastplate in their name. They just have Brute Force.
Maybe it's for the next season.
Ah.
See?
Season 1 is Brute Force. Season 2 is going to be Brute Force Breastplate.
And then Season 3, Brute Force Breastplates. Plural.
All right, and then after that, it'll be very, very hard for the Strip Riders, definitely.
After that, Athena Shield.
Swapping completely, right? Because as a Fredrin, that's usually what you want to go for. You want to go for physical defense and also magical defense. And speaking of the Fredrin, now it does give T2K an option to go for something like a Nolan, maybe even a Ling, someone that can clear faster and can really shut the Fredrin down just by farming.
But the thing is, again, like you said, the Ling can outfarm the Fredrin, but if Brute Force is able to get a very strong mid duo that can really accelerate the rotation speed coming in from Brute Force, say something like a Cho, something like a Grok that can really clear the lanes fast, enter the jungle and exit the jungle, it can slow down the lane long enough to the point where Fredrin doesn't have to farm his own jungle, can instantly go inside the jungle of the lane. Timing. We got to talk about the first as well as second turtle, because at that point, the junglers, they have a decision. Do they want to go for their purple buff, or do they want to go for the turtle? Because usually we see in drafts where Ling is involved, after the second turtle, we will see an invade coming in from the opposing team. So T2K, at the second turtle, they got to make sure that they are winning the map, because if not, Brute Force is going to Brute Force their way inside the jungle.
I definitely want to talk a little bit about how Brute Force technically can also be a bit of a reference for us to kind of gauge the power level of EWC as a whole, because Team Spirit and Brute Force in the grand finals of MCC, it was 4-3. It was a very, very close match. Went all the way to a best of 7, and the fact that Brute Force was able to improve that much in such a short period of time, I'm really wondering if now they've gotten the meta in their grasp. They are going to ban out the Minotaur, so they're already trying to set up for the Fredrin to go for some of these neutral objectives, and for T2K to just respect over to the XP lane. The Paquito for that power, but actually, I wanna ask your opinion on this. With the Paquito being banned out, we haven't really seen Paquito picked up here in the wild card. Even in the previous tournament I casted, I really didn't get to see the Paquito much. Has the Paquito lost the prio?
No, I actually feel like the Paquito is very strong, especially with the War Cry. Because if you're going, this is ranked games, I'm unsure about the professional play, but you pick up the Master Assassin as well as War Cry, you have about 12% extra damage. So you try to stack up on your War Cry, and then you use your champion stance to use your jab twice. with the Warcry proc as well as the Master Assassin, and then you have a big burst of damage, and then after that you play a 4-1. You let the Paquito solo lane, and then everyone else do everything else. Now the Paquito got banned here, as well as the Grok, but Brute Force is the one that bans out the Grok. For Brute Force, I'm also thinking, what kind of... Because for me, personally for me, if I'm fighting a Claude, I like to use heroes with a vengeance. Something like a CC, something like a Tamus, to make sure that he doesn't have as free of a time as he would want using the Blazing Duet.
And I think that's great right now for Brute Force, because technically they can still go for it. That is still up for grabs for them. But then they'll have to go for a roamer that can actually initiate. And they might not be able to go for what the reporter said.
Kufra.
It's a Kufra pick as well. I understand, with the Valentina and the Moskov, technically even the Fredgen with the dash, you can kind of halt them a bit. And especially if the Moskov goes for the Inspire that you mentioned earlier, the Kufra can find a lot of value just pinning him down to the walls and giving a lot of opportunities for the other damage dealers to catch up, forcing the Abyss Walker early, letting the Ling catch up and bully him all the way from the start. But the Claude and Moskov, this matchup is also going to be very, very interesting. I really wonder how this is going to play out, because I don't know if this is the pattern just for Wildcard, but the winning matchup usually loses. The Ruby Claude earlier, the Roger versus Moskov yesterday, the Harith versus Moskov yesterday. It's not been a good time for the strong side gold laners. It's been better for the weak side gold laners. And it is going to be the export pickup with the Hilda too.
Oh, we forgot about this one. Oh.
Brute Force. We were talking about how they could go for the cheese picks, and maybe it'll be the healers, but they go for, just like in their name, Brute Force.
Dude, imagine Hilda, Sky Piercer.
Oh,
right. Think about that. Hilda, Sky Piercer, because again,
you're right.
1,500 gold. Even tank standards, that's very cheap.
It's a bit too cheap.
It's
a bargain deal.
As a Malaysian, there's no such thing as too cheap. Okay?
Okay.
It's cheap enough.
It's cheap enough.
It's cheap enough.
It's cheap enough. But
I've heard a lot of players say, you know what, this is very balanced. Don't change a thing about the item. I'm just saying what the community has said. Some of them just like, don't change it. We like it.
Oh, but...
Oh, Zask! Which big on his... Oh! Okay.
Oh, man.
We got a game.
We definitely
wait.
got a game.
Remember what I said? If you're T2K, you want to bring out something new against the favorites.
Oh, man.
Oh, dude. Expect the unexpected.
Expect
the unexpected.
The unexpected. And now, my question is, what is the Zaz going to be going for?
I don't know.
For the emblems, because technically we were talking about a Temporal Rain.
Yeah.
You can use a Temporal Rain when you use Dominator's Ascent. You're on the ultimate, you can go and just zoom, bro.
Dude, I have no idea. The last time I saw Zaz, you know when?
When?
When Kibo used it.
Yeah, exactly. And he went for Temporal Rain. So, but that was,
Yeah, it's...
We might not want to...
Yeah, I know.
It was Johnson on the other team, right?
Johnson, Kadita. And now we're jumping straight to the second game, where we got a lot of new things here, folks. We got the Zask, we got the Hilda, we got a Kufra, we got a game in our hands.
Crazy stuff this early on in the tournament here. Game number 2, match number 2. And it is already some big picks. The Hilda, the Zask, like you mentioned. But it is going to also be a Purify on the Moskov. We're used to seeing the Inspire nowadays, but it does seem like for Bobe, the mid lane, he will be kind of struggling, at least early on. Fangor doing a lot of damage together with Carnage. And now, good knock up over. No, the Trey Fangor going into the turret, now taken down. First blood for the Zask. It's T2K.
Well, this is the good thing, because you don't always go up against the Zask, right? So you have no idea the power spike that he has, and the fact that he has the Warcry means that he has additional 8% more damage. So perhaps Fangor didn't put that into consideration. 8% is a lot, especially during the laning phase. And now he has even more penetration on his hands.
I mean, at this point, right, at the early game, you're supposed to get a lot of mid-prior so that you can rotate over towards Yahiko. But at this point, Yahiko, you can see in the jungle, he's just free farming up against a Hilda. This is definitely not what we expect. The Link should be bullied in the jungle by the Hilda. But at this point, man, Yahiko will just continue to farm up level 4 already in the first minute of the game, and he will be able to match up with Mashiro. But again, Ling will be able to clear out faster. If he continues to do this, he'll be able to outfarm and outscale that Fredrin.
To be fair, I still believe that the best time to invade someone's jungle is after the second turtle, because again, the first 2 minutes, you're going to receive a lot more damage, so perhaps you want to play a little bit more safer in that way. So I feel like it's still okay, but if he dies 2 more times after this, that invade is going to be pretty rough. The first turtle, Brute Force has to secure it. Don't give it over to T2K.
All right, first turtle being started up by Mashiro. Brute Force is what they like to go for, mutual objective battle. But look at the setup coming down. T2K actually have the better setup, not for Apex though. Fangor dealing a whole lot of damage. Masara with the penalty zone, locking him down. Mashiro's still going to be able to find the retribution. Now going to be knocked out by the attempts of Blaze as he gets slain by the Zas. Still on the Dominator's descent now, looking for another kill, but Kojix goes in, and that's going to be the Farago armor, taking down Babe. No longer in the Dominator's descent as Yahiko dives forward, has the Defiant Blade. Babe going to be taken very low. Fangor chasing him down. That's a double kill for Marvin. And now it's just Yahiko without a purple buff, able to pinch poise away, but Fangor wants to go for the chase. Defiant Blade defensively, and Fangor has successfully zoned him away, but he'll still be able to go to the purple buff. No turtle for T2K.
What did our reporters say? What did they do in the early game?
Team fight.
Team fight. And that's what we saw for both teams. And it's as even as it can get. Even though, sure, the first kill went over to T2K, so technically it's a 2-3 trade, but still, in terms of the score, it's 3-3 right now. And I feel like Fangor, he made it up. It's like, sure, he died for his blood, but now he has 3 assists, and now he wants to go for Witch.
Oh no, he would have used the Battle Mirror Image. Now they go in, but the Blazing Duet saves him together with the Tyrant's Revenge. Good rotation over by Apex. It does seem like for now, Mashiro will still be able to even out that lead against the Ling.
Now we got to look at the goal difference here, because we got to look at Yahiko, really. Not much has changed, because Mashiro has 2K, and he only has 2.1K. Yahiko is still doing well, but I would thought he would be doing a lot better. It's not farming as fast as I want him to be.
Slowly but surely for both these teams trying to go for the scaling, but so far the winning matchup in the Moskov has been doing a bit better. The retribution used up by Yahiko to secure that creep in his own jungle, which forced Root to use the Battle Mirror Image back again. Now onto the waves, we'll still be able to soak in that gold cannon minion. And what does the items say?
It shows that the Hilda is going to go for that
Sky Piercer.
He's
an official SPA Fangor, the Sky Pierce abuser. And now it's... Is it going to be done by the second turtle?
Hold on. Looking at the items here, I feel like once the turtle has been secured, that you do have it. So after the turtle, it might be the time where Brute Force wants to take a fight. And again, after this turtle, they can go for the jungle invade.
Oh, if he had it, he would have taken Witch down all alone in the bottom lane. Apex charging into the Tyrant's Revenge, able to catch only onto Marvin. Now a good time by Mashiro. Trying to look for an angle to go for the last hit on the turtle. He already used the first kill now. That's some Razor's Wrath combo together against Apex, who steals it away. Marvin blows Apex up with the last Insanity, and now they get locked down by Kojik. It's now Yahiko who gets a trade back. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of T2K. They didn't get the turtle, but they will be able to get some hits onto the turret gold. But so does Black March up top.
Yeah, Marvin is able to get his War Axe, and Yahiko is able to get his first item as well. So now we're starting to see a little bit more aggression coming in from both teams. But look at the Moskov here. Black March was able to get free farm, same as Witch. So for both teams, let's look at Witch. Vanguard still does not have... Okay, now he gets it. Imagine if he got that turtle, he would have gotten it.
And look at this. Even in the XP lane, Black March has been farming like an absolute monster, LaFell. He is level 8.
Witch is level 7. Took me a while to look for his name. But either way, Monster Up now having the Dominance Eyes means he can deal with the Moskov. I feel like Monster Up could probably go for an early Blade Armor just so that he can actually deal with Black March and make sure that he gives enough space for T2K Esports to actually deal the damage. Apex is charging in. Looks like he finds Fangor.
Revenge and the Rage now used up. Now the Blazing Duet will be able to take him down, but Fangor does a little bit more damage over towards Witch. Still able to go for the Battle Mirror Images. Black March joins in the team fight now, pinning 2 members down. Straight into the Appraiser's Wrath, but in the back line, Babe with the Dominator's Descent gets rid of Black March. And T2K, they were definitely trained to kill and to team fight.
Yeah, this is what they do. They team fight. Now Witch has the Demon Hunter sword, so he deals much more damage. Looks like the Valentina is trying to clear it up. It looks like going in, misses the ult.
Stolen penalty zone. No flicker committed just yet. Now with the flicker, Bobby flickers as well. Back to the turret. Not enough to save him, but now it's going to be Masarap swinging the hammer down onto Kajik. Very, very low. Witch getting that first kill now. Backing up with the battle mirror image. Is very, very low. Kajik still able to survive as Apex charges into Tower's Revenge. Unable to find Fangor. That movement speed just juking him away with the sprint.
Right now we're looking at the items here, and I kind of feel like the Moskov having just one item compared to, oh no, it's still the same one item on the Claude. Looking at the EXP as well, looks like Masarap is going for a magic resist item after this, perhaps the Tina shield. But again, I kind of feel like looking at the damage coming in from Kojak, maybe he could have delayed it a little bit, but you know what? All's fair.
Penalty zone locking him down. Kajik all alone in the mid lane, and it's a pickoff. T2K getting the trade now, looking to go for the turtle. Mashiro on it, gets the retribution. Babe dominates the set, but Mashiro just gets out of it, and Babe is forced back again. Yahiko was all the way in the bottom side of the map, trying to go for a trade perhaps, but now will be forced back into his own jungle.
We got to talk about how even this game is.
Yeah.
Look at the gold. The gold is the same. In terms of kill, it might as well be the same. 6 to 7, not really that big of a difference. We see the teams, both teams, are not shying away from a fight.
Yo, they're meta.
Marbin, brute force. Not breastplate.
No,
just brute force.
He got the brute force while playing for brute force, which up top looking for the siege, and with Yahiko, he should be able to take that down. Mashiro actually using the retribution onto Apex, but he'll still be able to get out. Yahiko just wants to get off the wall there, goes back to his own jungle, farming up, and at this point, we're seeing that. What we said in the draft, Yahiko on the Ling, you are going to be able to outfarm the Fredrin, especially when we get to the mid game. Now he's level 11 to level 10 for Mashiro, despite the 2 turtles.
This is the bad thing about constantly fighting, is that brute force, sure, they got a lot of trades in the fight, but perhaps it might be a better idea to avoid the fights and actually try to control the jungle of T2K, because right now we're looking at items here, and the Ling has 2 items. After this, it is going to be the Endless Battle, and we got to talk about the Zaskier. Having the Glowing Wand, having the Divine Judgment makes it so that he can deal with tankier members. So it looks like Bobby's job is actually to handle Mashiro as well as Marbin and Fangor.
Apex. Tower's Revenge looking for that push. Doesn't go through. What happened in top lane? Black March together with Fangor. Yahiko caught all alone, and they might be able to go for a tier 2 turret with Mashiro already placed into the jungle of T2K. That's a free trade. That's a free pick for brute force.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if Yahiko got a lot of farm. Just kill him.
Just kill him.
It's that simple. Simple.
Brute force.
Brutal. Legendary.
Force.
Simple, brute force, legendary.
There we go.
There we go. It's easy. Just get a kill. It's not that hard.
It's not that hard. They definitely made it look easy up top. I really wonder what exactly happened there, but Marvin, we're trying to open up the map, goes in with the fire. Apex stunning him up, and Witch is dealing a whole lot of damage at this point of the game. 9 minutes in. Apex still going to be burnt down. Marvin doing the same towards Apex, just shredding him down, forcing the regen out. And Yahiko. All right, now a big question. Yahiko is farmed up. He's a level ahead, or was a level ahead, but can he 1v1 the Hilda?
No.
No, okay.
No, I don't think so. And right now, T2K, they got to be careful, because brute force, this is what they want to do, because they have the X-Borg. The X-Borg plus War Axe plus brute force breastplate. He wants to play for the long game, right? He wants to chip you down as much as he can, and then giving a lot of space for the Fredrin to go for the Lord. Because you got to think about this. If Yahiko steals the Lord, it might seem good for T2K, but then Brute Force can just come back and go for the kills.
Oh, they're forcing it down. Mashiro is going to be zoned away. Jumps into the taunt now. Masarap going to be caught in. And Apex goes in for the damage. Dominator's descent as well as zone him away as the last Insanity gets popped in. Masarap will be blown up. Now Temps of Blades as Yahiko secures the Lord, which instantly backing away. And Yahiko is going for a few more kills. T2K with a massive advantage, only trading their XP for that big Lord. And Yahiko will continue over to take that purple buff away from Brute Force.
Brute Force, they were a little bit all over the place, where if they chose one target at a time, perhaps they could have won a team fight. But the fact that they're spreading out their resources, making it so that everyone is low, but not low enough to get killed. Brute Force was the one on the losing end on that one, especially because I feel like they got hit by the Lord quite a few times. And now the Lord is marching down mid. Fangor is not going to have a lot of space for him to really utilize the Sky Piercer that well.
Okay, under the blade used up. Konjik still able to flick around now. Oh, that's going to be a great revenge over to catch Fangor as he tries to go for Yahiko. That's going to pin down the Blazing Duet, from which will force them back. Black Mark's going to be caught by the Dominator's Descent, and you can see how impressive Bobbit is just utilizing that. Mashiro almost gets shredded down, and they are able to get rid of the tier 2 in the mid lane, but it's just that for now. Yahiko now shoving the wave up top as they get rid of the other wave in the bottom lane, trying to get some more value with the First Lord. Meanwhile, Apex trying to go for a cheeky little pick there, but Black Mark is able to use that Spirit of Misery to fend off Yahiko, taking a few turret shots, almost dying, almost getting punished up top.
Yeah, honestly, I want to stay at this item screen for quite a while because we want to dissect what Bobe is actually doing. Getting the Azure Blade early, not really building into anything, just making sure that he has enough mana to sustain inside of a fight. But Glowing One plus the Divine Glaive plus the changes on the Zast.
Yikes!
What the Zast is doing right now is almost 50,000 damage. It's almost double of the Claude. Like, how much damage can you do with the burn from the Glowing One with the penetration coming in from the Divine Glaive? You got to talk about how the changes now. Zast from before wants to ramp up, right? With more attack speed coming in from the Inspire plus the Feather of Heaven. That's a strong Zast, but nowadays you don't need that. You just need straight up damage because on hit now, there's a lot of CC. There's slows, there's stuns. So, not stuns, but it's like it's slow enough that it makes you feel like it. So, controlling the front line, making sure that Mashiro is not really a factor, Marbin not really a factor, and Fangor as well.
Holy Crystal, just as you were talking about, you know, the pure damage for Bobbit, for Zask, he was already dealing 50,000 damage throughout the 12 minutes. Whoa, 7 of Blades. Just to clear out the wave. Oh, walks up. Oh, man. Oh. You definitely had to hold your breath for that one. He could have walked in straight into a Moskov and a Hilda. Definitely not what you want to walk into. But Bobbit now, holy Crystal.
We got to put this into perspective. The Valentina has 3 items as well, but it's not as expensive as the build coming in from the Zast. So the power spike is much different, especially because what Kojik is trying to do is more supportive, but the itemization coming in from Bobe, he's a shredder. He's a tank shredder at this point. And it's good because you're going up against Fangor with the Hilda. The Hilda, if you don't stop her, it's going to be a big problem. But now Bobe is like, I got you. Let me handle the Hilda, you guys handle the rest.
Slowly but surely, I think all these frontliners actually will be taken out by Bobbit, especially now that Witch is also very, very Blade of Despair done for Yahiko in the 13-minute too. All the power spikes for T2K. But for Brute Force, they actually also have something to play with. Fangor, did a lot of damage going for it, no! It doesn't proc the Sky Piercer! It did not proc, Yahiko still able to survive. Fangor gets out, but Mashiro, all during the chaos, they used it as a distraction to brute force their way into the Lord to take it. And now in the 14th minute, that's an enhanced Lord.
That was brilliant, because even I didn't notice what was going on. We were looking at, Yahiko was like, oh no, he looks like he's going to get taken down. But if Fangor had 4 kills at that point, I believe it was going to be a lethality. It was going to be an execute. The fact that he only has 1 kill, but I believe it has been reset because he died after he got his first kill, make it so that he only has 4%. And folks, you see the difference between 6% and 4%. If it wasn't for the nerf, perhaps we would have seen a kill onto Yahiko.
That would have been a very, very deadly one. Oh!
Look at Mashiro, man.
Purify able to escape now. Mashiro going for some damage. Apex still able to escape with a bouncing ball. As T2K will still be able to fend off. Dominator's Descent, Bobbit! Goes in way too aggressively, gets punished by Brute Force. And this is some bad timers for them. They got an Enhanced Lord up top, and now Black March is marching down in the mid lane, trying to go for the siege onto that tier 2 as the Enhanced Lord charges down onto the base turret up top. Witch and Yahiko able to deal with it for now. Another wave coming down very slowly in all 3 lanes, and Brute Force will just go into the mid lane first. Now pushing it again, Apex. Trying to go for the charge on that Timer's Revenge slowly but surely, but you can see the poke over to T2K. Up top, they'll still be able to defend their base turrets, so no base turrets taken down with the Enhanced Lord, but definitely for Brute Force, they've gotten themselves now onto the even level. T2K, they had an overwhelming advantage earlier, now it's all but gone.
This just shows you how much of a game changer the Lord really is. Sure, getting a kill onto Bobe actually influenced a little bit more, but with 1 Lord, all that T2K has for themselves is just the inhibitor. And now we're going in for a pause so that we have time to talk about this, where again, after this is why the Lord is still worth fighting for. It's just very, very risky. So we got to talk about the macro, how you just send one roamer to deal with their jungler, making it so that the entire team has to collapse onto their own jungler, letting go of the Lord, and then immediately giving it over to your opponent's side. So there's still a risk using an assassin as a jungler. If someone can lock him down, locking down aggressively like the Hilda can, making it so that the entire team has to abandon their positioning to help your jungler, it's a big impact. So honestly, Brute Force played that very well. Make sure they got the Lord, make sure they got a kill onto the mid laner. The mid laner can't clear the lane as fast, super minions charging in, and then you go in and get everything but their inhibitor. Honestly, beautiful play coming in from Brute Force.
Really well played. The fact that they were able to play with all those forced errors were really impressive, considering they were the ones behind, because I think we're kind of used to seeing those forced errors being displayed by the winning team. That's like a normal occurrence here in MLBB. The fact now that there are some changes onto the Lord, that you can't hold onto it with the lead even, that grants us some more creative plays like that to happen, right? I mean, Fangor, I think at that point he was ready to just sacrifice himself, go for the trade, because even if he went in, died for Yahiko, that's incredible value. But like you said, that 2% nerf really played a massive play there, because imagine if Yahiko was taken down, executed by the Sky Piercer, and they got the Lord. And then they got Bobe, right? Bobe overextended. That was...
They might have gotten one inhibitor. And the thing is, one inhibitor doesn't sound much, but you got to consider after the inhibitor gets taken down, super minions will just keep spawning.
Exactly.
And it makes it so hard for you to protect your base while trying to contest for map control.
The auto slow push.
Exactly.
In the lane that you get the base turret, and now for both these teams, they're going to just, calm down just a little bit now, but...
This is a good game, by the way.
This is a great game, right? We're seeing a lot of creative angles to come back from the game. We're seeing a lot of great team fights as well from both T2K and Brute Force.
Right now we got troubleshooting, 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. During this time, again, I want to talk about Bobe on the Zaz pick because I believe the changes for the Zaz makes the impact instant. And I kind of feel like that's the biggest change compared to Zaz from previous patches where you want to ramp up, you want to get it to a point where the slow is slow enough that the opponent can't move. Now it's instant. The moment someone gets hit, it's the immense slow is applied, and afterwards you just want to deal as much damage as you can. But again, we see some positioning errors that might be difficult for the Zaz, because now even though you can spawn your Nightmaric spawn wherever you want using the ult, you don't have to use your first skill spawn to change it into your ult. But still, the positioning is still going to be very difficult as a Zaz. But either way, I feel like he's using it very, very well.
I think the positioning and the timing, right?
And
because
the timing, yeah.
some of those moments, the positioning was already good, but the timing of popping into the Dominator's Descent ended up with him dying, overextending, a little bit of a miscommunication maybe with the rest of the team that maybe were already communicating that they wanted to go in, but didn't take the initiative, and instead, Bobe had to pay the price. I thought, with Bobe dying, they would actually lack a little bit of wave clear to handle those waves, but luckily for T2K, they were still able to defend and stay composed even after losing their mid lane, because he's definitely going to be the guy to do all that, the wave clear in these skirmishes, especially with the Lord.
Although I gotta say, looking at draft, this should be, even though T2K just got pressured heavily, right? I feel like the draft favors them a little bit, because especially because they have the Ling. They just have to get to the mindset where someone needs to set something up for us to have an amazing team fight. Like the Terizla, bait something. Like either use the Terizla as a good setup tool or legit just use him as a bait. Let him die as long as the opponent's Brute Force use everything that they have so that the Ling is free.
It's easier said than done though, right? For the Ling to be free, because
if I was Terizla, it would be easy. I would pretend I miss my ult.
Okay.
I trust me. I'm just pretending I miss my ult.
Muster up.
But now we're jumping straight into the game. And I was talking about Yahiko, but we've got to talk about Witch as well. Has not died an entire time this game, so he's been skinning up well.
It really has. I think for both teams, right? Even for Black March, he was able to rotate across the map so many times. Item check again.
the item chat that we really have to talk about is the fact that Masarap now having the blade armor means that he can legit be a bait, because Black March is not going to be as free as he would want to go for the damage. Speaking of which, Black March is full items. Looks like the Claude is just missing one item. I'm guessing it's going to be the Malefic Roar. Although, I feel like in this kind of situation, maybe he should go for more of a defensive item. Maybe a Rose Gold Meteor, just that he can survive a little bit more and stay in the team fight a bit longer. But either ways, damage dealt, 61,000 damage being dealt by the Zaz. And the Kupra took almost 80,000 damage in this game.
A lot of damage from both these teams. It's all about damage output, as we know, in this meta. Yahiko and Witch synchronized Malefic Roar by together there. Babe also, Starlium Scythe. Is that his last item, LaFell?
I believe it's his 4th item. It's his 4th item. Oh wait, no, 5th.
Oh, Apex gonna be able to get the revenge and the raise down to the penalty zone. They're gonna try to melt Mashiro down, but the last Insanity gets rid of all of them now in the back line. Kaji able to go for the Executed Witch, trying to go for the Kite now, able to go for the Immortality, and now it's gonna be Yahiko who secures it. The Wind of Nature saves him for a bit, and in the end, Yahiko will take the Lord and will take also Marbin out of the game. That's a triple kill for Yahiko in the bush. Yahiko goes in, Kaji tries to go for it, and that's gonna be the Maniac for Yahiko in the mid lane. Kajic, he tried to go for the risky play. He did, and he paid with his life. And now with a wipeout, it seems they're just gonna go for the base straight up. It's wide open. They don't even need to go for the base turrets. One push is all they need. T2K get the dub.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but dude, I called it. They had the draft to be able to do this well. Someone just needs to be a bait. Someone just needs to throw their body to enable things. It looks like the one that threw their body was actually the Lord, because the Lord, I feel, dealt a lot of damage in that game. Even though the X-Borg almost turned things around, but Yahiko was free. No one was able to stop him. And T2K starting off with a W.
T2K, the team that was considered, the dark horse coming into this group. We were talking about Brute Force, Homeboys, IHC, but T2K, they were able to get the game. And it was all from the early game, like, the reporter said. Team fight, team fight, team fight.
We got to talk about the first Maniac as well, right? Yahiko, I mean, to be fair, the Maniac was given to him,
yeah,
right?
I mean, Kaji, that's why I was kind of shocked. That's why Kaji,
I feel like he felt he had the burst damage, because we're looking at the highlights here. And again, he could have just go away. Yahiko didn't know he was there, but because of the Maniac, because you were able to take the Valentina down, it was free. Lord was marching in. You still have members on your team. You end the game.
I think either way, that would have been an auto end, right? Because even if he did get the recall,
Yeah,
I guess he
true.
was trying to make a risky play to save the game by taking Yahiko down. Because maybe if he did get that kill, maybe he would have turned the tides around that siege.
That was an amazing game, but now we're going for a break before we start our 3rd game of the day.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And now we're back from a victory going for T2K. You guys are watching the Wildcard with me, Lafel, as well as Mirko. Today's Group B, and the upcoming match is going to be T2K going up against Homeboys, where both teams got a victory over their previous match, but T2K has to play one again. I wonder, after that game, what is Homeboys thinking? Looking at Zas, Bobby, again, big impact in the game.
At this point, you've got to wonder, right? Because for Homeboys, as much as they were so dynamic, the way that they played game number one, and, you know, throughout the history of Homeboys, we know that they can actually play for both early, mid, late, and maybe they don't go for team fights all the time, which is kind of different there. For you guys can do and fill up, you know, the form right here to help us improve, get even better throughout MSC 2024.
Yes, again, reminder, scan the QR code while we're having this conversation, because, again, T2K shocked us in the best way possible. And I feel like this match going up against Homeboys really set the tempo throughout the other games that's going to be happening today, because both teams have gotten a victory. Whoever wins this one gets 2 wins, and after 2 wins, you're almost you have one foot in the door. 1 foot.
1 foot.
Yeah.
You've got half of your body inside the room, right? Like almost passing it through, but then you obviously still have to wait for the other matches, the results of the other matches. Who knows? You know, something could happen there. Maybe some of these other games will be played and some of the upsets could happen again. But for T2K, man, they're playing with the exact same style that we kind of expected. They wanted to go for team fights, and team fights. And in this meta, it works.
It works?
It really, really works. It actually helped them go and fight out against Brute Force, win out, despite a lot of times Brute Force were able to hold them back with some of these macro decisions. And now up against Homeboys, my question is, Udil versus Bobbe, right? We saw the Zas, but for Udil, I know for a fact this guy, he likes to go for his own hero pool. Like, he has a very certain, I wouldn't say shallow, but it's a very specific hero pool.
He knows his best, and he's going to pick his best.
Exactly. And now with the Zas coming up, do they want to go up against that? Do they have counters for it? Or do they want to just ban it out?
I feel like in terms of counters, they might not have it, because, again, how often do you fight against Zas, right? So it's like...
all the time. No, I'm joking.
It's like, you know what could be strong, but it's not battle tested, right? So your question is in the mid. My question, will Yahiko actually pick up the Ling again? Because Homeboys fought against a Ling, and they were able to win it out. And the Ling didn't have that much opportunities to actually farm. Compared to Yahiko just now, he had ample opportunities to farm, because we saw he completed the Blade of Despair. In this matchup...
full items.
Yeah, in this match, again, if he picks up the Ling again, I'm not as sure if he can get those full item builds that he was able to get going up against Brute Force.
In a way, I actually feel like for T2K, the way that they actually went up against Brute Force, again, not talking about the dynamic later for T2K against Homeboys, but T2K compared to IHC, it almost seemed like T2K had a very similar plan, just with different picks. They want to layer in the team fights. They want to go for these skirmishes, but play with the different dimension that they have in their composition. And they technically did what IHC wanted to do in game number 1. And you can definitely see for at least previous game, the match MVP, here Yahiko, MVP.
8.0 KDA, 800 gold per minute, and 62% kills. Now, that is very, very impressive. And like you said, it is full item build. We got to look at the emblem setup here as well. Looks like he went for a bit more critical in this build using the assassin emblem with the quantum charge to make sure that when he goes in, he has a little bit more movement speed, making it so that it's easier for him to chase after opponents. And now we're actually looking at the post-game stats here, where again, the two members that we really have to talk about is Yahiko as well as Bobby, where Bobby was not able to get his full build, but we have a rough understanding of the build that he's going for. The last item, I believe it is going to be the Feather of Heaven. But again, a lot of burst damage coming from the Zask. And we got to look at, again, I feel like Homeboy should not make that mistake of giving the opportunity for Bobby to stack up the Warcry, because the Warcry is the reason why he got a first blood in the first place.
I'm just trying to like glance at the emblems now, and we get a little bit of a Master Assassin.
Yeah.
Double Master Assassin.
Dude, but right now we gotta listen from T2K, because we got an interview ready with T2K.
Hello, my IGN is Yahiko from T2K Esports, and my role is jungler. So after me and Masrab, we left for Miracle Esports. We just decided to create another team, and we just got the best. We just find the best players, so we just formed the team. Bob, I heard from my friends that Bob is really good at MOBA games. Like before, when he was still playing the game back in 2018, he was like one of the best players in Nepal. So he got back to the game after 4 years. And at that time, we were looking for a mid laner, and we found Bob. So when we were like creating a team, like we were trying out new players, and we were playing just small tournaments. And one time, the Bob was in our opponent, and he really played good, and he like destroyed us. And I heard like he came after 4 years, and I was like, how can he play so good when he came out after 4 years? So yes, I just immediately and like texted him and just asked him if he could play from my team, and yeah, we got Bob. At the start of the team, we had quite a communication issue because we weren't that close with each other, and later on, after we start getting closer in person as well, like our communication started to get better, and we managed to perform well. But it was a really hard time. We had a hard time. I think our play style is quite random. Like I think the opponent cannot predict us because like actually we won't even know what we are doing. We just play normally, and we just do random stuff, but at the end of the day, it just comes out pretty well because I think of the synergy. So I think we are quite unpredictable at the Wildcard. I think the recent patch is plus point for me since I'm a jungler. But I think it's a 50-50 for our team, for the other roles as well. The new patch is, I think, good for me because of the new items and the hero buffs. I think Sky Piercer and other new items are pretty good for me and my playstyle, and for my hero as well. So yes, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, we have tried some new stuffs, but I think cannot reveal. Disadvantage, I think it's gonna be hard on Bob because the patches keep on changing, and it's quite hard for him to adjust because he's been playing ML only for 3 months after getting back after 4 years. So I think it's gonna be hard for him, but I trust him. Last year at M5 Wildcard, it was quite sad, and it was a hard pill to swallow. And at this time, I really want to like show my gameplay and to the whole world that I deserve to get qualified for the main event. So we are willing to try our best as a team, and I hope everything goes well. I think I want to face against IHC Esports because they are strong. And since Bebex is also my friend, so I want to play against him.
Well, Yahiko was talking about how it might be difficult for Bob to adjust. I think he did well.
Yeah.
I think Bob crushed Yahiko's team before, and now Bob is looking to crush every other team.
Ah, man, the Zask was amazing for Bob. Remember, we were calling him Bobby the whole time when we could have just called him Bob. Bob sounds way better.
It sounds way cooler.
It does. It's just Bob, right? Bobby. But, for this matchup, we do have Apex and Zorn, and pretty similar playstyle, actually. Not entirely, but you know what I mean, right? They want to initiate, they want to be the ones proactive, and they want to be the guy to
They
make
wanna
the
be in
play
your face.
to turn the game around. Because that play around the Lord from Apex to catch Mashiro, that was the game-turning play.
And again, this is Homeboys going up against T2K Esports, where we got to see aggression going up against aggression. Who's really the master of aggression here? Where T2K, they want to keep on fighting. So it's really on Homeboys now. Does Homeboys want to fight as well? Or do they want to move away from the fight? It's going to be dictated in the draft where, again, we got to talk about the draft here. Homeboys, first picking the Claude. Are they going for that kind of style again or not? Especially considering T2K just now, Witch picked up the Claude as well. I don't think it's one of those strategies where you just want to take it away from your opponents, but I don't know, maybe this is just the way that Homeboys wants to draft right now. Instead of picking up priority, they just don't want to show their hand. All out aggression is all about the kill count, and this is my kind of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, it's my
I
kind
don't
of Mobile
care
Legends as
about
well.
objectives.
Yeah, objectives are for nerds usually, right? We go for team fights, brawl it out, yeah, in the mid lane and in these neutral objective battles. And technically, for T2K, he said it as well. Yeah, he goes like, yeah, we're kind of random, so it makes it hard for the opponents to read us. And now that you're trying to like think about all these things, I would say for Homeboys, don't think. Play with your instincts, because T2K, it seems that's what they have in favor of them. That's what they've been able to use as an advantage over some of these teams that, you know, want to go for advantages, macro this, macro that. No, T2K say instincts, fight, let's go.
Now we're looking at a lineup coming in from Homeboys. You guys have saw them in the first game for today. That's not hard, but it's okay. Homeboys did very, very well in their match going up against IHC, and this is Homeboys. The main lineup here. Again, looking very strong. Sapat, Chibi, Udil, Nets, as well as Zorn as the roamer. And we didn't talk a lot about Udil, but him on the Vexana getting multiple 3-man Eternal Guards is one of the reasons why they keep winning the team fights.
As he said back in MPLID, enak banget rasanya. That means it's just so
It
good.
tastes good.
It tastes good.
Tastes good.
That's the exact translation. There's another word that I will not say, you know, that he said maybe it's not safe, but for T2K, Apex is one of, you know, he trash talks as well. I've seen the interviews. I would love to see the spiciness for both these teams, Udil and Apex.
Here's the thing. It's like, if you give them the mic and you say anything goes, do whatever you want. They will do whatever they want. And us as casters, it's kind of what we want to see. But now we got to look at Masarab, Yahiko, Bob, Witch, as well as Apex. And again, in the interview, very good insight coming in from Yahiko. Bob is a main factor of how T2K Esports is really becoming a team that is much stronger than what Yahiko thought that it could be.
For sure. I think for Bob especially, I think he might just be the X factor, right? Maybe on a normal pick, it'll be different. We're still trying to read out as well how strong T2K are, what picks they want to go for. But based on game number 1, he found incredible success on a hero that, I mean, based on the interview, Yahiko said, you know, he's struggling to adapt. So if that was him struggling to adapt, if he gets a comfort pick, I wonder what Bob will do. I wonder if Bob will be able to build, you know, a stable pillar for the team, you know? No? You know, it's like a reference to Jurassic, no?
Do you know that Bob is funny?
Bob is funny?
Bob is funny.
How do you know?
According to his team. I watch interviews.
Ah.
See?
I also watched the interview.
And now we're jumping into the draft. And when I say jumping, Mirko, jump!
They can't
there
see
you
it.
go.
They can't see it, though.
No, just say that you did.
But, yeah, I mean, that's like...
There, I jumped.
I could see you. I can see you. They can't see you, but I can.
Okay, chat, do you think I jumped? Let us know. Because, okay, let me jump for you guys again. Okay, ready? I jumped.
It sounds like... It doesn't even sound like a jump. I don't think a jump sounds like that.
I jump. You see me.
All right, let's jump.
All right, T2K. Oh, okay.
Into the draft.
All right, okay, into the draft. 1, 2. All right, Chip, first ban for T2K, meaning that they don't want themselves that this is a good ban because even in Malaysia, no one wants to give Zorn the chip, man.
No.
Like that is too much. You got to respect the guy. But now Homeboys, I would say usually we see the usual suspects here. The Harif, the Luyi. We've seen the Roger today, but that came from T2K. It looks like Homeboys, they're sticking with their guns. They understand. In a skirmish meta, the Faramis might be the outlier here, so you got to ban it out.
It's the Fairness ban. We're expecting the Fairness ban, especially considering, you know, a lot of these teams want to just go for the team fights. And I think it's still the same, pretty similar for Homeboys. Despite the fact that they have a lot of advantages to play with the macro, I think now it's all about the team fights like we saw earlier. Kills gets you wins. And you can see that K and T2K, it is, well, the initial spell out, or it says train to kill. So they're definitely looking to go for these team fights even crazier, even more random than what Yahiko said in the interview earlier. They are a random team. They want to go for even more random things. But the ZAS so far has gotten no attention at all in the drafts, LaFell. It's been the Fairmist, the Moskov. They might actually just leave the Zosk open. They might be thinking that, you know, it was a cheese pick that worked in the previous game, but I'm not sure you're going to try to utilize it back to back because even though, you know, Bob was able to play it really well, there were some mistakes that almost turned the game around for the opposing team. For Brute Force, they were able to catch him, overextending a couple of times, and now with the Herod ban, T2K does seem like they have a different sort of prio because this is not what we're used to seeing on blue side. This is a red side ban from T2K.
What if they want the Angela? Right? Yeah, I could show you could use the Ling. But imagine if they go even crazier. We pick up the Angela. You think we're going to pick up the Ling? Nah, fam. The Fanny.
Oh, Fanny, yeah.
Right? I mean, that's another assassin.
That's true. That's another assassin. I always think about the Zosk now, right? Especially considering Bob just used it earlier. How would that work? Angela Zosk. Does the Dominator's Ascent get a shield? I don't think so.
What would happen if Yin captures a Zosk? Zosk can still spawn the... Do you know, I found a clip that someone was able to have an Angela inside the Yin ult. And it's not like... Yeah, I know.
Was he in hard guard?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, not the Yin, the opponent.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, no. Okay, now I remember. You know what happened?
Okay.
So the Yin, so it was a chip involved. The chip ult the Yin, and then the Yin ult the chip, but the portal was still there.
The shortcut was inside.
And then everyone came in.
Oh my god. That is an interesting interaction. I've never seen it be like personally, but we do have a Valentina ban here for Homeboys, and technically for T2K, that Angela could still be an option to go for as first pick, because if they don't go for it, Homeboys are going to be very happy just picking up the Angeling, Nolan, Angela, whatever it is, that combination is lethal. But for T2K, it kind of forces Homeboys now to go for the Ling pick, right? Because if they give the Angeling over to T2K, we saw exactly what Yahiko was able to do without the Angela, and game number 2 earlier, he was able to get a Maniac. So he can top that. He can go for a Savage maybe with the Angela.
Let me just say, Chibi started out as an assassin jungler, but it's been such a long while, man. Nowadays, Chibi's specialty is the fighters. So he'll go for Leomord.
Oh, man. You
Leomord
literally
instead.
said you didn't want... You weren't on this boat earlier, but now after
Things have
seeing
changed.
the ban... Oh, no, they're just going to... Okay. Things haven't changed,
All right. No, things have changed. He hasn't... The only assassin he's been playing is the Nolan. Everything else he hasn't been using for quite a long time. I mean, do you want me to talk about scrims? Okay, maybe not.
Well, you know...
I mean...
that's on you, right? Like you can decide to go for it.
I decide not to.
You'll decide not to, all right, but they will have a Primal Rat together with the Ling, so they have a way to actually, you know, force these members from T2K to stay in the team fight for the Ling to deal damage, and this is really, really good for a possible Roger pick later on. If they still want to go for the gold lane Roger, it'll work. It works with their kind of snowball composition as well, so T2K, I believe they should be the ones to go for the Roger first, try to deny that over from the gold lane that can be placed by Homeboys, and you're also setting yourself up for a flex pick, and that's exactly what they do. The Roger flex into the jungle, into the gold lane, we'll see, and the Ruby as well. That's a great flex pick.
It is a very amazing flex pick now for Homeboys. They prioritized the Vexana before, and it looks like they're going to prioritize the Vexana again. Looks like they don't mind a net hero pool. Perhaps T2K wants to ban out the Claude because that's what he used before this, and he was able to control his lane very, very well. The question is here, I kind of feel like this Roger is going to the jungle. It really fits T2K's playstyle because, you know, the ultra aggression having the Roger as well as the Angela, it's going to be pretty strong. But looks like for Homeboys, they feel like this Roger is going to go to the gold lane. So they ban out the Amon.
Definitely been doing their research as well with the Amon now being buffed. It could prove to be a big problem for the rest of the Homeboys lineup here. That instant burst almost with the endless shards. We haven't seen it just yet on the wild card, but hey, who knows? Yahiko said they were random. they might as well just go for these big bans. Some of these bans that maybe are just towards the picks that have been doing okay and good, maybe possibly in scrims. We'll have to ask LaFell about those scrim results, but maybe he might not be, what, he doesn't want to talk
I'll
about
keep my
it
mouth
right
shut.
now.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
It's okay.
I've learned my lesson.
You've learned your lesson, okay.
But here's the thing, Mirko. Let me tell you one thing.
Okay, one thing, just one?
Lessons can be unlearned.
Lessons can be unlearned. And sometimes you do have to unlearn lessons to learn a new lesson. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. But now the Claude gets banned out. That's sense as well. Homeboys, if they want to ban his ass, this is the point. Because the Angela can go to mid. The Angela can go to Rome. But the way that Yahiko talked about Bob is a carry kind of player. So you kind of... Personally, for me, I don't like carry players to use the Angela because it's like not using their full potential, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, I catch your drift, man. And I think for Homeboys now, they're actually going to go for the Fanny ban, something we expected earlier. If it's not Ling, maybe it'll be the Fanny. But I'm expecting now, at this point for Homeboys, especially now that they've banned out the Fanny, the Almon, and they've picked up the Ling, the Nolan technically is still up for grabs, but I think the safer choice for T2K would just be to put the Roger in the jungle.
Agreed.
And then go for a different gold laner. But yeah, that will kind of force the Angela to be flexed. I don't know. I agree with you. It's going to be very, very tough if you put, Bob, a carry on someone like an Angela playing utility, but that's going to be a Natan ban as well. So really respecting nets on these
What if
carry
Nets
heroes.
goes crazy?
What is crazy?
What you call it? An Esmeralda goal lane.
An Esmeralda.
You're going up against an Angela comp, and you have a Ling. The Ling will scale. So you don't need more scalers. You just need someone that's very good inside the lanes. Does that make sense, or is that too cope?
I can definitely see it, but I think just for the Angela, if it was an Angela Harith, I would be like, yeah, I think we want to see the Esmeralda come up for Homeboys. But at this point, I feel like they already have such a strong first 3 picks here. They're just going to go for a little bit more CC. So layering CC on top of CC. That's Minotaur, Vexana, and Edith, man. They got a ton of CC to play with.
This is more or less the same draft that they got.
Yeah, it's pretty similar, right? Just they had a Roger in the jungle, so a little bit more consistent damage technically in the skirmishes early on as well. So I'm thinking now they might just have to go for an early game hero in the gold lane too. No Claude, no Natan, no Harith, and no Moscow as well. Huh?
Paquito.
So you're expecting Fighter in the gold lane.
I know Nance, if he wants to go for an early game, the one that comes to my mind right now is Clint. I just don't know how. In ranked games, Clint has been dominating. But again, this is the tournament format. Unsure how it will translate here.
I think knowing that they have so much frontline, going for a Brody would be good, especially now because the Yu Zhong has been picked up. It's a great pick into the Yu Zhong if you want to try to fly by. Those stacks will build up, and by the time you land, you're probably going to be already too low. And that's a Julian as well for Yahiko, it seems. That should be the case.
That should be the case, yeah.
And it'll be a Ruby Roam, Angela mid. We see all the flex picks now going to their roles. And now to the last pick for Homeboys. Will it be the Brody, the Clint, or something entirely different?
Honestly, I totally forgot about the Brody. The Brody is a very good shout-out as well. And if you have the Brody can be the one with the Sky Piercer so that the... Mincetar! Okay, so... I was right about a fighter.
Yeah, but not this fighter. That's a Mincetar.
King's calling.
King's calling.
Call the kings. And the kings coming. And then the kings stop you from dashing. That's a king's calling.
I think the king's calling means like the king is calling his soldiers.
Oh,
because,
so that's what it meant.
That's the king's calling. Like the king calls and the soldiers answer, and then they force you to not. Because Mincetar is the king, right? That would be kind of weird that his ability is calling the king.
My bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's on me. man.
It's on you. It's all right.
I thought king's calling means kings.
Yeah, you want to call the king.
Yes.
I could definitely understand that. But at this point, I think for both these teams, what do they have to bank on? What do they have to call here? Do they go and, like I said, prioritize their instincts or stay disciplined?
Oh, no. Go for your instincts because we're jumping into game number 3. It's going to be T2K going up against Homeboys where team fight might still be the case. But now with the Mincetar in the mix, how are you going to move around?
I really wonder how. We're going to take a look at the emblem straight as we get in, which this time not going to go for the War Cry. That's the Roger in the gold lane. I think it was game number 1 that we saw the War Cry, right? And it was Chibi, I believe. But this time Chibi, so he's just a War Cry. He's a WCA. He's a War Cry abuser. We saw the SPAs. Now we're seeing the WCAs. And Babe, that's an Impure Rage. No Temporal Rain even with the Angela.
Nah, yeah.
You're not a fan?
I feel like Temporal Rain needs more experiment going on, but now Zorn is going to take quite a bit of damage, half HP, but same can be said about Yahiko as well as Apex.
Oh, Chibi walking up now. Apex going to be very low, able to flicker out just in time, and Chibi goes back onto the wall. Now it's going to be enhanced side, taking Udo very low, forcing him out with a flicker. An equal trade at the start of the game, but it might actually favor T2K a bit more. That's the mid lane flicker for the roam flicker.
Dude, team fight, team fight, team fight. Chibi is... You don't expect the Ling to really go for the fight, so you go for the farm, but he's like, if they don't see me coming, that's where I'll come. But now he's level 4, Yahiko's level 3, and he wants to go for the fight.
And half chain again as a Tempest Blaze, and the Terrify locks him down with a Curse Blast. Quick disengage for his own Wolf Case. Chibi goes in, but now gets tied up. Goes into the bush of Fish Boy. Not enough first blood by Bob on the Angela.
Dude, Bob got 2 consecutive first bloods. One against Brute Force and now one against Homeboys.
He's building his image.
He's building his image. Like, he's adapting, man. Yahiko, you don't gotta worry. Bob is great.
Bob, this guy's the guy who's struggling to adapt into the meta. Nets, though, it does seem like he is struggling, and I feel like this is the way. Oh man, I'm not a big fan of the Mincetar pick, to be honest with you, but we'll see after the King's Calling, right? Because level 1 to 3, we obviously won't see the Mincetar do too much, but because of the kill earlier, because of the pressure they got, T2K will be able to secure the first turtle of the game up against Homeboys.
Okay, here's the thing. Homeboys, I believe they did not expect what T2K was able to dish out, but it's one of those things you should have expected, right? Because Yahiko on his Julian needs level 3. He doesn't mind that he is 1 level behind, even though it's not that big of a level behind, because again, the damage he was able to deal was actually majority on the Zorn, and the damage coming in from Bob was able to stop Chibi, making it so that he can't run away. And looking at Chibi's face, he's okay. He's having a laugh about it.
He's chilling, as you would say. Yahiko gonna go for the Scythe as well. That's the enhanced Scythe to pick up the Lethal Wanderer. Apex to be locked down by the Terrifying out the Minus Fury, but Apex just flickers out, and that brings him back in the King's Calling, and they all collapse under the King's Calling. And now we get to see the brilliance of that Mincetar pick. 2 kills back to Homeboys.
Let me just say, Mirko, whenever we don't like a pick, it's gonna pop off. Right, Nance was this Mincetar. He's gonna show, you know what? I got a hidden strat, boys. I'm gonna show my hidden strat. You're gonna see my King's Calling.
Okay, so now you understand the King's Calling. You saw the soldiers, right? He called the King.
I got it. All right. So game fact, Chibi currently holds the record for the highest GPM in the major MLBB tournament game with 1130 goal per minute. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
I mean, I don't know how to react.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chibi would also react the same way. I try to ask him some questions. I tried to hype him up during like an interview.
And then he was like, yeehaw.
No, he didn't say yeehaw, but he was like, no. And then, you know, everybody else kept on hyping him. Yahiko now with a mobilization into the hand side, and that's going to be Dova, but still able to get some healing down too. Wait, what was that?
No, that was his second skill, right? Because he gets his heal from there, and then Zorn coming in with the Motivation Roar. That's the top up of it. So that was all the lifesteal coming in from the Mincetar. That was all him. That was all Nets.
Oh, that's concerning definitely for T2K. Unable to go for the kill now before the turtle spawns. And man, Udil, despite him, you know, using Flicker early, still T2K are unable to catch him. Not now. And Homeboys, they'll be able to control the second turtle of the game. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any contest right now for T2K. Apex is walking up there, doing a good job at zoning him away. That's turtle number 2 for Homeboys as they look to reclaim that power spike of theirs in the mid game.
That's the power spike of a Mincetar. Like, we talked about how T2K with the Zas really, like, making an unexpected amount of damage that he can do. Nats on his Mincetar is more or less the same thing. You don't go up against a Mincetar all that much, but when you do, it's kind of hard for you to adapt on the fly, especially when your instinct is just to go and fight. So the moment T2K dives in, they basically they go all out. Once you're all out, you're caught in the King's Calling, and then after that, there's not much you can do. Look at the clear speed coming in from Nets as well.
Oh, that's Simon Fender right into the chain. Now the pullback. Apex to be caught in the Knights. The King's Calling as Apex gets a hard guard just to escape, and they being able to survive. Woodhill looking for a possible re-engage and a pick-off. T2K unable to get these pick-offs onto the Homeboys members. And take a look at the mid lane. Chibi is going to try to utilize this advantage, but Masarap, great rotation to cover that up.
Dude, that was one of the situations where we can see Nets using the King's Calling, not to call the King, but to call the ambulance. but not for him. Dude, that was amazing, getting ganged by 3 men and still able to survive. This shows that Nats, even though he is a gold laner, he can play like an EXP laner, expecting a lot of gangs coming in and then surviving those gangs right now. The kill score is still 1 to 2. So we're seeing a lot of trades going on between T2K as well as Homeboys, not kills just yet. T2K though, I feel like Yahiko is going for that first item, Holy Crystal. And once the Holy Crystal gets built, in terms of power spike, that's huge. The amount of damage that he can deal now and with the Holy Crystal is so different. It's going to be something that Homeboys cannot expect.
That's a Holy Crystal, though. It does seem like its first item, by the way. First item, Holy Crystal for Yahiko. I believe this is the same build that Kyrie did an MPLID as well. Just instant damage, pure damage. Because with the enhanced side, technically you're already shredding through these HP bars of the frontliners. But Sapat is already a little bit of a change to how he's rotating. Now into the turtle he goes, leaving the bottom lane, sacrificing it a bit. He's already dealt with a few of those minions earlier. It'll be a trade, though, in the bottom lane. Just a turret for the turtle. 2 turtles over to Homeboys, and 1 turret there in the bottom lane. Traded. What happened to Apex here? Gonna be caught on the onward. And the Earthshatter early with a terrifying. And the turtle guard Apex! Flickering forward! Oh, no! You hate to see it! A mistap here in the 7th minute of the game. Now gonna allow Homeboys to go in. Divine Blade with the Tempest of Blades. Gonna be used up, forcing the Black Dragon form to be used up defensively now, in which we'll be able to get a trade off in the top side of the map, getting that tier 1. And luckily for T2K, despite the loss, it was only just a roamer, and the gold lead isn't that far off from them.
Because right now, I would say T2K, they have the right ideas, right? If Homeboys is mid, you go to the sides. If they're at the side, you go for mid. Basically, you want to try to avoid a team fight, because what T2K can do right now is to get pickoffs. I feel like that's what they should be aiming for, because let me ask you a question. You're going up against a Minstar, you're going up against a Minotaur. How are you going to survive that one? How are you going to get out? Not talking about the Vexana's chain CC, not talking about the Edith. How are you going to get out of a Minotaur as well as a Minotaur?
Yeah. Right as you say, we don't talk about the Vexana and the Edith. They missed their skills, but now into the King's Calling. They all get pulled in. Like you said, LaFell, we don't even need to talk about the Edith and the Vexana who missed their skills, because it's all about the Minotaur and the Minsithar. How are you going to get out of that?
You know what that's called? That's the King's Fury.
I thought you were going to say the Minuan Calling. That would be pretty cool, too. I think both Sapat, again, now walking up, trying to zone them away, and successful at doing that. Now the gold lead.
Look at that attack speed.
Is getting a bit crazy. Nets with the attack speed. I believe he has the attack speed build, right? That's why he's just boom.
Dude, let's look at the King's Fury, where he brings them in, use the King's Calling, and then the Minuan Fury comes in. And after that, it was a very clean setup, making it easier for the rest of Homeboys to go in.
Another Earthshatter there. Apex able to pull him back into the site. But the Apex gets caught in the bad spot, doesn't have the flicker as well, was just down for 1 second. One more second, he would have been able to survive, and that was going to be dive from Masaraf as he goes over to Black Dragon form, but his Fury is able to catch him down into the King's Calling. The Petrify connects by Masaraf, still able to walk away, and Witch will tear them apart. That's a double kill for Witch as he goes for more. A triple and O'Neill will be taken out. Yahiko gets a Maniac in game number 1. Now it's Witch's turn.
What is up with T2K Esports?
They're trained to kill.
They're trained to kill. They're trained to get Maniacs, man. Maniacs on 2 different members on 2 different games, and now they got the Lord. JB, what are you doing?
1v4, Divine Blade getting the shutdown now as he goes over to Pinch Voice, but gets caught on the wall and will not be able to go for more. A shutdown. And that's T2K, who get incredible value.
Dude, I'm speechless. T2K found an opening. Let's look at the opening again. It all comes down from the Black Dragon form as well as the Hard Guard being able to isolate 3 targets. During this time, the Ling was nowhere nearby, so even with a very good engage, the damage is not going to be there. And which, I'm unsure whether he has the Sky Piercer or not, but if he does, then that would have showed how strong the Sky Piercer is in that kind of situation where you make low targets into a Maniac.
Super scary now. Spot able to get away just barely there. There's an Eternal Guard used up as well to deny the chase. But now they will continue with the sieges up top.
I mean, that's with the forward, but gets terrified down. Good prediction by Udil. Onward into everything. Petrified locking him down, but Fierce Fury knocks every single member up except for Yahiko, who's able to escape with the enhanced sword, which can be chased down now as Masarap dives into the back line. Sapat's still able to survive right now as that 4 members taken. Oh no, the DOT Masarap continuing the onslaught of damage with the passive as Chibi will be taken low, able to finish points into the wall of Bob. Somehow, some way, gets the heart waves onto the wall. 3 for 1.
Dude, T2K, they might end this right now. They're going for mid, even though the holy defense is still there, able to clear the minions. But, dude, we got to talk about this Roger. He doesn't even have the Sky Piercer. How does he get a Maniac without the Sky Piercer? Doing a lot of burst damage with the Windtalker as well as the Endless Battle. Homeboys, they're in trouble at this point because GB has 3 items. He can't deal the damage, but he can't survive, man. Like I said, this Roger has to be pick or ban. Look at the damage that this Roger can do.
Masarap, that name, right as he was able to just go in together, and now you can definitely see why the War Cry works so well for him. He already has the built-in sustain with the War Axe on top of that. Bob just being on him with the Hard Guard too. The passive,
Conceal.
Conceal again. Oh, able to sidestep away from the Venom, but now gets caught by Wish. Curse Blast not able to connect, but he's still able to flicker out now. That's going to be the King's Calling, locking every single member down. I mean, his Fury knocks up 4, and now it's Yahiko who's going to be caught on top of the Blaze to go for the chase on the Witch, but now Yahiko with the enhanced sword able to get 1. That's just it, though. Sapat takes him out, gets a double kill, and it's another turn, this time for the Homeboys.
The Lord is spawning in 15 seconds, but I feel like when Angela as well as Roger is close by, it's going to be difficult for them to contest that one, which is going to clear the minions out. And it looks like Homeboys, they got a tough decision to make. Do they go all out for the Lord? If they do, they got to be prepared just in case if Witch wants to contest this. But it looks like they've made their decision. They're going all in on the Lord, and it looks like Witch is nowhere near to contest this. Lord goes over to Homeboys, and Mirko, now we got a game. It can go either way at this point. We've seen almost wipeouts coming in from both teams.
Ooh, it's going to be a very tough skirmish here, back and forth. Let's take a look at that replay, LaFell.
Yeah, looking at the replay here again, a good King's Calling as well as a Minion Fury locking down the majority of the opponents coming in from T2K Esports. And the big thing that Homeboys was able to do was to separate the team fights, where Homeboys was just focusing on the front lines, and then the back lines have no choice but to retreat.
It's all about using that combo, right? If you get the King's Fury,
King's
is
Fury.
that what we're going to be calling it now?
Fury.
King's Calling plus the Minion's Fury, in case you guys just dropped in. That's the King's Fury combination that Homeboys have the win con. That was their win con. But whenever T2K are able to kite, able to layer their damage,
but dude,
bait some of those resources, then they get the win.
We got to talk about the combination between the Yuzong as well as the Angela. The Heart Dragon form. I got nothing better than that.
The Heart Dragon?
Yeah, the Heart Dragon form. That's
It
the
doesn't
best.
sound menacing. You know, like King's Fury was great.
Okay.
Heart Dragon form.
Not everything's a 10. Okay, I'm trying my best.
It's okay, LaFell. Maybe you could have been like the Black Guard. The Black Dragon Guard? No, that sounds even worse. Yeah, okay.
All right, now you see my dilemma?
I see you.
All right,
And I definitely see, you know, that Homeboys will be looking to go for the Enhanced Lord push. Black Dragon from going to be used up now to try to zone them away. Isolating the Lord all alone for Yahiko to deal with the Enhanced Sight. But also Pop puts this forward, gets the Earth Shadow and the armor onto the Apex. And now it's going to be grabbed over. Uda going to be dove on by Masarap again as the King's Calling will be able to lock one member down. But that's just it. Yahiko with the Enhanced Chain, able to do some damage. Masarap in the back, able to get Udil down with the help of Bob. The Lord going to be dealt with. Masarap now with the Fury's Dive gets pulled back into the top of the Blaze, but Bob is able to flicker around. Yahiko against the world goes able to retain, but it's not going to be enough as Chibi takes him down. A double kill for Homeboys as they look to go into the mid lane. Now taking the base turret down. Only Bob, only Justin Angela up against Homeboys who'll pull him back to the rest of the members. And Chibi gets the shutdown, gets an unofficial triple kill to end game number 3, match number 3 with a win.
And with that, Homeboys got their second win. But let me just say, that was a very sweaty match. T2K had a lot of opportunities to end the game. And look at Udil. He was holding his chest. He understands how close that match was. And Udil was the primary target of Masarap quite a few times. Look at Zorn as well. He is holding himself back because even he understands that that was close. Because if they lost that match, there was a high chance they're not going for MSC.
2-0 now in their groups. Group B, the group of death. It looked super scary for Homeboys for a second there, but T2K, so much respect over to T2K, man. The way that they were able to play this game, force these team fights, and this Maniac from Which was magical.
Oh yeah, it was magical, but we got to talk about how just now, unfortunately, the Ruby using the I'm Offended, missing Udil. I feel like in the grand scheme of things, it really didn't matter that much. Masarap hard targeting Udil, I feel like is a good respect because again, the Eternal Guard really did a lot for all of their team fights. But here's the thing, Chibi using the Ling, yay or nay?
I think
hard to say, isn't it?
It's hard to say because I would say mechanics, yay. Decision making, sometimes nay.
He's like an assassin. It's like he's playing an assassin, but he has the heart of a fighter.
He has the heart of a tank, a lot of those skirmishes, man. Diving in onto 4 members alone.
And with that, guys, if you enjoyed the cast, we have 3 more games after this. But that's all for me and Mirko. After this, it's going to be amazing casters coming in. You guys want to know who? So do we. We're going for a break.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
That was too close.
I know.
Like
I know.
that game could have ended and T2K would have won.
Yeah.
What was Chibi doing? Like his entire team died and he went in.
Hey,
like does he know how to do his thing?
At least you know they made it to Wildcard. You know my team they.
Not yet.
Oh, we're back. Oh
My goodness.
Yeah.
Let's rock with this. Remember when we say we're gonna change casters? Expect the unexpected.
Did you guys expect other casters?
Be better than great. Oh wait, no, that's the previous one. Previous
right?
one.
Yeah, previous one. See the world.
See Habibi. See the world.
Absolutely. And now we are going to be talking about the post-match here. So yeah, I think you brought up a very big concern as you try to escape the camera now with It seems to be a data.
What do you mean? What do you mean I'm escaping the camera?
Yo, Homeboys won.
I know, but it felt like they didn't.
They just need one more win to 100% secure their route.
You know what? Here's the thing.
To MSC. Or
You
no, actually,
guys-
no, to go playoffs first.
You guys at home, you guys could have scanned the QR code. If you guys missed it, you guys missed it.
So, Chibi, what was he doing? I think, we'll talk about the post-match. I think some of these mistakes by Homeboys, it definitely felt like they were overextending, over-aggressive, and this is a
I was
very
about to
good
cry.
visual representation of that, right? Because data don't matter. They were the better team early game, but if T2K, if some of these teams can force you into a skirmish and get that lead back, it's just ridiculous. It becomes random, as Yahiko said in that interview. But I got to give massive props to T2K for being able to find that angle, that overextension, the overconfidence to take control of the game.
Oh my goodness, 13 KDA.
This just proves it. When you say,
Mirko.
when I say that I don't like the pick, boom, bang, bada bing.
Keep doing it.
Keep doing it for Homeboys.
For every single team. Yes.
That I want to
Exactly.
win. Okay.
Like, this is our own conspiracy. We don't let the audience know. We don't let the commentators know our idea. So the idea is now, you just say you like this pick. You don't even talk about the team. You just like the pick or you dislike the pick.
I think you forgot to hit the cough button. Now they know.
Let me try that one again.
Okay. So, yeah, great draft by T2K. So, yeah, but unfortunately, they weren't able to get it done here, LaFell. What happened? 0-7-4 for Apex, who had such a phenomenal game in the previous game. And this time, unfortunately, on the Ruby, there were some, mishaps happening, a lot of these micro mistakes, and it's really unfortunate to see for T2K because it looked like they were able to turn the game around. LaFell?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn off the cough button.
okay.
Yeah, it's my bad. But either ways, we got to talk about how T2K, their only way into a fight is Masarap, right? The hard dragon form was their way in. The only bad thing is that they can't all fully commit. So the idea that I believe for this team fight is for the black dragon form to open the door. And then afterwards, it's all on the Ruby to chain stun the opponents, and then the damage dealers to actually come in and deal the finishing touch, to deal the final blow. But he wasn't able to do that, right? So Masra went in, but I feel like he dived way too deep in the back lines and not giving time for the Ruby to get into position. So this is about mispositioning aggressively when your engager went too far away from your team and your team is not in range, in position to do what they need to do. And now we're going for a video. Now the question for you guys at home, after we come back, is it going to be LaFell and Mirko, or is it going to be KB and OG? We'll see. We'll jump into the video.
Hi, my nickname is Begin. I play mid lane for S2G.
I'm a player for S2G and I'm playing XP lane.
Hi, my name is El Gringo. I'm a sub player of the Brute Force.
My name is Black March. I am player of both Force.
Okay, so now I will brief you guys. So basically, I will show you a skill icon later, and then you guys will compete against each other. So you guys basically race to answer the question, and whoever answer the question correctly get 1 point. Okay, so we'll start with the first one.
Farsa first, follow Farsa.
Okay, if you know the real name, like the English name of this skill?
No. I don't even
you
know
can
the
steal it.
Turkish one.
No,
Okay.
no name.
So 1 point for Begin?
Ultra Farsha? Не, Farsa? Passive skill Farsha.
So do you know the English name of the skill? Then you can steal the point. away.
Name of the skill?
Yes.
No idea. No.
So I think both of you guys got it wrong. Okay, so we'll move on to the second one.
Alright.
So next question.
Link, W. Second skill.
Do you know the name of it?
No.
No, so 1 point for you. So it's 1-1 now.
Sprint.
Не, sprint.
So
Second skill of Link.
So he said sprint.
Yeah.
And he
Second
said
skill of
second
Link.
Link. Okay.
Стройслинга вроде.
So, do you know the name? Do you want to steal away or like do you want to try?
Название скилла. Ну, это второй линга точно.
Yeah, I'm agree with him. That's a second skill of Ling.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's a second skill of Link.
Defense what?
Like must have 1 point.
That's
Then
right,
Algringo
yeah.
is 0 point.
Yeah.
Easy.
Lapu Lapu ulti. Third
Hep de
skill.
senin mainler geliyor oğlum.
Third skill, Lapu Lapu. Bravest fighter.
Okay, you get 2 points for this. So it's 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Lapu Lapu
Ult. Ulti Lapu Lapu.
Okay, I think Algringo got this first. But do you know the name of
Of
this
course.
skill?
Oh, no.
No.
I don't know.
We just say it as a ulted. That's it.
Okay, so 1, 2, 1.
Bravest fighter.
So for the fourth one,
Joy W. Second skill.
do you know the name of it?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's 4 to 1 now. Basically, we have the winner now, but we'll try for the last question.
Joy's
Second skill, Joy.
second skill.
I think I'm going to try to answer first, but Blackmarsh got it first. But
That's alright.
do you know the name of the skill?
Nah, I have no idea the name.
Also, yeah.
Okay, so I guess it will be Blackmarsh 2
Meow.
points.
Rhythm of Joy.
I'm
and
agree,
1 point for
yeah.
Gringo. So we're moving to the last question.
Bomber's first skill.
Okay, do you
Yeah.
want to try? Do you want to
No,
try
no,
the
no,
root
no.
name?
No.
So it's actually swallow.
Oh, it's
Passive.
passive.
So he's full.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
wrong.
Even if you're wrong, it's still like 4 to 1. So the winner here is.
Wait, Luna.
Okay,
First skill 1-1.
first you want one. Do you want to try?
It is. It is what it is.
Okay, so it's actually
Oh,
passive.
passive.
Oh.
Okay, so you didn't try, but now we have like 2 to 1.
2 to 1.
So I think Algringo lost it. So you will have to
100%?
listen to.
Okay.
You have to listen to whatever Blackmarsh says. So Blackmarsh, you can say anything you want Algringo to do, and then we'll have it here.
And you want me to do whatever he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Типа,
Let's go.
ну я наоборот должен тебе давать еще.
Ну давай.
Можно?
Давай. Да пей сильнее, что-то как
Да,
баба.
все нормально.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome, guys.
Welcome back to the caster desk here for the second half of Group B for the MSC Wildcards, day number 2. Again, I'm Naisu, and I'm joined once again with Trex. Man, we're looking, we're twinning,
looking
bro.
good. It's like we're brothers.
It kind of is.
You can barely tell us apart right now.
I think so, yeah.
The viewers don't even know. Like, I'm Naisu. This is Trex. I'll be anchoring today. Yeah.
That was about the confidence level that I was looking for, man. But you know what? We have already seen 3 matches here again for Group B. Things are falling into place, and I did get word that, you know, now that I don't know, man, this is actually the same thing, the same situation we were in yesterday. You get to our point where we're now on the desk, we take over for the great Lafell and Mirko, and we're left with the tough duty of finding out which of these teams' dreams to go to the group stage is going to fall out of here, because with this matchup, Brute Force versus IHC Esports, this is actually already a deciding point for a lot of this group and what could fall into place here, and it's brutal than ever, man.
It's brutal. It's legendary. It's epic. It's unexpected, and pretty much whatever team loses this is out. Both of these teams are down 1 game. Both of these teams need this dub, and then they got to hope for the 3-way tie possibilities, because Homeboys is already looking good. I mean, T2K did amazing. I don't want to count them out. A lot of people put them lower down on the tier list, and they have just showed up, taking out Brute Force, almost taking out Homeboys, but now we have Brute Force up against IHC. Brute Force really need this dub. IHC really need this dub. We have a deciding game here, and that's I'm enjoying casting the second half of these group stages, because we get to see those moments.
Those moments of going wild in the wild card.
Going wild. Have you ever gone wild?
A time or two in my
In your
younger
younger
days,
days?
Trex. You know, I was gonna say in my younger days, sure. You know, one loss, because this is what's at stake. One loss could just completely settle this group here. And you know, that's specifically for Brute Force. So to kind of shake things up, Brute Force basically has to win this. So let's see exactly how they kind of adjust from earlier match today. We're going to take a look at their lineup one more time. We've got Marban, Mashiro, Kojik, Black March, and Fangor. And again, for this lineup, I think they really have to rely on their playmaking potential, because against a lineup like this for IHC Esports.
Yeah, and IHC, we got Aizen in the EXP lane, ZXora in the jungle, Forbid in the mid lane, Bebex in the gold lane, and Ethan in the roaming position. And I think one of the big matchups we got to look out here for, even though they're not exactly matching up, but who will play better is these roaming positions, Fanger and Ethan. Now, Fanger played in Wildcards before. He was part of Umbrella Squad, up against Ethan, who also has experience. I mean, all of IHC now have experience, aka, you know, Little Gun, hashtag pew pew.
Yeah. Hashtag, was that the actual official hashtag of them?
No, I made that one up.
Oh, you made that up? Okay.
Hashtag bang bang.
I was going to say hashtag bang bang
Mobile
works
Legends.
too. But, you know, for IHC, I think a lot of people coming into this, they had their own expectations for them. Brute Force, I know, I love to see everybody's predictions, by the way, because, you know, whether you watch the chat, whether you watch online on all the social media, everybody is throwing team names around here. And really, Group B was that group of death for the wild cards, where a lot of people didn't know exactly where things would have fallen in place. I think naturally people are like homeboys, you know, because the team, the experience, the journey that they've had themselves, and just the way, I think this patch is good enough already to see that teams like homeboys and teams like even IHC and Brute Force, like the teams here in Wildcard, and as we said, this is a wild card, a wild kind of approach to the game. With the patch and some of the changes, the heroes being picked up, teams like this get to really shine for them and come through. So, you know, I want to see exactly pick-wise priority, because so far we've seen some pretty interesting things. I did not expect Zask to get picked up already today.
And T2K made it work, right? They made it work very well. I mean, they were up against Brute Force, able to pop with the Ling and everything. They also bring out the Kufra. I mean, just overall, T2K had a great game. We saw Minzadar. What's crazy is there's been different picks from even what we saw yesterday in Group A, and it just goes to show how wide the meta is and how much it's probably going to whittle down as we go throughout MSC, kind of back to the topic of what we were saying yesterday, but how much teams are willing to test. And it kind of goes back to, it's like, do you think the testing has been paying off for teams? Because so far it kind of feels like it has. The teams that have kind of pushed the envelope have been getting the dubs, whereas the teams that are falling back to what they know with the utility jungle, or, you know, just the same old meta that we saw 3 months ago, are kind of falling behind here. So I think it's going to be huge for IHC, Brute Force. Who's really going to be able to push through here? IHC has seemed to be a bit more of maybe the aggressive team in a sense. Brute Force, we saw them still pick up the Fredrin last time. They did go for the Hilda pick to counter the Ling, so we know that they're not a slouch in terms of drafting. We know they know how to counterplay. It's just, can they push through with that? Can they actually make it work against IHC? And I'm also wondering, is IHC going to kind of stay on this highly aggressive comp? We saw them in Game 1 against Homeboys. They picked up the Ling. They were ready to go Assassin. They had the Farza. They had the Grok. I mean, they had a pretty aggressive, divey comp. Homeboys were just able to kind of get the better than them, but it did go the long haul. I mean, they got stomped in Game 1, right? It was 11.5 minutes.
I was going to say it was about 11 minutes.
So we'll see, man. I mean, T2K took Homeboys to the wire. So where do the standings really sit? I think this is where we're finally going to see things get interesting. Taking a look at these drafts now, Arlott, Edith getting banned out, and that Chip and that Harith.
Yeah, I think this is where we can say, at least for the bans, we're seeing kind of a pattern already, like, develop. Again, you also have to keep in mind that it could change when we make that transition from wildcard over to group stage, but so far this seems to be the norm. And even in other tournaments that have gone on for MLBB after this patch, you know, you're seeing a lot of those bans for the Luyi, the Chip, which is still surprising, because I feel like some of the changes that did happen for these heroes, it still takes a certain type of team to really, like, utilize those kits and utilize how chaotic a game can get when one of those heroes are on the team. But so I think it's safer where they're just like, you know what, ban it out. We don't want to deal with it. Angela tends to kind of be in that area as well. Either it's picked up first pick to go for the rising of assassins once again. You know, you even have a Ling popping up so much more again. And Angela is just a great pair for any of those assassin picks or any of those aggressive picks, really. So good bans from both teams, honestly. Valentina being picked up first here for IHC. Probably, I would say, a safe choice for the mid lane for the most part because, you know, again, the enemy team that goes against a Valentina kind of has to base their next picks off that, with always something in mind of, you know, what ultimates technically are we going to be giving up to the Valentina.
Yeah, we
Now,
saw Entity 7 first pick the Valentina
They did,
yesterday.
yeah.
Pick it very comfortably too, and I was kind of questioning it, but it worked very well for them in terms of draft. And I think in the terms of how open the meta is right now, it makes it so you can kind of, in this first pick, normally it's always like you have to try to get the trade up front, right? Or you have to pick, you know, the Roger, this or that, or the Moskov, or whatever's powerful. But right now we're in a place where you could throw something like this in, buy yourself some time, look to see what they're picking, which right here it's the Moskov and the Farza, and now counterplay, even when you're on the blue side, right? Even when you're on the blue side, you don't have to prio something always up front, at least not yet in MSC, right? I'm sure something will kind of rise to the top, as we would say, but we'll see how it happens. They do pick up the Farza, so they have, right now it's very kind of front to back already. We know Moskov is kind of up close and personal. We have something that can siege from the back line with this Farza. I'm excited to see how IHC with the Farza. I think a Ling, again, could be a strong pick so far. Ling's 2-1 in terms of win rate today. He's lost one, he's won twice, but he's been in every single game so far.
Yeah.
I think the Ling, just seeing that Farza, could be solid up front here. It's just, do they want to go for it? They go for the Roger instead. They keep things simple. They do pick up the Terizla, which is also a decent counter to the Farza.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Farsa is more so, like, I'm surprised you picked that up because what Brute Force is saying when they pick up the Farsa for Kojik here is, we're okay giving up the Feathered Airstrike. Like, give up the Feathered Airstrike to the Valentina. That's a possible ultimate. Most likely that will be taken, especially early on. And you're just fighting fire for fire, basically. You know, you're relying on you guys also have enough damage with Brute Force eventually once they round this lineup out that they're okay with it because the advantage of Farsa really is that mobility, the covering fire that she can provide with the Feathered Airstrike, especially around these objectives. And one thing we have to point out, man, is the objectives have changed. I don't want to say completely gone are the days of turtle dances and lord dances.
It's a different kind of dance.
It's just a different dance.
It's a tango now.
It's a tango.
It's no longer a waltz.
It's I feel like it's
Before
more like
it was
salsa.
a waltz. It was like a, salsa,
It's like
tango.
salsa.
They're both high pace, you know?
Yeah, they're high pace.
Before it was a waltz, you slowly move.
Maybe it's,
you know,
yeah.
Step by step,
You know,
1, 2, 1, 2.
I'm not a dancer, Travis.
Now it's like a 1, 2, 3.
All
1,
I
2,
know
3.
is 1, 2.
Yeah, I know.
That's it. I just I have 2 left feet, as they say.
In
You
Florida,
know?
you got to know how to tango.
Okay, well.
You got to know how to tango in Florida.
Well, my point is, Trex, the lore dances, the turtle fights are different. So when you take an artillery mage like Farsa, that makes things even more chaotic or more pressurous for the jungles here. Because look at this, Barrett's. We have not seen Barrett's picked up in like a long time in terms of. I should say it's been a minute, you know, from the patch because Barrett's has kind of fallen off.
I think
a
this
little
is
bit.
his first pick for him, right? In all of Wildcard so far.
Yeah, I believe so because I mean, and also when we look at IHC, we don't know if the Roger's going to go in the jungle or if it's going to be flex into the gold lane. You know, that's the flex card for them right now. But it would be interesting for me personally to see the Roger go up against the Barretts and how does that play out. But also, Barrett's technically in the past we have seen him being flexed as well. I'm not
Into the
sure.
XP.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the game plan for Brute Force, but both teams basically have this one pick right now through the first phase where they could flex it depending on the 2 picks for the next teams. Now, as we get through the bans, you can see that Ling and that Grok are taken out here, Matilda, so there's a lot of focus on these roam options because both teams, you know, they don't have them just yet.
Those are great bands right there because
They
they're covering they're covering Kojik right now, who's going to have this Farza. They're covering the Grok. They're covering the Ling. I think it's solid. And I think both teams, like you said, very flexible. Like you said, the Roger could go jungle. The Brats could go EXP. Both teams left themselves very open, but both teams still either need a jungle then or an EXP laner. And on the side of IHC, you can tell they're taking their time with this last ban. It's like, do we go for an EXP laner here? What do we want to take away from them? What are we worried about? They take away that Matilda, which is something that could definitely help the Barats in the jungle, kind of give them a bit more speed, kind of get them into the midst of this battle.
Let them fly.
They are going to go for the Julian ban, so kind of expecting the possible flex of that Barats, which I think, you know, being a little preemptive there, but I think it could definitely work out for them.
Okay, well, you know, since the bans are done here for both teams, we got to see where Brute Force decides to take this.
because this next pick could tell us where they're going to go, especially with the Barretts. They still need a good roam option. Okay,
Ooh,
that answers it. There's the Nolan going to the jungle. Barretts is going in the XP lane against this Terizla. Now, I only can recall one time I've seen Barretts in the XP lane since the patch, and it did not work out very well, man. Like, I don't know. It just, for some reason, maybe it was that specific match that I saw those players, but it did not work out well. And this answer from IHC, this is a very good last two picks. You got the Minotaur, you got the Ruby. This is a ton of just crowd control now on your favor, which you already have pretty good because you have the Valentina and the Terizla.
So earlier we saw Homeboys do something, a similar comp to this. They didn't have Roger jungle, but they had the Ling jungle, and they had a fighter offlane. You know, take us back to days of M2, like, you know, funnel strat type things. And they almost folded with that composition just because of lack of damage and not having the marksman. They were able to pull it through. But I think when I look at IHC's comp, the Roger's going to be vicious, but they have some backup damage here with that Valentina, who, like you said, can take the Feathered Airstrike, can do damage just by herself once they scale into the mid and late game. So I like IHC's composition here. I think it's interesting. I think it's definitely doable. Tons of CC, tons of dive. And then BF, Brute Force, come in with this Guinevere pick. Is that a Roam Gwen?
It's got to be a Roam Gwen.
Maybe EXP Gwen, but most likely Roam Gwen.
Yeah, it's got to be a Roam Gwen because I
haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, logically, I just wouldn't think Barrett's going in, you know, obviously into the Roam here. Guinevere, though, gives them a little more CC as long as you, I mean, but look at the crowd control from IHC, man. I just think you don't have enough if you're Brute Force. You have so many tools over there from IHC to actually peel, to initiate, to get out of like these sticky situations, which are going to happen because of the nature right now of these objective takes. So you have a lot to rely on for IHC with the lineup that they have. And so for Brute Force, they're going to have to be able to pull something with...
Brute Force it?
They're going to have to Brute Force it, Trex, as we jump into the Land of Dawn for this best of one between IHC and Brute Force. We're going to find out exactly, once again, based on this game, ladies and gentlemen, this could already paint the picture for where Group B is going to fall into place and who is going to eventually face off against E7 from Group A. But we'll take a quick look here at the emblems, especially anything sticking out. Nothing too crazy, you know, for the most part. ZX Aura also, this Roger jungle, I think against this Nolan pick was nice. It was a good way to flex things. You know, they had it, they held it on, and they flexed it in.
One interesting thing is IHC confident that they're not. Ooh, a little bit of damage on it, Ethan there, but in comes the XOR, able to get the first blood onto Fanger there. Well played, and that's already a kill into that Roger's hands. And if we recall back in the days of Jungle Roger, it's, you know, feed Roger. Feed Roger. And as long as you're able to do that, the composition will scale around itself.
You know, yeah, anytime that happens, for Roger especially, you already start this snowball effect. You can do the same thing with a Nolan, though. You know, from Mashiro here, you can do that. So if they are some way able to brute force themselves into getting a kill early on or a couple, even by the time it's the turtle, then they can actually get the snowball in their favor because both these lineups are good for that.
What's kind of big here is nobody on the side of IHC picks up the Purify here, which could work very well for Fanger here. Could get a bunch of those knockups. Same thing for the Farza getting stuns, and same thing for Marbin on this Barat. IHC getting a little bit risky here, kind of maybe relying a bit more on their mechanics to kind of dance around these team fights. But if Brute Force does get any big play, if there's a three-man knockup, you know, Violent Requiem type things, it could be the turnaround at any point in this game for Brute Force. They do have that play potential.
Yeah, the only thing I see, though, is even if you get like a good setup for Brute Force, it would be kind of difficult to get a quick kill off that. I mean, depending on what Forbid takes for his ultimate, most likely the Feather Airstrike, I don't see anything really else worth taking for them. That could turn the tide of some of these fights. So they already start up this first turn of the game. Let's see how Brute Force goes about this.
I like the way Fanger's making his way around. He doesn't have a level 4 yet, but in comes the Daytona's welcome with that flicker. ZXOR going to be able to take the turtle, but how are they going to respond to this? Marbin taking a lot of damage. Down he goes. Mashiro as well. IHC comes out on top, taking the turtle and 2 kills in that fight.
And that's 2 kills on ZXOR. So, you know, that's another meal for the Roger. Continues on at that scaling, that momentum thing we've been talking about here, and you could see it. It was really good usage from Aizen, This is a signature pick for Aizen. The Terizla, he loves it. He was able to zone out members from Brute Force to even get towards that turtle and contest it. And unfortunately, Forbid.
Damage on a Forbid. Forbid is able to just get away, though. Kojic pops that Feathered Airstrike, and that's going to be nothing for Brute Force.
Yeah, nothing they could pick up on. And, you know, that's the thing. You really just kind of have to go about this. Also, real quick, don't forget, throughout our event, to go ahead and grab the MSC pass while you guys can. Get that started early while we're here in the wildcard stage.
I haven't done that yet.
You haven't done that yet?
The skin does look nice, though.
It does. You know, I definitely want to. I guess coins, like, I don't know if you've used. Oh, you haven't done that. You have?
A little bit guess coins, yeah. NACT's got guess coins now. We do
They
guesses,
do?
yeah.
Oh.
It's legit. NACT.
That's
you can
new?
Guess. Yep, last season started.
Well, welcome to the guess coin
Yeah.
addiction. Because that's what it feels like sometimes. Oh, I lost all my guess coins. You know, I think for most people though, when they kind of watch these wild cards, I don't know who to guess because that's why I don't like doing predictions for wild card, man. When you even look at this, IHC having a heck of a game. Already get that flicker out too from Kojic. There's a response with the Feathered Airstrike. He got his own though, so now they might actually go at this one more time.
Ooh, Banger though, able to get the Violent Requiem, but nobody's there to help him out. Is he going to be able to get away from this? ZXora gets the kill under the tower there. Brute Force getting pushed against right now. Mashiro looks for the fracture. They're able to dash back, but he's going to get knocked up, taking out a double kill for ZXora. Now, Brute Force 5-1, 3K behind. IHC Esports taking control.
ZXora is going to go ahead and grab this objective on top of everything he just did. Is he still going to go?
Ooh, the Detna's welcome does lock on, but he's just got to be able to try to get away from this. The knockup comes in from Ethan, and comes the penalty zone as well. An aggressive one at that. ZXora getting some free shots. Kojic pops the Feathered Airstrike, but ZXora's not stressing about it. Aizen still up and running, finally taken out. But ZXora finds one. He's looking for another 1v4. ZXora runs under the tower, takes a shot to the face. Violent Requiem almost gets a knockup, but unable to do it. Fanger finally falls down. ZXora still getting away. Knocked against the tower, but he's still alive and escapes safely. Will Forbid picks up a kill against Black March. It's a 3-for-1 trade. IHC on top.
Are you kidding me? ZXora again and again and again. Brute Force was trying to just get the kill on ZXora and they couldn't even touch him. What a juggle around for this Roger pick. And now this is full snowball potential. I mean, look at him. And they have enough heal too, just with the motivational roar from Ethan on this Minotaur pick. So you're seeing that. That was a full-on extended team fight that we just witnessed where, in essence, Brute Force should have been able to possibly pick up a kill on ZXora, but they weren't able to. They're lacking the damage department.
6-0-2 for ZXora right now. Just locked in the endless battle. He's going to be packing even more of a punch, more cooldown, the whole kit. And that's a fast Raj right there. He is moving. He's got the War Axe in. He's got the Magic Boots in. I mean, he's got the Tough Boots in. I mean, and we just saw him. He had no fear, ran into the Farza while the Feathered Airstrike was going down, up against 4 members. I don't really, what is the answer to ZXora right now?
Oh man, the answer is really this, they got to somehow lock him down. It's just what I was saying in the draft, Trex. Part of the difficulty for Brute Force to be able to do that is working against this crowd control. Oh, Bebex.
Bebex gonna get caught by the Detna's welcome. Pushed back. Wait a second, Ethan here with the, oh no, the Minoan's Fury. Able to get the knock up on a Marbin. Marbin gonna get pushed back, taking out Forbid. Able to get the kill there. It's another one in the books for IHC. Write it down, Fanger. Unable to even get vision for this turtle. IHC gonna take another one.
They're going to take this next objective 3 for 3 now, and they'll continue to take the resources around the map too, waiting for that orange buff to take from Brute Force. Going back to it, man, you know, what Brute Force has to do is very difficult because they're playing against the crowd control.
Ooh, penalty zone up against Kojic. Kojic able to get away though. A little bit of damage on a Mashiro. Final hit, Aizen picks up the kill. That's 1-3-0 for Mashiro. We were wondering which jungler was going to scale first, and it feels like ZXora's got it with a sidestep. Coming away from Fanger, and now they may be able to take this tower here. Brute Force has to do something about it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to hold on to the tier 1 turret right now. Feathered Airstrike already used.
I'm offended, locked up. ZXora takes him out, make that 2, a killing spree for Forbid. IHC just brutalizing Brute Force right now.
Yeah, they're the ones being brutal here. nearly legendary at that point.
Nearly legendary.
My goodness, Black March using the Spear of Destruction, and he's like, nope, I'm not going to follow up on that. I mean, even under the Tier 2 turret, there's no entry point for him at all. He's got, guys, we need some more time. We're not even at the 10-minute mark. It's only 8 minutes in. They still have a Lord coming up here in about a minute. And the way things have been going, IHC should have full control even throughout the Lord. If Brute Force tries to show face around that Lord pit later on, they're most likely going to get just dismantled here. They need way more time to build up as we look at the items. They're still in the mid lane. You know, this is actually, they're so far, they're so close to possibly getting just pulled in, and that's alone from Bebex. You know, like I said when we saw the draft, there's so much crowd control available to IHC to either initiate, peel, play defensively, and that's what they're doing here. So for Brute Force, you ask me what the answer is for them, man, they need to just buy time. I mean, we're talking about like 5 to 7 minutes maybe.
Yeah, and I think the real what they're buying time for, right, has got to be this Moskov. Yesterday,
Definitely.
we saw a lot of teams that fell behind. Moskov could carry. The possibilities are there. They also are going to have huge burst potential with this Farza. Not only that, but with the Farza, with the Moskov, they have some siege potential. They can kind of hang out and wait, maybe let first, second, you know, let first Lord, second Lord come to them, and they could defend. They have what it takes to be able to do that as long as they play it right. This could really be time to just turtle up, because you're right, there's not much you can do against the Exora except run and hide until that scaling slows down for him.
Yeah, my goodness, too. On top of that, he just got the Malefic Roar, so, you know, ZXora is actually just, he's a major problem for Brute Force, but there's also just everything else from IHC, because so far what we've seen from them is overlapping their crowd control really well. Even if it means, you know, sacrificing an ultimate here a little bit early, they play around this the timings really well with the setup that they have. And as we look at the items here, you can already see it. Look at the disparity here, especially, you know, for the gold lane. You know, it's tough to work against.
He didn't pick up Spear, the new Sky Piercer, and we've been
Spawn?
seeing that a lot on Roger, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't pick it up. He went for War Axe instead, which is something we haven't been seeing a lot for a new item. So I think it's an interesting take, at least for IHC, in the way he's kind of using this, getting some spell vamp there, getting some stack damage, but definitely a different route than a lot of Rogers we've seen in the past.
Well, with that, they're going to have to go ahead and defend against this Lord. Conceal already going to be used. Not sure if Fangor wants to jump into that, but it looks like Brute Force will go ahead and clear out the Lord for now. They might still hold on to these base turrets. That's what they want to do.
Ooh, penalty zone into the backside. Followed up by the No One's Fury, but no one's there to back him up. Bibix goes into the backside, speaking of it. Able to get a kill, but goes down for it, but he finds Kojic. A pivotal moment to find that backline mage. IHC able to finally break through the siege. They take 2 inhibitors, looking for the next one. Are they going to move up for it? They don't have the minions. Might be time to back off, go to the jungle, get some gold, and try to starve out Brute Force.
All right, IHC's happy with that. Again, first a Lord, they get 2 base turrets out of it. They don't have to just force this game to end. They can take the discipline route. They're nearly up 10, well, they are up 10,000 gold. Brute Force, you know, you're looking at how they're trying to defend this, and really that's kind of the winning condition for them. Black March needs these items to be locked in, and then even when he gets them locked in, his positioning has to be crucial, and that takes a ton of micro skill when it comes to these team fights because of the amount of CC thrown at him. Also, game fact here, Bebex decided to be a pro when he was the first to top the leaderboard in Mongolia. I guess that would be a pretty good decision. You know, you top the leaderboard.
Listen, I'm the best.
I'm one of the best. Why am
Best
I not?
in the world.
Why am I not getting paid to play? You know what I mean?
Fair.
Make that money, man. Because you're top of the leaderboard.
Chase that bag.
I don't know. You know, have you been on the top of the leaderboard, Trevor?
I was actually top 10 USA Khalid for a little bit.
Well, my goodness. That was not what I
That
was
was a long
expecting.
time ago.
That was a long time ago?
That was a long time ago.
All right, well.
Back in my wild days.
Back in the wild days. But again, you guys look at the items here front of the place. You can just see how far Brute Force is behind. And really, once the defensive items kind of get locked in for them, you know, we're talking about maybe the 18 to 20 minute mark for Brute Force, then I think they'll be able to withstand some of this team fighting. But until now, it's more so they just got to watch. Even this Lord, the second Lord, I don't think they can even get into this area without getting taken down. Fangor is going to try, though, but it's just stopped right away, even with a conceal.
He does get the knockup. It's a lot of burst damage on Ethan. If they can get the kill here, it can be helpful, but he's able to pop the crown. Banger on the run now. Black March looks for an angle, still unable to find it, gets knocked up, taken out. Another kill on the board. 13-3, Black March down, and that is the thing that is supposed to shred down the Lord here. Brute Force out a valuable piece of material here. IHC looking to possibly try to end this. They got a wave on the bot side, a wave on the mid.
Okay, this could be the game ender though. IHC, Black March not up for another 15 seconds. Can they defend?
All right, Lord, they're going to try to pull him up to the top side. Banger takes a ping load of damage. ZXR able to get the kill. Another one on to Kojic, and they're falling short, falling down as IHC stands tall.
And IHC will come out swinging and snowball the game to victory here in a very decisive fashion against Brute Force. Again, this is something we see typically when Rogers are locked in. And Brute Force, although they had a decent draft, I'd say, they couldn't execute it the way they looked for. Again, you're talking about just a Roger, a hyper carry. This is where we are once again, ladies and gentlemen, the change of the meta here. You can see the highlights. You know, it started very early on for IHC. They got some key kills here. ZX Aura really got to just pop off. And this was all after even he survived some crazy team fight. You know, this was the final team fight that they had in the game. But really, it was just I would say the prowess, the fighting prowess of IHC and the lineup that they had that really was highlighted here. The way that they covered each other, the way that they set things up. And at times, I mean, sometimes it was them trying to save Bebex, you know, Bebex from getting taken down on the Ruby. So, again, a great performance from IHC for them to go ahead and cap out this game. Of course, you know, ahead of them, they still have one more game there to play out, but this was a very decisive game for them. So hold tight. We're going to be back after this short break for the next matchup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And welcome back here to the Caster Dance. Once again, I'm Naisu, this is Trex, and we're here for game number 5 for Group B for the MSC 2024 Wildcard. And, you know, after what we saw from the previous match, if you guys missed it, it was quite intense, I would say, for IHC to be able to just kind of snowball out of control with that Roger pick. But we'll have to see what they end up doing for the next match. But also before that, we want to go ahead and just invite you guys, because your opinion matters for us here. Scan the QR code right there to give us some feedback, of course, for the broadcast. We do see your guys' comments, and we do appreciate you guys giving us the constructive feedback out there and letting us know how you're feeling about this wild card.
Keyword constructive.
Constructive.
Constructive criticism, guys.
Yeah. That's right.
That's right.
you like the constructive criticisms?
Yeah, as long as it's constructive, guys, you know, sometimes they're a little hard out there.
I was gonna say, you know, we gotta keep it smooth for us here. But going again to the matchup here, you know, we have some time, of course, to talk about this before the next one. I would say, you know, for IHC, I think they've performed. Do you feel like they performed up to what your expectations were? Because even looking at this is the match MVP, ZXORA here on this Roger, snowballed out of control.
I think if they win this next game coming up, then they kind of performed up to my expectations. It's sad that so many good teams got put into Group B, and I'm not trying to put down Group A at all. But for me, like, it's just because it's hard to gauge them. Like, I think there was a lot of high expectations for IHC. There was a lot of high expectations for Brute Force. There was a lot of high expectations for Homeboys. A lot of teams people were looking at, and you know, it's a best of one. We don't really get to see how they would compete against some of the main stage teams, right? But taking a look at some of these stats, that Roger build, man, you got the speed, you got the cooldown, you got the stacks. You also have a little bit of defense there. I'm into it, and I'm wondering, you know, is Roger just meta now, and is he going to become a prio jungler?
I feel like you're saying this and asking this question, Trex, because it could be a
good
card for, you know, what's to come in the group stage. But yeah, you know what I find interesting about the Roger pick is, yeah, you talked about it during the game. He didn't pick up the Sky Piercer. Typically, we are seeing these jungle Rogers pick them up early on. Obviously, part of that is due to the fact that the item is literally like 1,500 gold. It's very cheap, you know. Not sure if that'll change or not. But it was a good, I feel like a good way to see how you could build this Roger. And I think part of it too, I'm not sure how early on he had that War Axe, but that was probably part of the reason why he like bobbed and weaved out of the team fight so well in almost the mid portion of the game, and then he wasn't taken out, you know, because you have some of that durability now on this Roger, who's already quite mobile, like in comparison to other heroes. Like, he's just pouncing and running everywhere, you know. And I think so when you're talking about Roger, I think it's safe to say this hero is pretty much meta. Like, as our meta is forming here for MSC, based off this patch, Roger is one of the guys. Fredrin is not the guy. I don't want to say
he's not him.
He's not him anymore.
Not him anymore.
Is it Roger? Do you think Roger is him?
So there's two heroes, like looking at the draft so far and just some of the past games, I think there's two heroes that have really come to mind for me for jungle, and it's kind of Ling and Roger.
Ling and Roger? I think a lot of people
Noland also has been got very banned yesterday, hasn't been as banned today. But if there's like, I'm trying to think of picks that have like are rising. So it's definitely one of them. Match 5 going to be coming soon though, boy.
Match 5 is going to be coming soon. So we are going to take a short break before we get to the draft for this next matchup and everything else for us for IHC and T2K. So sit tight. We'll be back after this.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
And welcome back again to the caster desk here. I'm Naisu, this is Trex, and we're getting prepped and ready for match number 5 here for Group B for the MSC 2024 Wildcard stage. And so far, if you guys are just joining us or you missed some action here, things are falling into place for Group B. And we are going to pretty much get the confirmation soon on is it going to be the team that we're thinking going against Entity 7 tomorrow. But right now, we have to focus also on this matchup, IHC versus T2K Esports. And, you know, I think for a lot of people, it's kind of how is the expectations for these teams. We talked about this before we took that short break. And I think that's a good thing to point out. You know, for a lot of these teams, when they are in the wild card, this was the same thing when we had our first iteration of the wild card last year before M5, where it always gives an opportunity for the viewers out there for other parts of the world to see these teams, these players, these organizations, kind of what they bring to the table here. And I think for a lot of people, when they also watch T2K, for instance, it was a similar effect that we saw from the members of IHC previously, where it's like, man, there is really a lot of good teams and a lot of good players out there, and they're very competitive, you know. And as we look at the lineup here for T2K Esports, we've got Masarap, Yahiko, Bob, Witch, and Apex. I saw your clip, man. So your clip. I've seen the clip.
Say the other one.
You don't have to.
No.
But
we have IHC. We can say this.
You can say this.
Aizen in the EXP, ZXora in the jungle, 4-Bit in the mid lane, Bebex in the gold lane, and Ethan in the roamer. And you know, we get to have a, like you were saying, to kind of build on that more, we get to have a taste of these regions that maybe we don't get to tune into all the time, right?
Yeah.
We get to see what's going on, who's the best there, and get a little taste of their meta, get a little taste of their style. Even if they don't make it to the main stage, we still get to see them in IHC. We've now gotten to kind of know them, you know?
Yeah,
We've really gotten to know them. And T2K also, man, with the huge upset in the beginning here. I mean, maybe it wasn't an upset, whatever, with the huge win against Brute Force, just in doing it cleanly. I'm hyped for Nepal. Like, Nepal has always been a region that I was like, And now I'm wondering, you know, even if they don't make it, going out with a bang, it seems like, so they will definitely, neither of these teams will be making it to the main stage, but it is a great opportunity to show us what they're made of, because they're not going to get that opportunity now, right? So it's all down to this game. Give us everything you got. Show the world that, you know, next big international, you can be someone to be reckoned with.
It's, again, as someone who has seen IHC grow before they were even really, like, officially part of Team Little Gun and everything, yeah, you know, the amount of improvement that they have made is just crazy to see actually unfold. And yeah, they're all great players individually as well. Like we mentioned, you know, we get time to actually talk to some of these players, of course, off broadcast, and we see them personally. And, you know, to see how happy they are, even despite some of these the results, of course all these teams want to go to the main stage. It's just unfortunate, and that's just why this whole wild card is that last chance, because you know, you have to bring your best. I mean, think about for most people, they're like, you know what, a best of 3 is sometimes already difficult because it's only 3 games and you have to be able to adjust on the fly before you get swept. What more, a best of 1? You know, a best of 1 is you got to bring all your A game to the table in every single lane and hope that whatever composition you bring to the table, you're able to execute it well and make it, you know, make it work. And like you said, Trex, I think that when you really look at the teams here competing in a wild card, whether they make it to the main stage or not, it's all about showing the world and letting them see them, for maybe some of them for the first time, and showing that they are competitive here. And they have a lot of things to look forward to, I'd say, in the future as well.
It's our chance to see the world.
See the world. Hashtag see the world.
Hashtag see the world, baby.
That's
I
what
like
they're
it.
doing. Yeah.
I like it.
Are you
know?
seeing the world?
I've been, yeah. I mean, and even if they don't go to main stage, they got to see the world. I mean, we're here in Saudi Arabia right now. It's beautiful. It's a little hot, but hotel's wonderful. Food's good. You know, all the players. And it's a great opportunity, I think, just, you know, for us as people in general, too. You know, we've got to meet some of these amazing players. But, yeah, it's IHC versus T2K. Let's get back to it. Both of these teams have been aggressive. We've seen assassins from both of these teams. We saw the Julian from T2K earlier.
Yeah.
We've seen the Ling from IHC. We just saw the Roger from IHC on ZXora.
Let me ask you this, Trex, because you already said there's 2 heroes on your mind that are pretty much becoming main staples in the current meta. Maybe you guys in the chat can also throw out what you think is forming meta-wise, or especially for the jungle, because Roger and Ling is what Trex is thinking. Yeah.
Feel free to say I'm wrong. I know you will.
speaking from experience here, that you're not Mr. Fear anymore, man. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
You know, it's all right. I actually agree. Roger and Ling and some of this, some of the other assassins that haven't necessarily been picked up just yet, I still feel like there's a lot of room for them, especially when you're talking about, you know, maybe some of the unorthodox assassins. Like, where's the Hanzos? That's what I'm waiting for.
The Hayabusa, I think it's a little more.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's
Where's Assassin Dave at? Where's the Hanzo? Man?
Hanzo's way left field. Well, that's right. The way left field.
Left field.
Yeah.
It's there right, though.
But I
get it.
I think we're in a way where a Hanzo or some of these other assassins that quite aren't picked up could happen to be played. Fannies, I've seen a couple Fannies on this patch, man.
Okay.
And
how were they?
She's still struggling a little bit.
She's struggling?
Yeah, she's still struggling a little bit, but I think still we'll see. You know, there are teams in the group stage waiting that are like pro Fanny players. Maybe we see them come out for the group stages. But
are you saying there's no pro Fanny players here?
You know,
group stage.
Hey, they haven't been pro enough to bring it out in the wild card stage.
That's fair.
If you want to be wild for the wild card, bring those picks out.
If you want to be wild.
Actually, that would actually be really good for these last 2 matches because we know at this point it's just
get wild.
Go with bang, pick those picks.
Oil up, get wild.
Yeah, you could do that. Wear your sunscreen, actually.
Wear your sunscreen.
If you're here in Riyadh with us, you got to wear the sunscreen because, man, I'll tell you what. You have this kind of complexion that Trex has, you're going to burn easily.
Look, I'm getting red already.
Getting red already?
Brigida yesterday got red in a matter of seconds.
That's true. All right, we're jumping into the draft here in just a second, it looks like, as both teams get it situated. I think, honestly, Trex, I think this is where, if you want to see some unorthodox picks, you bring it out at these last 2 matches for Group B. T2K, going to be on the blue, IHC here on the red. And if anything, I know you mentioned they both play very aggressively and they have like they opt for these snowball-y compositions. Who do you think, Trex, has that better kind of potential to go full snowball here? Because so far, both lineups have made it happen. Does T2K match the aggression that we've seen just previously from the last match from IHC?
If you asked me a week ago, I would say IHC.
You would?
But right now, after seeing T2K's performance,
yeah,
and I'll be the first to admit it, I was a doubter of T2K, and
you
they have showed up. I'm a fan of T2K now, and I can't decide. But what I can tell you is we'll find out right now.
We will. Well, in about, a few minutes.
Draft.
Because, we got to get through
Unless one of them picks Fredrin, then, then we won't get a snowball comp.
You know what's weird, though, is even if Fredrin is picked up, I feel like he's in this position where you could snowball a Fredrin. Like, he could still work. It's just you can't. The main thing with Fredrin is you just can't tank up a Lord the way you used to. I feel like that's the biggest thing, and you feel that damage a little bit more. But I don't know. I actually don't see these teams going with the Fredrin, at least in this match here. Maybe they do. Ling's already banned out. Angela's still open. Typically, we see the Angela open. Louis and Chip being taken out by IHC, so they've got those duties here on the red side. And next up, again, for T2K, the last ban for the first phase, they might not even take out the Angela, so they take out the Edith.
Roger ban, maybe?
Roger ban? I think this is just a
with the Ling ban now
Roger
coming in,
yeah.
or Nolan ban. I mean, now that we're seeing the Ling pop in, which we haven't seen like a lot today, at least band-wise, because we're getting picked nonstop. We're starting to see the respect to some of these heroes that we were talking about rising to the top. So does IHC say, Because they picked the Roger earlier. Do we see them maybe say, we want to ban this out, or we want to try to play for the pick here, play for the trade up? Because again, like we were talking about, it's not only a good jungle as we've seen, it's a good flex. It's a great upfront first phase draft pick. So I think the possibility is definitely there.
Okay, well, we'll find out. There it is, the Angela. I was expecting that to be banned out. And it looks like IHC is going to have all those duties to take out those heroes plus the Angela. So I think this is, going back to it, Roger, there he is, picked up, like we said. You know, it's Roger and Ling right now for the jungle, at least throughout the wildcard stage. Now, the answer here from IHC, with a lot left on the table, they could go ahead. Valentina's banned out, so this also means that the mid lane could possibly be a little bit different, right? Novaria still being a really good mage, I'd say, that you could pick up. You probably don't have to take it right now, you know? You don't have to take it this early on. Some of the XP laners, I feel like that's the lane where it's really narrow for some reason right now with the heroes. You know, you've got a lot of the Terizlas being picked up.
Riz and Moskov, I feel like.
You got the Yuzhong, Moskov. I don't know how I feel about the Moskov. Moskov late game potential is still big, but it just feels like it's not as valuable as a pick early on as it was because of that change. So they go with the Terizla, and then they get this. They get the Faramis as well.
Yeah, so and the Faramis does well against the Roger, right? It can stop some of that pressure that the Roger wants to put on, especially if it ends up being a jungle Roger.
Yeah.
It can kind of slow him down if he wants to get the full engage. You have the defense for that. But here comes something spicy, the Carmilla pick. Now, I've been waiting to see if this was going to, jump into current meta. We saw it a little bit. We saw it a little bit in PH playoffs at that. We saw it in roam positions. We saw it in some jungle positions. We've seen it a bit all over the place. So I'm excited to see how they place this. Do we think this is going to be a roam Carmilla? Do we think it'd be a jungle Carmilla?
Honestly, well, it could. It could be flex because of the Roger. The Yuzhong here is what I expected because the Terizla was already there. Now, Carmilla, let's just say, there's a possibility Roger does go in the gold lane, Carmilla ends up jungling, but then again, you could also just flex her into the roam.
Yeah, and he could still gold.
He could still gold, And there it is. Harith is going to be picked up, so that is going to be the gold lane option for IHC. So, this is interesting, the way things are going for T2K. The Carmilla was... I feel like right now, especially with some of the items and everything else, Carmilla's the Curse of Blood is quite devastating against some of this lineup, and it works well against a Netherrealm. Like, IHC wants to play around the Faramis. They have a Netherrealm plus the Zaman Force, and if that all lands into a penalty zone or follows up through it, that Carmilla is going to be huge value for T2K because you just drop the Curse of Blood and then... I mean, how many times have we seen a Yuzhong just get that setup, with the Furious Dive, the Petrified combination? So my main question is, where does T2K put the Carmilla, first and foremost? Is the Roger going to the jungle, or is it going gold lane? And then how do they kind of round that out, especially with the mid lane pick? Mid lane pick, I feel like they could still go Novaria if they wanted some vision that helps the Yuzhong, it complements the Yuzhong. Because you can see the Vexana was the last ban from IHC.
I like it. And I think, like you said, T2K, I think both teams have what they want to do with their comp. IHC, group up. T2K has some of the answer to that. If this Carmilla does mess up at all, I could see IHC really just kind of outputting the damage. I think it's gonna right now. It's really like who can make their comp work a little bit better. But we do still have 2 more picks that need to come in. IHC gonna ban out that Fanny you were talking about. The Vexana also getting banned out, and then we have straight jungle bans from T2K.
Yeah,
we got the Ling, we got the Nolan, we even have the Leo Mord just for good measure.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Leo Mord, but it's mostly for good measure against IHC. They don't want to deal with that against Zioxora, so. With that, I mean, we might see some of these junglers picked up. I'm not sure if IHC wants to take it right now. They still also can play around the fact, what do they need? I would say there's still a mix, right? The Faramis could go, we've seen it in the roam. We've actually seen it mostly in the mid. The poke potential from a Faramis in the mid is great, but we've seen lineups. Okay, so it is going mid. Matilda's still open. They locked that in for the roam option here for IHC. This is... a lot of shielding. Esmeralda's actually still open, but because they already have the XP lane, that's not going to happen for T2K. So instead, the answer is More AoE to follow up on the Curse of Blood.
More damage.
More dam. Big dam. AoE damage. They go the Odette plus the Claude. So we're talking about 2 heroes that should be able to shine on the Curse of Blood ultimate from this Carmilla. And, you know, with that, that'll also tell us the Roger is going to be in the jungle. So we got the Carmilla in the roam. Claude's going in that gold lane. Last pick for IHC has to be a jungler.
Maybe a Julian.
What are they thinking?
Do they go damage? Because there's so much damage from T2K right now. I don't even think it's worth picking you. They do. They go for the Fredrin. They play it safe, man. IHC keeping it simple.
Man.
I mean, this is definitely like, you know, I'm not saying it doesn't work anymore, but this draft is something we saw, you know, playoffs, right? Back in playoffs of all the MPLs and everything. This draft is definitely a little previous, where we look as T2K, it's very more forward thinking. It's heavy damage. It's what we've been seeing work, at least in the wild card so far. And it is a scary composition. It definitely could be risky. All of these heroes are squishy, except for 2 of them. It's very different than where before it was 3 tanks, right? Essentially 3 tanks on your composition. Now it is almost all damage dealers and a strong EXP laner.
That just shows to the dynamics that also IHC can bring to the table, and I think that's what they want to show here in their last match ahead of them in this wildcard Group B fight out, as both teams want to go out with a bang in this best of 1. See who gets the upper hand. IHC, with the lineup that they have, they could really kind of scale up really quickly. Well, my big question is, how do they play around all the AoE damage, the area of effect damage and ultimates that's going to come out here from T2K? Already looking at the emblems as well. You've got the Warcry emblem on Bob, man. Like, he's looking for it. Masarap, too.
And Yahiko.
And
Three Warcries.
3 Warcries. Ooh. Yeah, that's probably the sound they're making, Trex.
That's it. Or the SpongeBob, though.
Yep, that too. You know?
That's my Warcry.
That's a pretty good Warcry. I'd probably be pretty scared if I heard that.
You should be.
All right, well.
Whose comp do you like more?
I don't know.
Ooh, Boa. Gonna get pulled back. A little bit of damage, though, onto ZXR as well. Bob forced to run away, but Yahiko with a lot of damage on a Forbid. Can he get the final hit? Able to pick up that Little Wonder and a kill. First blood over to Yahiko, looking for another. Dash away does come from Ethan there. Yahiko going to be able to walk away, but there it is. Feed Roger, baby.
Yep, same thing that happened in the previous game, but in the hands of IHC. This time around, it's Yahiko. I think that was the power of the Warcry, man. 8%. That's 8%. A good percentage. You know, good percentage to work around with, and now you've got 3 on this lineup. You asked me which lineup I like more, Trex. I'm going to say T2K. I mean, I'm a fan of IHC, but I like this lineup idea from T2K because it's a literally big dam. Like, that's what they're going for. They want to play around it. The Swan Song is going to be massive into the Curse of Blood, and I want to see exactly if they're able to pull it off. So right now, I'm just going to go ahead and lean towards T2K's lineup. For IHC, this is also very signature of them. They can actually play this really well. We've seen how dynamic they can be in the past. You know, the previous game was different. But for this lineup, I think IHC really has to play around the fact that they want to fight these objectives because they locked in the Fredrin. It's weird that the Fredrin was picked up last pick, by the way. You know, we typically see him in that first pick for the longest time. Now that's not going to happen. Apex, though.
The damage on Apex, down on the boss side. Aizen able to pull off, but taking a lot of damage. Yahiko able to find the kill after being shredded by Bobe. Now Yahiko going to move on to this turtle here. Ethan getting a couple shots onto Apex there. Forbid looking for an angle as well. ZXora up against Masarap. ZXora taking a lot of damage. Down comes the Appraisal's Wrath. Masarap about to go down, looking tasty, but he's still able to make it with that passive. Finally falls to Ethan there. Masarap takes the death. Turtle goes over to IHC Esports.
Oh, man. That great team fight there. But, man, that reminds me of the first time I said Masarap, too, you know? It's it's great to see. But for IHC, man, they kind of held it together as long as they could. Ethan getting that kill is going to help them a little bit in terms of the scaling on the Matilda. He's going to be a crucial point. That's why you see them being pretty aggressive here, even on the resources. But I'm not sure if they can really do too much against T2K. Apex holding the line up the front there. Top side.
Apex versus Witch.
They get it out.
Witch, right? Witch.
Yeah.
Which is which?
Which is which?
Which is which?
It's which.
Yahiko, though. Gonna get a face full of taunt here. Apex there as well. A lot of damage on Yahiko. Down about 20%. ZXora unable to get the Appraisal's Wrath down.
Whoa.
ZXora finally drops it, but he gets outplayed. Yahiko able to get the Lycan pounce and dodge it. Both teams disengage.
That was, I mean, the amount of burst damage that did come through was pretty impressive, but it wasn't enough to take down anybody. And again, this is a part of the strength of also Fredrin. You know, he doesn't even have too many defensive items just yet. Still could also pick up some magic resistance for himself, but overall able to kind of tank a lot of this, and that's the power of this Charizla as well. Body Smith, Apex should be fine. And I think that's part of the hard part for IHC. Whoa!
Ooh, a lot of damage from Bebex. A 1v1. Woo! Bebex able to secure the kill. Taking down Witch there. It's 2-2 right now. About 800 gold lead for IHC. Still a game.
Man, they've been going 1v1 for a while now. I feel like every time we get a glimpse up there towards that gold lane, they're just duking it out using the ultimates they have. But this time around, like you mentioned, you know, Witch gets it. And it's like the Blazing Duet just is not there just yet. That's why Bebex able to get that kill, win the 1v1. But how long does that last? You know, if you're Claude, you obviously need more time. Ethan? Okay, Circling Eagle. Whoa.
Ooh, big penalty zone onto Bob. Onto Bob and Yahiko. Out comes Swan Song though, and Yahiko shreds down Ethan. Bob goes down. Forbid able to pick up the kill, but Aizen will be the next to fall. Forbid now on the run, and he's going down as well. A triple for Yahiko. Zixora by himself in between 4 members, but he's ready to go. The Apprentice's Wrath comes down, but it locks on a turtle.
Wow.
Zixora still able to find that objective. Finally falls. Maserap taking the kill. 2 down, a turtle for IHC. Was it worth the trade?
Yeah, and there's, again, here in the gold lane, they're still going.
They just keep going blow for blow, punch for punch.
Hey, that's what they got to do. But, man, talk about that last team fight. Did you see what I was talking about with the Curse of Blood? The way that is used, that's the way that's dropped down on multiple members, and then you just swan song follow up. You saw how fast the Netherrealm got taken away, you know? And some of the first items aren't even locked in, man. You know, the War Axe is there for Yahiko, but, you know, that's about it for now. And there's the Corrosive Ice now locked in for Vich. So they have that. And, you know, when you're playing around this for IHC, they kind of have to be cautious of that set of potential, especially when it gets towards these objective fights. Glowing Wand also picked up, now available for T2K, which is going to help them with some of that, you know, sustainability, because that Necklace of Durance now is in that Glowing Wand. Plays here.
Oh, nice taunt onto Apex. Will get stunned up, though. A lot of damage on Zixora. Swan Song does come out. Forbid taking a face full of that one. Look at Bebex. Look at the runaway. Drops him on Force. Look at the outplay. Finds Witch. The Lycan Pounce does come down to Yahiko. Able to get the kill. The triple make it. Looking for the Maniac. One more shot in there. It is Yahiko. 9-0-1.
This is more of a snowball than IHC for their Roger in the previous game. And again, it's going back to the point, guys, where we're saying Roger is the new him. You know, he is picked up so many times because of this potential to snowball. And we're talking about even when you saw the Sky Piercer picked up, so he's got the Sky Piercer now. Yahiko's completely online, 9-0. And that Warcry emblem was really part of the component to get him to snowball this early on and pump out that kind of damage. So IHC, you know, you think when you see their lineup, they have the tools to deal with this Roger, but right now it's more so of just kind of being a little hesitant to fight against this AoE composition. So now in the mid lane, they're going to be taking their time. Turtle's going to be up here. T2K, though, they are going to go ahead and just take their time as well. IHC has done a pretty good job at securing themselves the objectives, but that's why, you know, this gold lead hasn't snowballed too far at hand.
Black Dragon does come out, maybe just trying to zone right now. Zixora look for the angle in. Comes Maserap, penalty zone does land on Yahiko and Witch. Out comes the Swan Song, and they're all caught in the middle of it. Yahiko with the double once again. Yahiko looking for more, making the triple. Can he get another Maniac in this game? He's going for it. He's hungry. Finds the Maniac. There it is, baby. Yahiko turning up in the wild card. He might not make it to the main stage, but he's showing he's him.
He's going out with a bang. And Trex, that was a great sound effect.
No, that was Leo, actually.
That was Leo. Sorry, Leo. That was Leo.
Leo, great sound effect.
Great sound effect for that Roger. That's 2 Maniacs at this point.
Ooh.
Oh, Swan Song. All right, going to be used. Ethan's going to be fine, but man, talk about IHC. What are they going to do here? You see these team fights breaking out against just the Turtles. You don't want to see what's going to happen once those Lords are up here. You know, taking a look at this. This is the replay that we see, and just look at that. The burst potential, the damage. He even gets the turtle, and then he goes for the Maniac. You know, and this is the snowball potential of a Roger right now, and it might be, we might actually see this change, or in the group stage to the knockout stage for MSC, Roger is possibly banned out for some teams because they just don't want to deal with the potential of a snowball like this. Because when this happens, man, whatever composition you have, it's very difficult. I mean, look at this disparity. 13 kills. 13 kills in Yahiko. Like, he is the kill score here.
He's it. He's him.
He is.
Who's got the other one? Maserap. That's the only one.
Maserap has the other one. You know, but it's the lineup that allowed this to happen, Trex. It's the lineup that allows Roger to shine like this. It's the emblem that allows Rogers to do this. And it's just the state of the game, the meta. I mean, look at his damage.
Big damn.
38,000 damage, even against an Odette who is doing, you know, AoE with a Swan Song. And then he picks up the Malefic Roar. So this is getting to the point where IHC, if they're in this game and they want to kind of stall this out, I almost feel like they should just defend. They should just get in the defense mode. ZXora is kind of checking things out, but I don't think really anything can happen here, even with Bebex down to the bottom side. So they're just going to watch it get taken, and they'll have to get prepped and ready for the defense. They could actually come out with a successful defense if everything falls into place, and that has to come in the form of Aizen getting a good penalty zone, locking people down, hopefully even Yahiko. But that's the thing, every time they choose to fight around the penalty zone, which is their main setup, or the circling eagle, it's like Apex is like, all right, perfect timing, Curse of Blood, let's fight. Well, here we go.
Force does come down, the chase. The Black Dragon's already goes off the map, and now he's looking for the re-engage, gets a little knockoff onto Ethan there.
Good distraction.
Back in the base, though, T2K just poking away right now. Lord going to be coming soon.
Okay. I see. Look at this. Maserap keeping Ethan from going back. But he's eventually just going to be able to walk back to the base. Conceal going to be used. Are they going to punch this one in, push this into the base?
Nice stun onto ZXOR. Zamon's Force does drop from Bebex, trying to lock onto Apex. If he can get that kill, that is huge. It's going to help out with the defense here. Witch able to take the tower, though. In comes the Swan Song. Bob able to do some damage, followed up by the Blazing Duet. Yahiko still playing the field here, just poking away, and IHC able to defend.
Okay, IHC able to defend. Again, this is only that first Lord, and T2K is going to be happy with just getting that one base turret. And looking at the items here, you can already see that crown available as well. For Bob, has that. You can actually just punch in, especially when the flicker is available. And still, this, I'm wondering if he's going BOD for the last item for Yahiko. You know, nearly item locked at this point. Even defensively, they have most of the things that they need. It looks like, and with Yahiko's confidence on this Roger not dying just yet, he can actually play quite up front, because even if he initiates and goes up front and just pops out as much damage as he wants to, the rest of the team can actually really cover him with a Blazing Duet, with the Swan Song. Those are usually enough to push back IHC right now. So it's even so, like, IHC is, I mean, the fact that they're trying to defend against this in almost a 10,000 gold deficit, we really got to wonder where's the winning point for them. Oh,
comes out, Zixor in trouble. Lycan Pounce does come in. Yahiko able to pick up the kill. Wait a second, big penalty zone. Witch goes down, Ethan able to find it. This could be chaos. Bob will fall next. Yahiko falls as well, and Maserap is on the run. IHC finds a beautiful response there. Maserap, will he fall? Bebex able to pick it up. He's 6-1-2 now. I was just about to talk about a Bebex. Could be the saving grace. They got to go back to defend. Don't think they're going to be able to win the game with this, but still, it is huge.
That's huge, because I was just about to ask before that fight broke out, IHC, what can they do to turn this game around? That's exactly what they can do. Win the team fight. They get a triple now on Bebex. You're going to look at the replay here. This was a forced initiation again. Ooh, and, you know, great Bebex timing. This is the overlapping I was talking about. Zaman Force with the penalty zone collapsing down and also not allowing Yahiko to move around the way he's been this whole game. It's just unfortunate. You know, you can see the frustration there too, because that was a great setup from IHC, and it might have been enough to bring them back into this game. So, you know, they're still working with a little bit of gold to get here, but those defensive items now coming in. Athena Shield locked in for Aizen. Anytime that penalty zone is available, he is a big component for them doing what they did just previously. So with this, you're going to see T2K take a little bit of a cautious route now for this Lord. Even with the lead they had earlier, they've tasted a... mid lane?
Apex able to use the flicker to get away. Zamon's forced for a flicker. Flicker's got a little bit of a longer cooldown, so good trade for IHC. Going to be able to also claim position over the pit.
Okay, next Lord going to be started up. ZX Aura will take it. Also, again, look at this Fredrin taking this damage. It's just the second Lord of the game. Can't just hold it there like they used to, so they kind of have to juggle it around. That's what we see a lot of teams doing. They can make a play around this, goes in, swoops in, but it's just going to be reset. They might just want to go for a fight and actually get a numbers advantage. Looks like Apex is going to be the target, but quite tanky as well in this Carmilla. So right now, also for IHC, they've got their 3 Purifies available, so they could also use those to play around this. But right now, given this whole instance, it looks like IHC and T2K don't want to commit to the Lord. They're going to just kind of feel this area out.
You know, wait a second, conceal play. Apex trying to find a couple targets. Witch comes in with a Blazing Duet, able to get some nice damage onto ZX Aura. Yahiko finds the kill. Petrify. Bebex falls next, and that's going to be the damage in the front liner for IHC. T2K trained to kill. Yahiko looking for the engage. Out comes the Nether Realm, but it doesn't stop. Look at the damage. Ethan falls, and IHC is on the downfall. A double kill for Yahiko, looking for the triple, but Witch takes it from his hands. T2K are going to be able to take this game. Forbid knows it. But wait, they still need minions. Forbid on the field. I've seen something similar to this. Can Forbid pull it off? Yahiko look for the angle. All going to do is focus base before Forbid push to the wall, and that is it. T2K shows up.
T2K will be the team with a massive snowball here. This Roger this time around against IHC as they cap out this best of 1 for them. And man, was it a snowball to say the least with the Roger pick. This is something that I think we're going to continue to see teams utilize really on the compositions that they pick up. Warcry Emblem looks like it's a nice, good addition to a lot of these team strategies when they want to pick some more of these hyper carry assassins, if you will, in the jungle. And, you know, it looked like there was a moment as we look at the highlights here where IHC was like, all right, we can fight back. But then all of a sudden, it was an idea, it was a call. Let's conceal, let's force Apex up and collapse down on the hopes of IHC, and that's exactly what T2K did. It's good that they did it too, because they still had the upper hand, and I feel like if they would have hesitated and stalled out, that gives more of a chance for IHC to turn things around. Again, great initiation and great overlapping here from IHC on this defense, but this is where they go in, great play, they force them all apart, and the Sky Piercer is just taking out ZX Aura here and collapsing down. I mean, what did Yahiko end? 18-1. 18-1, insanity, and 21 kills in the game here. So what a massive performance, you know, for this team. Of course, T2K going out with a bang, of course, ahead of them, and we'll see once again exactly what happens here. But we're going to take a quick break, so sit tight. We'll be back after this.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And all right, welcome back again to the caster desk here. I'm Nice and that's Trex. And we just witnessed match number 5, kind of closing things out here for T2K and IHC. It was wonderful, you know, of course, to have them here for the wild card. And I really do think Group B, man, was a tough group. It was really just kind of a tough one for a lot of the teams competing in there. But also, again, just to give you guys a heads up, if you guys have feedback for us here for the broadcast, feel free to scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now. We really do appreciate all the constructive criticism you guys can give us and feedback, of course, to make the broadcast as best it can be. And again, looking at how things kind of went for this match number 5 for both these teams here, Yahiko, look at the KDA, man, 20 KDA. 95% of the kills, because he ended, what, 18-1, I think it was, and
18-1 and like 3 or something.
Yeah, out of 21 kills, you know, it's just insane performance here for Yahiko as he kind of closed things out for them. Even that Sky Piercer, you know, we asked her in the previous game, IHC didn't pick up the Sky Piercer on the Roger.
They went for the Thunderbelt instead.
Yeah, they went
that
for
was
the
like
Thunderbelt.
the opt-out.
This one, I mean, you saw how many times the Sky Piercer proc too. Even with the change to the 4%, man, it's still a really good item for some of these picks. I mean, look at this. Look at the gold that he had too, you know? So for IHC, I think with the lineup here that they had, there was that very brief moment of a possible comeback in that game where they had a winning fight for them, and that was kind of what we talked about in the draft tracks, where it's like, you know, they have to be able to land. First off, the penalty zone is hopefully what Eisen's able to do, and then you follow up through with the Zaman Force, and you fight into that. And for IHC, it just happened a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of tough, right? It was tough watching them. And T2K played such an amazing game. IHC, I would have loved to see this go like a full best of 3 and see how the teams adapt in terms of draft and everything. But Roger continues to just show to be such a dominant pick for any team that picks it up. T2K though, but here's the thing too, is everyone on the team played great. Another big thing to point out with T2K, the drafting. You know, such a well-paired draft. You mentioned it from the moment you saw the Odette, and you know, the AoE paired up with the Carmilla, the Blazing Duet. You know, that kind of brings everyone down, and then the Roger just reaps the benefits, right? Quite literally. Just overall, an amazing game from both teams. But T2K, man, putting themselves on the map. You know, just like I remember last year being excited to see Lil Gun come back. They come back as IHC. Yeah. Now I'm excited to see Train to Kill come back because I think they're a team we got to keep our eyes on. Shout out to them. But up next, Brute Force and Homeboys.
Brute Force and Homeboys is going to be next. And, you know, like we said, this is more so at this point as we get for that last match of Group E. It's, you know, just going out with a bang. And so Brute Force definitely, I feel like in a way, kind of struggled through this. But the competition in Group B, even I was in the same boat, Trex. Like, Train to Kill was not a team that I was keeping my eyes on too much, but now it's like similar to before, where it's like now I can't wait to see their future and how they improve. So again, we are going to take a short break here before we get prepped and ready for the match between Brute Force and Homeboys. So sit back, we'll be back after this.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
All right, jumping into the next matchup here, Homeboys and Brute Force, the last match for Group B to round out our next contender. Of course, it is Homeboys that's going to be going on tomorrow, but this is all about Brute Force. If they can go out with a bang here and get a win, it would be great for them, of course, for a lot of teams that were supporting them. And, you know, it was unfortunate that things didn't go the way that, you know, that they wanted to, but Homeboys has been I feel like if there was a team here for Group B, Homeboys has hit that expectation, I would say, you know, for a lot of people. Well, what do you think, Mr. Wagner?
I think Homeboys came in this with the expectation already, you know, so I think they've definitely matched it. I think a lot of other teams exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
Homeboys, you know, guaranteed now to go face up against Entity 7, and this is going to be Brute Force's last shot, you know, a farewell to everybody. And how are they going to do that, right? Are they going to really perform? Are they going to show up on the stage? Because like we said, this is a place to get a taste of all the regions. This is a place to kind of see all the regions. And this is a place to show that, you know, everyone has something to stand for here. So Brute Force, can they pull off the big upset?
Definitely. We're going to look at Homeboys lineup first here. We have Sapat, Chibi, Udil, Nets, and we got a switch as well. Zorn's going to be sitting this one out, and they've got Mal coming in. Now, for those that might not be familiar with Mal, you know, he's a longtime veteran of actually from Malaysia. Now, season 13, I believe he didn't get to play, you know, much, but he's a veteran. He's been around forever, and they're going to be utilizing him in this lineup to see how things work. But Brute Force, let's go ahead and introduce them one more time.
Brute Force with Marbin in the EXP lane, Mashiro in the jungle, Kojik in the mid lane, Black March, and man, I love that name, in the gold lane, and Fanger in the
You love
roam.
Black March?
Yeah, Black March is just a cool name.
It is a cool name.
It's a really cool name.
I thought you were going to explain why you thought it was a cool name.
I don't know. I just think it's a cool name. I've actually learned that I think it's a name from an anime or something. Because when I said I liked it, somebody asked me if I liked a certain anime, and I was like, oh no, I just thought the name looked cool. But now it makes sense why it's cool, because you know it's from an anime, and anime is cool.
Anime is cool. You know, if you're not watching, what are you doing? You know what I mean? You know what else is cool? This matchup, because for these two teams, Homeboys, I feel like this is their time to. I don't know if this means that we see another iteration of Homeboys eventually. Like, let's say they get in the matchup against Entity 7 tomorrow, and they're bringing, you know, Zorn is going to kind of sit out for this one. Mal comes in. If this is a test also for a different dynamic, because tomorrow the matchup is going to be, obviously, it's not a best of one. This is the final best of one, though, for our Group B. But tomorrow, obviously, they're going to be in a full series, you know, and part of the dynamic, I feel like right now with some of these teams, if they do, you know, swap some players in and out here, that's actually an advantage. At least for me, I think, you know, you've seen teams have 10-player deep lineups. Like, talk about being able to switch things up. But I think with this, Zorn, again, a lot of people, you know, they have a lot to say about Zorn. He's a very
fun guy.
He's a fun guy. He's a fun guy. He's known for certain things, of course, the game too. But I think for Mal, this is going to be a good chance for other people to see also how does this change what Homeboy's game plan has been up to this point, and does this actually still look like, you know, the iteration of Homeboys that people are used to seeing, and going against a team like Brute Force, like we said, it's their time to kind of go out with a bang here as they close out their last game for this wildcard group.
Most definitely. I mean, I think it's you know, either you're letting Zorn get some rest, you're letting also one of your bench players play and see maybe if this is a card you want to pull later on, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a niche pick almost.
Yeah, it could be a niche pick. They could try some things here. This is a good, I mean, overall, this is a great opportunity for Homeboys to kind of, you know, test some waters here. maybe in terms of the players they put in, and also in terms of draft.
You know, I'm trying to think here with Homeboy specifically, if between what we saw yesterday, because we did the second half yesterday for Group A, and now we're doing, you know, Group B here, I would say for both the play styles of, you know, the teams that will eventually be going at it, even Brute Force, like they have a very distinctive play style. Against Homeboys, that is a lineup that I feel like has the most easier way to fit into this meta that's shaping here. I want to see Brute Force step up to that, like tempo-wise, because I feel like Brute Force in that region as a whole is a little bit slower when it comes to just fighting. I know they like to fight, but in some of the fights here, will it be a close match? I think is a good question.
Will it be the closest match?
Will it be the closest match? Because we've had a lot of, I don't know, man. I don't know what's happened, but with the change of the patch, our average game time has to be under, what, maybe 18 minutes? Has to be under, maybe under 16. Some of the games are
some of the games have been very quick. I feel like it's either been quick, because we also, me and you at least, yesterday we had like 3 20-plus minute games.
Yeah.
Almost all the, or at least 2 of them were 22 minutes.
They're either 11
today
minutes.
We've had a couple long ones.
Or they're like 20-plus minutes. There's like no in between.
I'm surprised, because with the way the meta was going, with all these high damage junglers, I thought almost every game was going to be like 15 and under.
Yeah.
And we've actually had some very close games, some games that have gone back and forth. Will this one be a close one? We'll have to see. If Brute Force brings their A game, I think Brute Force, what they need to win here is they need to, you know, not pick the front-run jungle. They need to get on the damage train. They need to get on the big damn train, man.
That's right.
You know, and pull up, man. Just pull up.
Oh, man, the Florida's coming out in tricks. The Florida's coming out in tricks. But you know what? For Brute Force, because they're the first pick, they have the blue side here. They could do that, you know, and not opt for... Honestly, at this point, Trex, I think you just leave it all out on the table. If you want to pick something that you've been wanting to pick all tournament, you might as well bring it to the table now in this last match for you and just go out having fun as well. And if they can get a win against Homeboys, who has already secured that slot for tomorrow, then great for Brute Force, because, you know, still at the end of the day, at this point, this is all about them also just bringing that pride to their region as well.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
If Brute Force wins this game, and Homeboys exit the group 2-1, does that make Entity 7 the favorite, since they went 3-0 in their group?
Are you asking me specifically,
I'm
sir?
asking, yeah, sure.
All right.
Well, who else would I be asking? I know Leo's here, but he's got
yeah,
to be
Leo's
quiet.
in the back.
He's only doing sound effects.
Yeah, Leo definitely showed up for the Roger picks, but you know, for me, I would say yes, they're favored. No, actually, I don't know, man. Because I think Homeboys is just the
favorite overall.
The favorite of a lot of the part of the world right now watching.
I think what I will say is this, to kind of answer my own question a bit. I think the way Entity 7 performed yesterday, because we were talking about this a little bit, is I think they could actually be a challenge for Homeboys. I think they came out of groups so cleanly.
Yes, definitely.
And now, depending on how this game goes, depending on how Homeboys continue to play, you know, it will maybe be a decider. Mal's in, so it does kind of change things up. Don't know if they'll use him tomorrow for sure.
So,
but still.
What if it's both 3-3, 3-0 or 3-0? You still
Homeboy's the favorite, yeah.
Homeboy's the favorite. Well, Roger's the favorite right now.
Roger is the favorite.
Roger is the favorite time and time again. And like I said, I think eventually we see teams just banning this out, Trex. Like I think eventually group stage
needs to be.
We will see teams just kind of ban out the
Hopefully
Roger
not.
possibly. Yeah. So I guess I would really like to see teams like what is the best answer in countering the Roger, because I feel like the answer is kind of more so, you know, like most assassins, most snowballing assassin jungles is to just stop him in his tracks. Don't let him snowball. And some of that might be being able to be aggressive.
I was just about to say Ruby.
Ruby could work, because part of it is like, do you want to be aggressive in the jungle? Do you want to slow him down?
I think you just want to be able. You need to be able to, like you said, stop him in his tracks. You know, you need some like close range peel.
Yeah.
The Valentina can work a little bit too with the Terrify. In the past, when he was gold lane, we saw the Fredra and Valentina Ruby. We saw some things like that kind of work, because once he tries to engage, you just boom. You just, you know, give him a little tap on the face.
Just terrify him.
He can't come exactly. Unless he's able to get the outplay with the Lycan Pounce, which some high mechanical players are able to kind of dance around and pull that off. But I think the Ruby's a great answer. Same reason why it's a decent answer like the Cho. Anyone that wants to get up close and personal, the Ruby just locks you up real fast.
You know why Ruby's a great answer?
Why?
Have you heard the
story
of Little Red Riding Hood?
Yeah, and he's the wolf.
That's right.
The wolf. The wolf.
He's the wolf.
Is he a wolf or a wolf? Or
He's a
wolf?
Lycan.
He's a Lycan.
So Ruby is Little Red Riding Hood. She is the answer. If you guys have been wondering, forget the tier lists. The counter, direct counter is Ruby.
The lore.
The lore tells us so. And with that, first phase is going to be done here. Ling, they also got the Ling, so this is, you know, just fighting aggression with aggression. You have the Assassins here. Brute Force, they got the Minotaur, they got the Novaria, they get some good vision that they can lay down. They got some good setup in themselves. I think it's pretty much even. Like, if you look at what is provided at a base level, you have a Roger and a Ling, good snowball potential. Assassins in the jungle. You have a Novaria and a Lui Yi, provides vision and pretty good burst damage early on to late game. Novaria, I would say late game picks up on that. Diversion can be utilized quite a bit, but also gives some vision. Minotaur and a Ruby both give a lot of CC potential, crowd control for this lineup. So how do you want to round this out with the XP laners also? You can see them being banned out. Yuzhong taken out. Terizla is usually, again, I don't know. I think as we go through the stages here, man, we got to get some more XP laners. Where are the Paquitos? Like, I miss the Paquitos.
So earlier when Homeboys picked the Ling, they went double fighter off lane. So it's very possible this Ruby could be an off laner. Like, they have a lot of flexibility here, at least with what we've seen in the past for them in terms of picks. It could be Roam Ruby, which I think if this is going to end up being a jungle Roger, yes, we put it in Roam. But we've seen a lot of possibilities. Earlier, I think we saw from maybe IC or T, I can't remember. The stats are somewhere. But either way, we saw the Ruby, I think, in gold lane, and it was outputting some damage. That was Bebex, and it was monstrous. So we cannot count out Homeboys exactly where they're going to put anything right now, I feel like. Same thing for Brute Force, flexibility. This Novaria pick, though, it's a prime target for that lane.
It is, definitely. And Paquito being banned out here, so wondering exactly what the game plan is for both these teams in the XP lane. I think that's something that teams have to play around the fact of flexibility treks. Like, you want to have a hero that is always flexible, and this has been the case actually even the previous meta before the patch even came out. You know, teams would actually, even if they first picked Fredrin, they'd put him in the XP lane. Teams would also even put him in the mid lane. You know, and you play around the flexibility that can pop up here. So interesting that Terizla is the last ban from Brute Force. So I think they're also just trying to change the pace of the XP lane. With those bans, the Yuzhong, the Terizla, the Paquito, what is left for them to go ahead and bring to the table for the XP lane to battle it out with both these lineups that they have here?
Well, luckily, Homeboys does have the Ruby if that's, you know, if they want to leave it there.
If they wanted to go, yeah.
If they feel like there's no other options. Edith gone. There's not a whole lot. Yeah. What's some of the older stuff? You go for like the Esmeralda or something like that. You could go for EXP lane Grok.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, technically, even though the Grok is locked in and people would naturally think Roamer, he can be played in the XP lane.
Homeboys' whole draft right now is just, you know, literally.
This is what I feel like a lot of people like about Homeboys is their flexibility in compositions. And again, talking about the switch with Zorn and Mal coming through, you know, you get to see how this kind of changes maybe that game plan, and this could be part of it because there could still be some flexing happening. For Brute Force, they're going to go with the Arlott and then the Fredrin. Multiple times now, and the Fredrin's been that last pick for some of these teams. So Brute Force, their game plan is obviously utilizing that crowd control that they can get set off with either the Minotaur or the Arlott, kind of extend some of the fights as well, but they get a lot of vision with a Novaria pick, which, you know, for them, that's actually a good start. It's a really good composition. It's really well rounded out. Even more so if, like we've seen in the past from the matches here, the Roger gets a snowball going early on. Novaria is going to be crucial in the late game if they can get there. Again, we haven't seen too many games get to that late game, you know. But right now, this last pick for Homeboys.
Daps are in.
What are they going for here? Yep, the Dabs are in. They've got it locked in, but let's see what it is. Around the lineup up. Oh, okay, Carry. So Carry is going to be the gold lane pick.
EXP lane Ruby and Roam Grok, most likely.
Yeah.
I like it. And then, I mean, so we get the Ling who can do whatever he wants. We have the rest of the team that can kind of stick with this Lui Yi, hit the diversions, kind of more a little bit tighter. And also with the Carry and the Ruby, it's hard for Roger to really get in there. It's hard to find pickoffs, I would say, because those 3 or those 4 with the Grok are going to stay pretty tight, right? They're going to be able to stay tight, stay close to the Ruby, who can really peel for the team whenever Roger wants to try to engage. One of the things that Brute Force has as the answer to that, though, is going to be that final slash. We need to watch for the final slash play, because if enough displacement can happen, if he can, pull 2 members to the right, leave the other on the other side, maybe catch 1 or 2 off, it's going to be perfect opportunity to Roger to reap the benefits here. But we're going to be jumping in to the last game of Group B Wildcard. Can Brute Force show up today, or will they fall short? Homeboys looking to try to clean sweep things.
Yep. So for Homeboys, when you look at it, that's kind of the main thing they have to do, is just go ahead and see if they can get the clean sweep through the group. Now, for Brute Force, it's all about just kind of ending things on a good note the best they can, and want to see exactly how they respond to even the switch that Homeboys made, the roam option, Zorn not being here. Mal, pretty much, I feel like, again, as a veteran from Malaysia, you're going to see probably similar things to an extent, but already just kind of going at each other. It's just a Minotaur and a Grok just whacking at each other. Nothing's really going to happen there. But also, in terms of the emblems, we're seeing so many more Warcry emblems. Mal, though, this time, Clickers, he's fine.
He's fine. He should be, unless he takes a meteor to the face here.
Yeah, okay. He's able to get out of there. But going back to the point, I like the Warcry emblem. I don't know. Do you agree? Because for a while, it was like focusing mark for the most part. That was just that percentage that you could get. And for a lot of junglers that look for the snowball, I think Warcry is perfect.
Yeah, I think it's a nice way to bring assassins back in. I think a lot of us have been wondering what's the possible way, because they're always just getting kind of brutalized by these utility roamers. But I think now, instead of exactly overkilling Assassin's power level completely, you give him a good emblem, right? You give the Roger a good emblem, you give the Ling a good emblem, to where they still have to sacrifice another emblem, right? Like maybe they sacrifice movement speed, maybe they sacrifice this or that, depending, right? So they get this Warcry, and that just gives them just enough damage to really pack a punch, to really be able to, go all out here. So Chibi with the Warcry, let's see how he can pull up here. We do have the concussive blast on Mashiro.
Yeah.
So kind of typical build for him, Fanger, and was that he gets the purple buff steal there, which is huge, and he's gonna be able to make the turtle in time. Ooh. A little bit of damage. Oodle able to get the kill on Marbin there. Chibi with the Finch Poise on this Rose. Mashiro able to get the turtle though. Fanger does have level 4, decides not to use the Minoan's Fury just yet. They got what they came for. They got the turtle, but they're still behind in gold.
Okay, they're still behind in the gold that they'll be working on through, but at this point, I don't know. I feel like even with that first blood, obviously for Brute Force, they're still going to be okay, and that's partly due to their lineup. Now, Mal's doing a great job at just providing vision. I mean, this is his job. You pick up a Grok on the roam, you sit there, provide the comms to your team. It gives the insights of where the rotation's happening here for Mashiro. And, that's what they're doing. That's how Homeboys is kind of rotating a map the way they are. They know exactly where everyone is. Look at this diversion.
Divergent play coming in with Mal and Oodle. Ooh, but Wade Fanger calls it with the Minoan's Fury, gets a double knockup. Black March looking for the kill. A nice meteor strike as well. Black March looking for the final shots, but he's taking 2 many hits to the face. Nets with the response. Down comes the Tentacles of Blades, and Chibi falls. The response was wonderful, but Brute Force, but Homeboys read the card, and they pull it. Black March goes down.
All right, Black March goes down. Homeboys still playing around this momentum that they've garnered themselves at 4 minutes in. They might still look for more plays, because so far, they've just, Mashiro has been farming up, but because, like I said, with the way that Mal's playing this and just, he's planning himself on that side of the jungle, getting the information, Homeboys will make the plays where they want to. That's one of the advantages also of having the diversion in Udil's repertoire with this Lui Yi, being able to go in a glimpse. Now, I know the cooldown was extended a little bit for that diversion play. You have to be a little more kind of decisive in how you want to utilize the diversion. Looks like they're going to use it here. They go towards top again, but that's something they can play around with. Looks like Brute Force might want to make a play up here, but Turtle's going to be up. So they should be able to go ahead and get control of this area, this zone, and we'll see if they're able to secure themselves another turtle. Homeboys, though,
Marvin taking a lot of damage, able to get the final slash. Able to dash through. Black March picks up the kill onto Oodle. Chibi able to get the Tempest of Blades. Able to just back off. Marvin now taking too much damage. Chibi goes down. Kojic able to snipe him off the Finch pose. Wait a nice time offended from Sepat. Do a little bit of damage on Mashiro. Mashiro responds with a couple more hits of his own. Now Homeboys low down a Chibi. It's Black March up against Nets as well on the top side. Trading blow for blow. Shot for shot, but the gold crab should go to Black March.
Okay, they at least deal with that. They get themselves in a position where Brute Force is still going to be okay. Good flash through the Oasis being picked up too that they can play around with. That sustainability is going to be one of the key components of utilizing the Minotaur pick in some of these fights, right? Because dealing with how much burst could come from the lineup from Homeboys, you know, overall, that healing will play a point and the setup, so half health on the turtle here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same second turtle right here. Nobody was able to take it last time. This time, Chibi will succeed. Mal, though, in a little bit of trouble, able to use a flicker, will be able to get away there. Homeboys now going to take that lead a little bit farther. About 1.5. Nice time offended on a Fanger. Ken Oodle and Setback at the final hit, though. Fanger, after picking up the Blast of Oasis, does have the heal to be able to escape. Black March on the top side getting bullied once again. Homeboys starting to take the wheel of this game a bit.
Yep. That's what they're going to do. They're going to hit their timings. You know, at this point, Skypiercer also picked up now by Chibi, so he's got that available to him. Usually we see these, right, come up early on for the Assassins. Oh!
Come on, but wait a second, big. Minoan's Fury, I'm offended, does come in from Setpat. Black March is trying to run away. They've taken the tower now. This is going to give opportunity for Nets to roam around. It's nothing but Nets in the gold lane. He's winning out again.
Yep, he's winning out again. Nets is doing exactly what he has to do on this carry. You know, you're not going to be able to really shine until later on. And it looks like they try to even make a play here in the mid lane, but Brute Force still not able to find that just yet. Do a little jungler battle here.
Marvin up against Chibi, but that hurts. He got sniped earlier off the wall.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful for that because Kojic has an eye out on him. He's got the scope. He's locked in. And they're always coming. Comes at a Virgin. Once again, another Meteor lands down on the Nets, but it's not enough to kill him. Marvin will be the first to fall in this fight. Brute Force, though, looking for Oodle. Oodle in a bad spot next to this orange buff. He's going to fall. Mashiro able to take out the kill. That's 1 for 1. Brute Force still hanging in there. Able to kind of not let that gold lead escape too far.
Yeah, that's what Brute Force has to do. You know, if they're able to split someone off from Homeboys, following through with the diversion, then that's great for them. They can find a kill, kind of build up off of that. You see some of the items already being locked in, those first items for the members from Brute Force. You've got that Skypiercer as well on Black March, so this is going to be a Skypiercer battle, and whichever team can get that threshold faster is going to be able to utilize that early on in some of these skirmishes, these team fights. Next turtle's going to be up, but it's a 1-for-1 turtle-wise for both teams. Who's going to be able to get this third one? It looks like they want to fight. Brute Force goes in.
Astro Echo does give Brute Force some vision. Nobody going down just yet. Nice, I'm offended on a Marvin. Marvin able to use the flicker with a wild charge. Connects. Down comes Tempest of Blades. And Marvin's wiped off the field. Homeboys taking the kill, taking the turtle. Looking to take this game.
Oh, diversion right on top of Black March.
Black March in trouble. Able to Lycan pounce onto the creep camp to get through the wall and get away there. Well played by Black March.
Good response, you know, from Black March because that diversion dropped right on his head. So with that, again, how everything went is fine for Brute Force. They're a little bit behind. They might try to keep this together, but the turret's going to go down. And Nets, I don't think they're going to engage on that. It looks like they're just going to back off. Didn't get a chance of that replay. Going to look at the hand cams here once again. The players, of course, duking it out. But with so far from Homeboys, one of the things that they have to kind of utilize is what we saw from the previous team fight, the wild charge into either the I'm offended. They could play around that. They could use that as a disengage. And I think all this is going back to the point. Oh, Marbon.
Chibi versus Marvin, man. It is non-stop, but Tempest of Blades going to slam down, get the knock up, and take the kill. Put it in his pocket with that one. Chibi feeling himself right now, 3-1-0.
You know, that's what we're seeing a lot with the Skypiercer. Hold on in the jungle. Okay, I think he's able to get out.
Oodle takes it.
Because of the Skypiercer, we're seeing so many of these assassin junglers have the confidence to dive under the turrets. Because when it's a low health target, they know they just need to get a little more damage, and then it's going to proc, and they're going to clean up the kill. And I think that's why the shift of assassins being picked up, and turret dives are happening so often now, even early portion of the game, because, you know, Chibi doesn't have that much. He's got Berserker Sphere, he's got Sky Piercer, he's got the Haas Claws. And that Sky Piercer being 1,500 gold is a big component to this, being able to lock in those 3 items, you know, and kind of just utilize the way that Ling works and get a kill. Tempest Blades, just like this, should be able to get just out, heals back up with the Haas Claws, you know what I mean? So that's the way that Lings are being played right now. That is the way. And, hold on,
Marvin, look for an angle, able to get the final slash on a Chibi, but Seppat able to lock him up once again, and this is where the Ruby's helping out for players like Chibi, for Nets. He's able to kind of slow them down, stop them from getting the big play that they want. The little Red Riding Hood is doing well right now.
He's doing all right. But at this point, now that we're in this Lord territory, this is where Brute Force could possibly punish. And if they want to punish, it's more so of just being able to play around a possible diversion. You can already see Homeboys, the game plan for them. It's going to be used right now. Look at where it's going. Not going to follow up through it. That's one of the strategies here with the diversion. You can fake it out if you want to. So with that, Lord still for the taking here for both teams. Brute Force just going to let Homeboys go ahead and start it up. They want to punish if they can based on the positioning. Chibi will make his way too, so it looks like they already got that wave pushing in mid lane. They might give this a full go. Echo going to be dropped.
After Echo does come down, Seppat taking a little bit of damage. Maroon's Fury connects. Seppat's first of all, Mal. Now a little bit of trouble, able to get that wild charge, and Nets finds Kojik. Banger will be the next, a killing spree. A double for Chibi. It's all for the price of Seppat. It's a 3-for-1. And Lord is going to be the next target for Homeboys. Brute Force in shambles.
Worth for Homeboys. I mean, that's exactly what they want to do. If that's Seppat's life, that's fine. They get 3 kills plus the objective. And so Homeboys looking very good, utilizing this pick. Black March so close. Oh, he's going to get out? No, he's not.
Oh my god, a lot of damage. Black March in trouble, maybe looking for the 1v1, but no, Chibi still gets the kill. So now it's much more than just a good trade. It is a great trade for Homeboys as the Lord encroaches on a Brute Force's base.
Yeah, so they're going to have to deal with this. I mean, again, it's going to be a bit for Black March to be back up. By that time, Homeboy is going to be knocking on the door, on the home of Brute Force. So they'll go ahead and clear out the lanes the best they can. But at this point for Homeboys, with the lead they have in this lineup, they should possibly get these shields. I don't know if they'll actually be able to get a turret just yet, even though they're ahead, almost 10,000 gold, unless it's a forced initiative. Seppat doesn't have the flicker available though. Echo's going to be dropped down. The turret's going to be worked on, so actually, they actually fight.
Inhibitor right there. Marvin does get the final slash on the Seppat, able to flicker away. Black March trying to clear the wave, but the Lord still coming in. Homeboys maybe looking for a quick finish here. They don't have a wave down the mid, so it's going to be hard to try to transfer anything over to the middle inhibitor. Homeboy's going to play a safe back off. Look at the bottom tower. Minions take it on their lonesome. Homeboys with a huge win off the first Lord.
Okay, I take that back. I didn't know if they'd be able to get multiple turrets. I actually expected Brute Force, even with the lineup they have, they might have just, you know, swept in the minions with the final slash and then cleared things out, but they end up losing 2 turrets and maybe 3.
They're looking for a third here for sure. Chibi on the top side by himself, but he's going to buy space for the rest of the team to take that mid tower. They send, Brute Force uses 3 of their members to go after Chibi, and Homeboys are like, that's fine, you can try to get him, you're not going to be able to, but we're going to take your tower.
You're going to take the tower, and you're seeing this too. You know, the Wishing Lantern was picked up by Udil, has that available, gets that extra. It's very easy with a Lua Yi to pop off that proc. It's about, I think it's 800 damage. Yeah, you get a 10% current HP damage that procs with that Wishing Lantern. So great pickups here already for Homeboys, but that's expected because they're massively ahead. You know, 11,000 gold ahead, they're going to be able to do that. So for Brute Force, it's on the defensive. You know, how do you deal with this amount of damage being thrown at you? And you need some of those defensive items, and you have to hope that you can withstand that, because magic damage is going to really wreck them. As we get a nice close-up look from Homeboys.
This is for Zorn.
Feeling good. Yep, that's for Zorn. They got the whole formation going on, because really at this point, even with the lead they have, they kind of just, I think they're just going to go ahead and wait for this Lord. Even with this situation of, you know, they've locked in tomorrow for them, it's all about the foundations, the discipline, going through those motions and keeping them refined before tomorrow. So for Homeboys, unless they go for a pickoff, Lord's going to be up now though. So for Brute Force, They'll have to be careful on approaching this. It looks like the buffs are just going to be stolen, and then Homeboys will go ahead and start up this Lord.
Yeah, so we got minion waves coming on bot and top. Brute Force got to do something about it, while at the same time trying to worry about this Lord. And at this point, with an 11,000 gold lead for Homeboys, they can't even contest it. They've lost all the towers. Watch for the diversion play on the boss side. They're going to try to collapse onto Mashiro. Marvin taking a lot of damage, gets the final slash on the nets, but he still falls. Sephat able to get the kill, and look at Chibi on the chase. Finds Kojic. Tempest of Blades to crash down on top. Outplays, gets away from that Minoan's Fury. Sephat does go down, but he has immortality still. Homeboys just waiting for the minions now. It's Fanger, Mashiro, and Black March against 5.
I don't think so. You know, they got to wait for this Lord. It should be everybody up for Brute Force, unless somehow, some way, Homeboys. There's the I'm offended. Not going to connect.
It's going to be okay, though. It's 4 members around the boss side. Lord still coming. Can Brute Force defend once again? Mashiro down about 20%. Black March getting shredded by the Speedy Light Wheel, but that is it. The base goes down, and Homeboys with a clean sweep onto Group B.
Homeboys will do it, just like we saw in Group A. Group B will also be a sweep throughout the series. Homeboys securing their match against Entity 7 tomorrow in the final match for the wildcard teams here, of course. And, you know, Nets looks like he's like, yeah, it's another day, another game for them. And I think even with Mal coming in, man, like, this looked like Homeboys. You know, it just maybe a little bit less on some of the recalls here, but they paid tribute in the mid lane earlier on. But overall, looking at their team fights here and seeing them in the highlights, you know, this was Homeboys that is very true to their playstyle and the picks even that they have here. And they just utilized Chibi, especially on this link.
Yeah, Mal played a great game. And, you know, speaking of it, the way he kind of invaded early on, kept tabs, it was very, you know, it's very Homeboys. And I think, honestly, if anything was to happen, like if they wanted, I could see Mal possibly, you know, getting subbed in at some point. Played a great game.
Yeah.
So if, you know, Zorn needs a nap or something, they can always throw Mal in.
Got to hydrate, you know,
Yeah,
stay
gotta hydrate.
hydrated.
It's hot out there.
It is hot. It's like 40, what
Wants
is it,
a snack?
45 degrees? Oh, wait, sorry. You don't work in Celsius.
Yeah, I don't.
You work in Fahrenheit.
Well, technically, I'm working in Celsius here right
Yeah,
now
you are.
because
That's
it's hot,
true.
and
That's
I'm
true.
working.
That's true. Well,
But
there it
no,
is.
I don't know.
Yeah. Once again, Homeboys, as we get another look at them, had a heck of a game, had a heck of a run through the Group B, honestly. And it makes, I don't know, I'm going to go back to your question, Trex. You know, you asked, is it if it's a sweep, Entity 7, or is it going to be Homeboys tomorrow? Maybe you don't answer that.
I hold no opinion on this.
I was going to say, maybe you save that for your content.
They're both going to do great.
No, there only can be one winner, Trex.
Yeah, but they're both, who do you got?
Don't ask me. You know, but you guys we can ask you guys for your feedback, of course, for the broadcast by scanning that QR right there on your screen. Let us know your guys' thoughts, you know, and we thank you guys too, because I know we've had some stuff we've had to work through, and as we get through these days of the wild card, I would say things are smoother. Hey, we didn't get hell-curded today.
We didn't get hell-curded. That is a plus.
We're
on the up and up right now.
That's right. Hey, you know what? Again, though, for this matchup, it was great to see Brute Force as well. It's a team that I feel like if you look at their history and where they, you know, some of these players as well, the way they played, there's definitely some improvements there, but it just feel like there's a big, what's happening for these teams on this new patch, I would say, is teams like Homeboys, teams like those regions that love these scaling up assassins, these snowball lineups, are really shining here. And I think that's even going to be the case once we get to the group stage. And for Brute Force, I know, like I said, they like to fight. This is what we heard even in, you know, some of the interviews from them and those parts of the world. They like to fight, but unfortunately they lack some of the ability to go against the momentum set here from these teams like Homeboys. As you see, you know, Chibi had a great KDA, had a great time on this Ling pick. And I think too, you know, Warcry emblem is going to be a hot-picked emblem throughout MSC. I would love to see teams bring the Temporal Rain, man. I want to see Temporal Rain utilized and successful.
You know, I was actually, so that was something I brought up. I was like, are there assassins using it? Because you get the recall. But so many assassins already have small recalls.
Yeah.
I remember Mirko saying that. He was like, they all already have
Small
such great
cooldowns?
recalls. Yeah, great cooldowns. So
I was
they
like,
don't need-
recalls?
I know. They have great cooldowns. So they don't need, like, they don't need it.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So we'll see. Might work well on some tanks or some roams
Yeah.
that have the longers, something, you know, or some support roams that want to get those ultimates as fast as possible. We'll see.
But what people have been doing in this time frame is cooking. Like, they've been cooking up strategies, and I think, you know, that's what we're seeing here. And I think by the time, like I said, that we do get maybe even tomorrow in our final matchup for Wildcard, you see something new that we haven't seen from day 1 to now day 2. And I think there's a lot of room. There's still a lot of room for like testing the boundaries of this patch, because I don't know, we don't have the counter just yet, but by the time we get to MSC, I don't know how many unique heroes we're going to get through, man. Because usually in these tournaments, you know, you get to see a lot of teams kind of push those boundaries, but I feel like we are in that area right now with the current meta.
We're in the oven right now.
We're what?
We're in the oven right now.
We are in the oven. We are, literally and figuratively, you know?
Literally.
And the teams have been cooking something up. But also, for you guys watching out there, don't forget to mark your calendars, because on July 7th, the Soul Vessel, the series skins, Amon, will be out for you guys. And also Hanabi. So if you guys, you know, Amon, Hanabi, whichever you want to go ahead and grab, they're stunning. I can't wait to see them, because usually these skin series, man, they're on point.
And the cinematic trailer looks great. I feel like they've been doing a great job with all of those. Get a little video to go with it. Hype yourself up. But don't forget, I learned it. Juicing.
Juicing.
Juice. Well, juicing, or I mean, juicing.
Juicing?
Juicing. Either way, the new mage hero arrives on June 29th with her exclusive pack. Get the hero and her Ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week for only 469 diamonds. You can also get her skin for only 51 diamonds during the first 14 days.
That's
Did you mark your calendars?
Make sure you mark your calendars. You know, I just found out that in the game you can actually use the calendar, and it actually puts...
Wait, there's a...
Yeah.
I knew that.
There's actually a way to do it. But you know what? Let's go ahead and look at the standings here for both our groups. Once again, from Group A top in that group, 3-0. Entity 7. You know, KBG very close to that, but unfortunately we're not able to pull through, and it's kind of interesting because we have the same scores across the board for different teams, you know, from Group A to Group B. 3-0 from Group B for Homeboys, securing the top spot there. T2K, very impressive, you know, at that 2-1, and, you know, even for IHC, it's like, man, I thought IHC would actually be able to do better here. Brute Force not able to get a win, of course, throughout their group. So a lot can be said, and a lot of experience obviously gained for these teams as well. And I think that's what they pair up again. Now, for tomorrow, this is what it all leads down to, ladies and gentlemen. This is E7, Entity 7 versus Homeboys in the last match to go ahead and qualify for that next stage of the group stage.
And if you guys are wondering, it is going to be a best of 5, so we'll finally get to see two teams kind of go the distance, and I think that will be the opportunity to really show where the meta sits and how bans are going to evolve, how picks are going to evolve. Those questions that we've been wondering as we've moved through
How many Rogers
this.
get picked up?
How many Rogers get picked up?
How many Lings?
How many Lings get banned?
Or picked up.
Or picked up.
You know, there's a lot left. I would say, guys, it's been 2 days now of best of ones.
Best of ones.
And so now that we go to a point where we finally have this match where it's a best of 5.
Best of 5.
And this is our first glimpse, mind you, of a full series through
glimpse.
this new patch for MSC. Wildcards, of course, but this is going to be interesting, I think, because of just how do the teams change their game plans from game to game. Are we going to see similar bans through in and throughout? You know, a lot of them, and even with this last match, this was probably one of the most successful games I've seen from Alua Yi being utilized here. Because Alua Yi has kind of like, since her, you know, like minor nerf, she's struggled a little bit for teams. And I feel like this usage that we got to see from Homeboys, it's still strong, man. It's still, like, diversion is pretty strong. It's just not as often that you see the diversions.
60 seconds, yeah. So it's, I think it's 60 seconds all around. So as long as you use everyone to the T,
you got to be efficient.
You got to be efficient. One thing I can say is on this best of 5 tomorrow, if there's one thing about it, you got to expect.
What do you expect?
The unexpected.
The unexpected.
Well, you can also expect that it's going to be brutal.
And legendary.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, these people keep asking me, is that me?
Are you?
It's not me.
Are you? You know, the voice.
Yeah, it's not me.
It's me.
Yes, it's definitely Trex, but...
Because I'm nice.
That's right. You know, tomorrow you get to actually watch that best of 5.
Yeah, plug. No, I'm just kidding.
You get to watch that best of 5. Is there anything you're expecting for tomorrow? Like, if you well, you're the hot take guy. So what's the hot take for tomorrow, Trex?
I think the game could be closer than maybe we expect. I think the way that Entity 7 performed was very well.
Yeah.
And I was a doubter. I thought Entity 7 wasn't going to do as well as they did.
I'll say it too. I was too.
Listen, I talked to those casters out there. Everybody was.
Everybody was.
Except for Mirko. He put them as second. So at least I'll give props to Mirko. He did put them as second in group.
Give him another video. Give Mirko another interview video and let him talk about it.
So
sorry.
Yeah.
You really,
But yeah, I mean, I think after the way they performed, I think it could be a close game. I hope it's a close game. I hope
3-2?
the unexpected happens.
So what is the unexpected? Is it 3-2? You don't have to say the team, but
3-2 would be the unexpected for either team, I think. I think most people think that it's I mean, who knows? I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, after the 2 days, do people like, if you originally, before we got to the wild cards, I would say if people put E7 versus Homeboys, they would say Homeboys would sweep E7. Has your guys' minds changed in the chat? You guys can let us know, because tomorrow's going to be a great matchup. Again, we rounded out Group B here. Now both groups are done. We know who's battling it out tomorrow. So on behalf of Trex, myself, Mirko, and LaFell earlier on, thank you guys for joining us today. We'll be back here tomorrow for the final match of the MSC 2024 wild card, and we get ready for groups after that. But until then, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.